Truth Seekers is a viewer-supported show. Wonderful people like you who enjoy this show send pledges in the form of super chats, super stickers, super thanks, PayPal or Cash App. Instructions for how to help are in the description. You can also join our Patreon, and for as little as $1 a month you can get extra content. Patreon supporters get a backstage pass, early access to all our production videos before they are distributed publicly, Stephen Campion's music, private writings, a monthly show journal, and more. You can also become a YouTube channel member for $5 a month. A YouTube membership includes all of the Patreon benefits, plus a special members badge, priority reply to video comments, and the live chat, plus a monthly members only video. We thank you all, kind and generous benefactors, for supporting Truth Seekers. Thank you for your generosity and support. Truth Seekers is a viewer-supported show. Now there's a great way to support these broadcasts and show your support. Please be sure and check out our merchandise store. Links to our 2 merchandise online stores are in the links to this video or podcast. The Amazon storefront ships super quickly in the United States, Great Britain, and in many more places. Amazon may not ship to your country or location. If that's the case, hit our second merchandise link in the description and visit our Redbubble storefront. Merchandise from our Redbubble storefront ships worldwide, but may take longer than Amazon. We've got a great deal of super high quality merchandise for you to choose from, including t-shirts, phone cases, sweatshirts, and even pillows. The feedback from our products have been overwhelmingly great. Quality products and fast shipping. People all over the world are buying some merchandise and showing their support of the show. Praise the cash! Praise the cash! Praise the cash! We thank you all, kind and generous benefactors, who are buying some merchandise and helping us to continue this journey. Thanks for being here. This is Truth Seekers with your host, Stephen Campion. Please rate, like and comment on our videos or podcasts. If you are listening to an audio podcast, please rate us 5 stars to help us rise in the search rankings. If you are watching on YouTube, please like, comment and subscribe to our channel. If you're listening to an audio podcast, we love and appreciate you listeners, but you are missing the live tapings. All our shows are recorded live with video feed. We'd love you to come be a part of our live broadcasts and tapings for the podcast. Head on over to YouTube, click the search tool, the little magnifying glass, put Truth Seekers, one word in the search bar, and hit enter. You'll see a strange and mysterious guy with sunglasses. That means you found the channel. Go there, smash the subscribe button and hit the notification bell to receive up-to-date info on our YouTube channel. We welcome you to be a part of our live taping and our chat room during the live broadcasts. Seek the truth. Speak the truth. This is Truth Seekers. Truth Seekers. Truth Seekers.
To Carrie Cassidy, nothing is off limits. Nothing is too strange, too out there, too ridiculous. From the United States Navy fighting with mer people, to slave colonies on Mars and the moon, to fake whistleblowers that were never in the military claiming to battle reptilian aliens on Mars, to stargates where reptilian aliens come through and enslave people. You know, for adrenochrome. Oh, and they eat us too. And, she wants to make sure that we're all aware of this, the dangers of the alien threat. Specifically, most of the time, she's talking about the Draco reptilian aliens and the mantis aliens. They look like praying mantises, but they have robes on. For those that don't know, Carrie Cassidy sort of rose to prominence on YouTube very early. She was an early adopter of YouTube, started her YouTube channel way back in 2006 with Bill Ryan in the form of Project Camelot. Later, Bill Ryan and her would split, and that is what it is. But she was an early adopter of YouTube in a time where there was not much stuff about UFOs and aliens. So she quickly gained a pretty big following. But as time went on, I think, I remember listening to some of Project Camelot's interviews early on and quickly deciding that most of the people that she interviewed had very little or no evidentiary support for anything that they were talking about. So it was kind of like the UFO alien storytime hour with Carrie Cassidy and Bill Ryan. Later, I suppose to his credit, Bill Ryan decided that she wanted to interview way too many people that had no evidence, and he did not want to continue in their partnership. So he split, started the Avalon forums, and she kept going. And kept going, she did. And like I said, no amount of craziness, no amount of ridiculous story about aliens, UFOs, Stargate, secret space programs, none of that. Nothing was a bridge too far for crazy Carrie Cassidy. She has continued, and like many people, I remember listening to early videos of her interviewing people. She never mentioned her superpowers until more recently, deciding that she had a Kundalini experience, which resulted in her getting superpowers. Yeah, she's got superpowers. And it's interesting to me that she uses terms common in fiction, like saying she's a precog. I think there was wasn't it? Minority Report had precogs, right? Science fiction movie, right? Many of these people watch way too much science fiction, and I think that's where they get a lot of their terminology from. So years after she decided she was a UFO alien researcher, like many people, she suddenly developed superpowers. I guess people get sick of hearing the same alien and UFO stories, and you gotta up your game. So Carrie Cassidy decided she had psychic superpowers. Yeah, and today, we're going to be going through a short interview. I found a 30-minute interview of her conducted by none other than Robert David Steele, who you may remember from the Alex Jones channel. He famously went on Alex Jones and claimed that there were slave colonies on Mars and a secret space program and all manner of things. He's a former Marine Corps officer and intelligence officer, which I find crazy that this guy is entertaining this kind of nonsense, having once been a serious military man. But it is what it is. And this interview, I also decided to share this and go through it because it makes my job super easy. I don't have to explain to you Carrie Cassidy's ridiculous, crazy theories about secret space wars and secret space programs and reptilian aliens trying to take over the earth, because she's going to do it for us. And we just get to comment and laugh at this ridiculousness. I can't believe that she has any following whatsoever. And this whole situation with her kind of makes me sad. As I'm trying to grow an audience, I'm realizing I gotta start interviewing fake people, right? I have to get some fake secret space program whistleblowers who are child molesters in reality, or are, losers that, I don't know, are driving instructors while they're claiming to be half human, half alien hybrids. What is it? Simon Parks that has an alien mother. He's half mantid alien. Yeah, this is the quality of her guests. But she's got a big following. I think most of that is a legacy following from way back in the day. After all, she's been doing this since 2006. So she's got 14 years of these crazy interviews. It's called Project Camelot on YouTube. Most of you, I'm sure, are aware of her. But if you're not, just look up Project Camelot if you want to hear some fairy tales about reptilian aliens and secret space programs and jump rooms to Mars, right? Boy, folks, like I said, I was going to try to explain some of the stories that she's pushed for the last few years, but this interview with Robert David Steele makes it very easy because she's going to be talking about a space war and current events. Oh, friends, this Carrie Cassidy crazy train is it's just a thing to behold. I cannot believe that she is saying any of this shit, and apparently has been for years now. I stopped paying attention to her years ago, probably around the time of Bill Ryan's splitting. I liked some of Bill Ryan's talks, lectures, and things, and kind of felt like she was the Me Too in their partnership. Like, I think that he was, oh, geez, how do you even say, like, a little more credible than her? It's not hard to be a little more credible than crazy Carrie Cassidy, but he was, I thought that he was. And when he split with her, there was a lot of behind the scenes stuff said about her and her willingness to push fake stories just to get views and clicks and likes and whatever. And I lost touch and didn't care, knowing that most of the information that she was presenting had zero factual or evidentiary support and had no value. There's just no value, friends, in anything she talks about. It's interesting to note that she is constantly complaining now because her YouTube channel got demonetized, and she claims they're, shadow banning her. But the real truth is that she continually violates YouTube's terms of service by doing things like having fake doctors on saying that COVID is not a threat, and various other things that I think are a danger to the public. Is YouTube right in demonetizing her? Sure, because from their business standpoint, they need content that their advertisers will not mind, being an add-on. A car company doesn't want to be advertising on crazy Carrie Cassidy's channel talking about Draco reptilian aliens trying to take over Earth, or secret space programs and secret space wars between reptilian aliens and gray aliens and humans intervening. They will complain to YouTube. Why is my good hard-earned, why is the money I'm paying you getting put on this crackpot's channel? So she was recently demonetized. She's starting her own website, and I believe I heard she's starting a website with a few others. I don't believe that website endeavor will be successful. Various other people have discussed this. It's hard to get an audience to just go to a website. Everybody goes to YouTube. So lately she's complaining that she's also got 2 strikes for community guidelines problems. And if she gets one more strike, she's off of YouTube. This is a new theme for her, that she's being banned or taking away her income. Apparently she was living off of the income from her YouTube channel, which is never a good idea. The advice, the saying, don't quit your day job, really should apply to UFO and conspiracy land. If you think that you're going to make a ton of money doing this, enough to earn a living, you're probably sadly mistaken. But then I'm not one of those people that's just out there pushing any bullshit, any nonsense, any fake witness to, alien space battles with no evidence. Maybe she could, I guess, make a living because people want to hear that information, even if they know that it's probably not true. But it is what it is, friends. So she's complaining right now that her YouTube channel may be taken down at any moment, though she continues to do stupid things like put that person from the pandemic documentaries on and interview them. Not a good idea if you want to keep your YouTube channel to do things like that. So my friends, we're going to cite fair use. I'm going to share this video, which is titled Kerry interviewed by Robert David Steele regarding the space war and current events. Some of you may not. Did you know there's a space war currently being waged, and only Carrie Cassidy has the information about it? Everybody else doesn't know about it. Only Carrie Cassidy knows all about the secret space war that's being raging in other star systems. And who did she get that information from? Mark Richards, a convicted murderer that's been in prison for what, 35 years. Somehow he knows all about the secret space war. It's ridiculous. Let's get into it, friends. This is a transformative work. I'm citing fair use. We're educating the public about crazy Carrie Cassidy, and I'm giving everyone a ticket to ride her crazy train today. So all aboard, friends. We're getting all aboard the Carrie Cassidy crazy train. This video is a short video. It's about 30 minutes. We'll be going through it, stopping, commenting. That's why I'm saying fair use. We're critiquing this. We're discussing it in the live chat. This is fair use. Okay, friends, let's get on the crazy train. And by the way, I said I wasn't going to do this, but she makes my job easy here, because in this short interview, she talks about a whole bunch of different crazy shit that she has no evidence for. And so I don't have to explain it, because we could just listen to the bullshit spewing out of her mouth and know that she's full of shit. But I don't have to explain it all. We can just listen to her tell these ridiculous stories. Let's get into it, friends. I'm citing fair use. This is a transformative work. Okay. Interview by Robert David Steele, Space Wars and Current Events. And this is from November 10th.
Okay, great. We're both recording. We can both use this video as we wish. Kerry, I have known you for a long time, and I've really respected all the work that you've done with Project Camelot. You gave people like David Wilcock his start. I consider you one of a dirty dozen, maybe even a handful.
So it's her fault that David Wilcock is out there scamming people for money about fake stories. I guess he learned from the best.
5 top people in the secret space war arena. Now, recently you recommended to me a video talking about how the shuttle was actually shot down by an energy beam.
Oh, here's another one of her crazy conspiracy theories. The space shuttle was shot down by a directed energy weapon. It wasn't a, mechanical failure, or, it was shot down.
And we agreed to talk now for a few minutes. Just give us an overview of what you think is going on in outer space right now and who's doing what.
Okay, well, that's a tall order, but the bottom line, and my information, again, comes from my sources. It also comes from my own intuitive downloads, you might call them.
Yes, her sources are very high quality people who claim to be government insiders, but then when you look into them, they turn out to be convicted child molesters, or let's say court-martialed child molesters. That's one of her sources. Who's her other source? Mark Richards, a man that was convicted of murder 35 years ago and has been in prison for 35 years, but still claims that before he was arrested, he was a member of the secret space program and he fought aliens and stuff. She has such high quality sources that we should trust. We should trust a man that's in jail for murder, right? And we should trust a man who was court-martialed for molesting children. These are the quality of her sources. What's her other source? Her superpowers. She's got superpowers, bro. She gets precognition downloads. Great.
And it also comes from what we call triangulation. That is when 3 or more sources agree on something, then I take it seriously.
And I just want to stop it here. This is ridiculous. Just because 3 of her fake sources tell the same bullshit story doesn't make that story any more believable. You have to vet your sources, Crazy Cassidy. You have to vet the sources. If your sources are a stolen valor idiot in the form of Randy Kramer, a convicted murderer, and a man that was, let's see, court-martialed for molesting children, you're somehow going to trust those three sources because they all tell similar stories. And by the way, a lot of people in this UFO con grifter game tell the same stories. They all steal from each other. They borrow from each other. You know, they take 70% of one guy's story, add 30% of their own bullshit on top of it. This does not make your stories any more believable, Carrie Cassidy. Three sources that are completely and totally suspect and have no evidentiary support telling similar stories does not make the story credible. And if you believe it does, you're a fucking idiot, Carrie Cassidy.
And do more research. So the door is always open. Things can be proven or disproven as we go along. But at the moment, my information is quite substantial. And I can say that according to Captain Mark Richards, we are fighting a war right now, strangely, in the Orion galaxy that is spilled over also onto Earth.
Yeah, Captain Mark Richards is the man convicted of murder that she has been citing as a source for quite some time now. And that's ridiculous. First of all, if he's been in prison for 35 years, how the fuck would he know what's going on right now in the Orion star system? Are they calling him in prison? Are aliens calling Mark Richards in prison from the fucking Orion star system? That's quite a long distance call, Carrie Cassidy. And, you know, I don't know. I've known a few. I've had occasion that I had to contact somebody that was in prison. That's not easy to do. You know, you got to get through this and that. It's ridiculous. Who's calling Mark Richards from the Orion star system to let him know all about the alien space wars that are taking place? Who's doing that? Do we get to know who's? No, of course not. She just says this shit like it's factually correct. She's an idiot if she believes that some guy in prison is getting communications from another fucking star system. You're a fucking idiot, Carrie Cassidy.
We've been fighting with various alien races now for many centuries. Maybe ever since humans came to the planet. So initially, this planet was considered to be belonging to the reptilians and the Draco, and they will continue to try to exercise their will over humans. And and specifically, the reptilians are called the marauders of the galaxy.
A recurring theme with her is these reptilian bad guy aliens. And by the way, if we have been fighting with aliens for thousands of years, wouldn't there be some evidence of that? Of course there would, but not in Carrie Cassidy's crazy train world. There wouldn't be. There would just be, you know, child molesters and convicted murderers as proof. It's fucking ridiculous.
So it's not just this planet and these humans, but it's actually planets and galaxies that the reptilians will go around and try to dominate and take over and also use as food sources. And for
Did you hear that? Food sources. They eat us. These reptilian aliens like to eat humans. We're a delicacy. I've heard her say that once before on another crazy video.
Trading, because they use humans or humanoids as a trading source. So they trade with other races that do use us as slaves, and that includes, you know, sex slaves, but for food and also other nefarious uses.
So she's saying that the aliens not only eat us, but they fuck us too. Carrie Cassidy right here is saying they take us, we become sex slaves, they fuck us, and they eat us. Great. This is some high quality information, Carrie Cassidy.
We're also, by the way, used because of our ingenuity in building and flexibility, and even the
yeah. Why would a super advanced race of aliens need humans who were hundreds, thousands, maybe tens of thousands of years technologically less advanced than them? Why would they need us to build anything for them? Wouldn't they just use robots or something, you dumb bitch?
Pleiadians, who are in most cases supposed to be our friends, and certainly we are descended from them in part, and they're descended also from Lyra as we are. But they also like to use us for the front lines in their war with the reptilians and Draco. So humans are fighters.
Who's in charge for Earth? Now, I've heard that there's a multinational secret space force, and that China, Russia, and the United States are in alignment. Is that correct?
It's supposed to be. However, there
Yeah,
are.
and Robert David Steele, you're a fucking idiot too. Because China, Russia, and the United States can't even agree on simple things like fucking trade agreements. But somehow we're going to build, interstellar spaceships together. And this is crazy.
Are extenuating circumstances. And one of those circumstances is that China and North Korea are at the moment aligned with a sort of new guys on the block type of alien race. And I can't tell you who that is. I might have a conjecture on that. They've always been aligned with the Draco, and therefore, if we are in partnership with them in the secret space program, it may be keeping your enemies close, or your friends close and your enemies closer.
Yeah, and here's another recurring theme. The enemies, our enemies here on Earth, are always aligned with the reptilian bad guy aliens. Doesn't matter if you're talking about Hitler and the Nazis, they were aligned with the reptilian aliens. Now China and Korea are enemy, they're aligned with the reptilian aliens. You always got to put the reptilian aliens in with our villains, right? They're our villains and they're aligned with reptilian aliens.
But my understanding at the moment is that we're actually not on the same side as China.
How's the United States doing?
Well, in the war in the Orion galaxy right now, according to Mark Richards again,
according to a convicted murderer with no evidentiary support whatsoever that's been in prison for 35 years, he knows all about a secret space war happening in a whole nother star system.
100,000 humans are out there fighting as part of our secret space program. And we are, I think, doing a good job there. We have battles on many fronts, and we have Solar Warden that is protecting our particular galaxy. We are terraforming planets within our galaxy, like moons of Saturn and Jupiter. And
here's another point. Carrie Cassidy, you're a fucking idiot, because there are amateur astronomers all over the Earth that have super powerful telescopes. If we were terraforming other planets in our solar system, somebody would find out. Somebody would know about it.
And we are making deals with various races, including those from Aldebaran, who got involved quite early on, well, especially with the Nazis, as you may know, and they continue to be involved. They're involved also what appears to be a race of reptoids that has now been given at least part of Africa, if not all. And that comes, by the way, from, among other people, Gordon Duff.
Okay, so there's reptoid aliens that own Africa. For all you viewers or listeners that may live in Africa, I just want to tell you that I'm sorry that you didn't know that reptoid aliens own all or most of Africa right now. And where's the evidentiary support for this? She doesn't have any. She doesn't have shit. Mm-hmm.
So how are we doing? It's, in any kind of war situation, fog of war and all of that, there's a lot going on. I can say that according to, again, Mark Richards, where he's a very primary witness in these regards, because
yes, this is her major source. Mark Richards, a man convicted of murder who's been in jail, I believe, for 35 years, most of his life.
He was a captain of the Space Force, and he continues to be tapped even to this day, even by the sort of new rendition, which is brought forward, at least in the public eye.
Why would, Carrie Cassidy, you're a fucking idiot. If there is a such thing as a secret space force, why would they contact a guy that's been in prison for 35 years and out of their program for 35 years? For what purpose would they contact a convicted murderer? Why would they need a guy in prison? Why would they even communicate with a guy in prison for 35 years? It makes no sense. She can't even construct a good reason for using this crazy source that's a convicted murderer. It's just that guy's a convicted murderer. He's sitting around in prison. She goes and visits him. He tells her a bunch of bullshit stories and she runs with them.
Space Force that Trump has brought to to the fore. So
but Richards is in prison now.
he has been in prison for over, actually it's around 35 years.
Yeah, 35 years.
For most of his super adult, his adult life, I mean, prior to that, he was raised in the secret space program. So he got involved very early on with a father and a grandfather.
Or he's a bored guy in prison that is telling people stories about aliens because he's got nothing better to do, sitting in a fucking prison cell all day, you dumb bitch.
Who will also supplying information to what would become our secret space program. And his grandfather was working with Tesla. His grandfather was working with Tesla. You know whose grandfather also worked with Tesla? Pete Peterson. Isn't it funny how these assholes all steal parts of their story from other assholes telling fake stories? Pete Peterson's grandfather was supposed to be a lab assistant for Tesla. I checked in with the Tesla historian, and I checked both Pete Peterson as Peterson and his mother's maiden name, and there is no evidentiary support that any relative of Pete Peterson ever worked with or for Tesla. I have a feeling if we check Mark Richards out with the Tesla historian, we'll find there is no evidentiary support or factual evidence that can prove that Mark Richards, any family member of Mark Richards, ever worked for Tesla. And I've said this time and time again, all these con artists, UFO grifters, they always got to pull Tesla into their bullshit stories. Mark Richards is no different. Father was a very well-respected Air Force. I forget what his rank was, but high-level Air Force. I can't. It was above captain, but I don't know. I forget the name.
So are there two competing space programs? Is there a Navy space program and an Air Force space program?
Okay, not to my knowledge. To my knowledge, there is what we have are a surface military and an underground secret space program. Now, there is a feed, a sort of a flow through between the two, as well as with our military industrial complex that involves high tech and goes to places like Kazakhstan, where we have a base and a major sort of super modern city and so on. So, but to get back to the different groups of military are aligned with various groups of aliens.
Yes, and this is a continuing narrative with her that we are aligned. I believe she said that we are aligned with the benevolent grays because there's all different kinds of gray aliens. So we're aligned with the benevolent grays. China, our enemy, and North Korea, our enemy, are aligned with reptilian evil aliens. Yeah, okay. And
certain of those aliens are, in theory, are enemies of each other. So there's overlap and there's also separation. And I can tell you that the Navy is said to be the head of the entire secret space program, specifically, Navy Intel and ONI. And I can say that the Air Force is more or less given that sort of over to the Navy, as I understand it. There's also the Army, and they were very involved and continue to be, I believe, with gray aliens, and those are many races of gray aliens. So it's hard to cut and dry everything, to make it simple. But understanding that there's an overall sort of leadership, from my understanding. They do have meetings in places like Exeter on this planet and also in Peru.
So the aliens and the humans are having meetings. Okay, friends, we're about 9 minutes in, and she's made, I don't know how many ridiculous, fantastical claims so far. And remember, I'm very fond of the saying, you all know that extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. We're 9 minutes in, she's made all these extraordinary claims, and not only does she not have extraordinary evidence of any of her claims so far, she's got no evidence of any of her claims so far. None. She hasn't cited a reputable source that gave her any information. She doesn't have pictures, videos, nothing.
And possibly in Chile. And these meetings are with various races of ETs. So a kind of a UN that meets in these places and has been for many years.
And here is again another recurring theme with these UFO con artists, grifters, secret space program, clickbait assholes. There's some kind of galactic federation. We've heard certain other secret space program asshole talk about this. Several of them, actually. And she's running with that theme.
We have treaties. The treaties have been set up and then violated time and time again. Even going back to the early days of Camelot when we interviewed Dan Burish, he would talk about
Dan Burish, another one of her quality sources, who claimed that he worked at S4. Dan Burish basically took a lot of Bob Lazar's story and expanded on it. Again, back to the theme of take one guy's story, or 50% of it, or 70% of it, and then you got to add on your own bullshit on top of that, especially if it's already generally accepted UFO mythology, like the Bob Lazar story. Bob Lazar is the first person to mention Project Looking Glass. He's also the first person to mention S4, and Dan Burish ran with that. So all these idiot Q-tards that are mentioning Looking Glass are citing two less than credible bullshit sources for Project Looking Glass. And Dan Burish has been debunked out the wazoo. While he claimed that he was working, somebody proved that while he claimed to be working at Area 51, he was actually a parole officer, right? A probation guy dealing with people on probation in Las Vegas. And also a security guard at I believe it was a casino. How the hell he's working with an alien at Area 51 while he's also holding down a full-time job in Las Vegas? Hey, maybe they gave him a secret spaceship that he could fly back and forth, or maybe he jumped through a Stargate to get into Area 51. Dan Burish is a fucking lying bullshit con artist. That's all she has for her so-called sources. You can look up Dan Burish interviews with her, and it is laughable, the shit that guy talks about.
The Tau 9 treaty and others that were violated. Mark has also talked about these meetings and so on. So
here we go again. Two of her sources that are completely and totally not credible agree that humans are meeting with aliens. So it must be true because two of these guys said it. Her logic is flawed. You can't take two terrible, unverifiable sources that have credibility problems and say, well, they both said it. It must be true.
It's like there's a whole world of secret space involvement.
No, I think there's a whole world of bullshit, Carrie Cassidy, that you live in a fucking fantasy land if you believe any of this shit is real.
Humans are not party to unless you're close to a certain level of the military, black projects, etc., and the wars and many wars and wars. At the top, there is disagreement between what are called the Luciferians and, from what I understand, kind of the Nazi contingent. But it's
wow. I'm getting scared now because according to Carrie Cassidy, there's Draco reptilian aliens, Nazis, and Luciferians all taking part in this secret space war.
It's a fine line. So they war with each other. I'm not sure what direction to go with that.
I went through an entire career as a Marine Corps officer and then as a spy and then as a second-ranking civilian in Marine Corps intelligence. And I never got a clue. Now, I'm feeling, on the one hand, I'm feeling left behind. And on the other hand, I'm wondering, how is it that something like this can just go on without the second-ranking civilian in the Marine Corps intelligence community seeing it?
Finally, some logic. Hey, Robert David Steele, it couldn't, you dumbass. Why are you even entertaining this bullshittery?
Well, there's a lot of levels. First of all, mind control plays a big part. And that's also...
Oh, you got to bring in the mind wipe. These people are all mind wiped. That's another common theme. That's why they don't remember battling in the secret space wars in the Orion star system and fighting, reptilian aliens on Mars, is because after you get back, they mind wipe you.
I've interviewed people who have mind controlled and who are members of the military.
If they were mind controlled, they would not know it if it was true that they were actually mind controlled and mind wiped, you dumb bitch.
Who also, like you, might not know, or at least think they know anything that's going on. We've got soldiers going into programs where they're going off planet into what is commonly called 20 and back programs. This is
20 and back. Where have we heard that bullshit before? She's running with that too. You gotta take the bullshit from other people and weave it into your own bullshittery. That's part of the grift.
Been talked about out in the sector for many years. People that are assigned to Mars and other planets, Randy Kramer, for example, and others who have come forward. I can tell you that.
Yeah, and here's another one. You dumb bitch. Again, people all over the earth have pretty high, powerful telescopes, even hobbyists. If there was a significant human presence on Mars, as many of these people claim, there would be evidence of that. People would see structures, vehicles, infrastructure. According to her, there's hundreds of people on Mars fighting with reptilian aliens. We would see some sort of habitats or something, you dumb bitch. There's no evidence of any of this.
As recently as today, I talked to somebody who was a very high level military in the Air Force
but she's not going to tell you his name, because then you could check, right? She does this all the time. She mentions, I've heard her do this. We got to come up with a way to describe this. I don't know. I would call it like the Carrie Cassidy source in an instant maneuver. When she's challenged and confronted, suddenly she comes up with a brand new source she's never mentioned that she just talked to, that's a high-ranking military official. She's doing it right now. We never get the name of the person. We don't get to see his bona fides. We don't get to see his military records to prove that he's a credible source. She just makes this shit up.
Again, validated everything I'm telling you. So
So a high-ranking military official whose name I won't give you validated everything that I'm telling you. This is her attempt at bolstering her bullshit claims. And I'm sorry, crazy Carrie Cassidy. You can't just say, I talked to a military insider that he agrees with me that this is all true. Give us his name. Let's talk to him. You never get there. You never get the name of the fucking sources that she's trying to bolster her bullshittery claims here. Never.
In terms of how you didn't know, one side, in essence, I think there's suspicions, okay? I think the higher up you go, even in the officers, there will be people that are suspicious. They will find out that there are sort of, in essence, what we have is a parallel track, right? And I don't know if you remember the missile that went off the coast that was shot over, I think it was Catalina. This is a year or two ago, maybe more, actually more than 2 years probably. And that was shot out by one part of the military, whereas the other part of the military was completely naive about it. And it got reported as if it was a nefarious incident. Some people thought it was China. But what they don't understand is that in a sense, there are miniature battles going on between the levels of the service, but they don't clue people in. The Gulf oil spill, for example, had to do with the Falklands War, had to do with the AI and the black goo. All of
the AI and the black goo. So the AI and the black goo right now, basically, here's her source for that. It's a fucking episode of the X-Files, you dumb bitch. That's a fictional television show, and idiots like you and other people have run with that as being real somehow.
This was unknown to most of the military, to most of people even that were on the platform. But I can tell you that I had a whistleblower who did work out there and did get clued in as to what was going on and validated the space program side of that. The fact
Again, she has a whistleblower. What's his name? Where's his military records? Let's check into the source. Make sure it's a credible source. She never does that. Never. She just says shit. I've got a whistleblower. You know what, Carrie Cassidy? I've got a whistleblower. Then if you can do it, I can do it. I've got a whistleblower that worked for you and told me that you sit around watching too many episodes of fucking Stargate SG-1 and Star Trek and come up with this bullshit that you sell people. If you can do it, so can I, bitch.
That we're fighting a group of aliens who have invaded Earth centuries ago, actually. And so there's so many levels at which it leaks through. I can tell you that I've talked to low-level soldiers, some of whom were in like Alabama, and I have these testimony in various interviews that I've done, and it's also off the record talks. So they report to me that they have been used in programs that involve grays, that involve one individual who his group was involved in a whole operation, and he just joined. He was just getting through boot camp, and they were used in an operation that involved gray aliens. And
again, Carrie Cassidy's logic is fucking retarded. Pardon the word, that's a bad word. Is stupid. Listen. If the government was so concerned with keeping alien presence and alien space battles and the presence of extraterrestrials on Earth a secret, they would not take a guy just out of boot camp and give him access to aliens or that information. They would only, and it just makes more, it doesn't make any logical sense that you would take a guy just out of boot camp and have him interacting with aliens and shit, because then he could go shoot his mouth off, you dumb bitch. It makes no sense. And again, where are the names of these people? Let's look at their military records and at least verify they really were in the military. For all she knows, these people were never in the military. She never checks any source. She just runs with whatever bullshit people tell her. Or none of these sources exist and she just makes this shit up.
And he became aware of it. Sometimes the memories leak through. The mind control is not sufficient.
Back to the mind wipe.
I can tell you, for example, Robert Saleh, who is someone who testifies about the Minot Air Force Base and other missile launch platforms where he worked, and I forget the exact names. He's testified and is quite well known, and I've interviewed him on this as well. And he himself knows that when he was working for the military, even in Rendlesham, he was called in to be given some medical attention that he didn't need. And so and I have witnesses that are called to the dentist. All of a sudden, they're suddenly are supposed to get some kind of work done there. These are the places where they will put in the mind control.
Yes, and we mentioned this Carrie Cassidy crazy train. You got to go full in on the crazy train. And the dentist, that's who puts the listening devices in your teeth, right? So they can monitor you and make sure that you're not telling people the truth about those aliens, bro. This is a bullshit, crazy conspiracy that she's been mentioning, dentists putting listening devices in people's teeth. That is the height of conspiracy land crazy talk. No evidence, just a statement, has no value.
And the blocks. And sometimes the bleed through occurs. Duncan O'Finian is a famous super soldier who testified that to us that after about the age of 50, your memories start coming back. So the reality.
Well, that's good news for a certain super secret space program astronaut, right? Because I think he just turned 50. So we're going to be getting whole new stories from him if this is true, that your mind wipe memories come back after 50. Good news for him.
Is that it is actually shocking how few whistleblowers we really have, when in fact,
you idiot. Well, there's plenty of whistleblowers, but none of them are credible. And you guys took the term whistleblower and made it worthless. You know who is a whistleblower? Edward Snowden is a whistleblower. You know who else could be considered a whistleblower? Julian Assange. Those are real whistleblowers. They have consequences. They don't just get to go around to UFO conferences calling themselves whistleblowers, making money telling their bullshit story. A whistleblower has real consequences to their life. None of Carrie Cassidy's bullshit so-called whistleblowers have had any consequences, even the ones that are basically stolen valor. And by the way, stolen valor is a felony, a federal felony. So if you claim that you worked for the military and you profit from those claims and you didn't, that's a felony. None of them have even been prosecuted, and some of them could be.
Fact, there are so many of the military who don't even realize they've been involved in something. I mean, this is the real root of, you might say, PTSD. A lot of these soldiers have gone off planet. They don't even know. They don't realize they thought they were.
Again, with the logic, come on, you crazy bitch. How are you going to go on? You're going to get in a fucking spaceship and go to another planet and battle space reptilians, but you're not going to remember any of it?
Ship to Iraq. They were fighting in Iraq, and their screen memory is one thing, and what actually happened is another thing altogether. And this also includes, according to witnesses, alien abduction. So the military, our military, will implant memories, false memories of alien abduction to cover up them being individuals being MILAB'd by the military. But oftentimes the strange thing, and this is sort of, I don't know, a hall of mirrors, because aliens will also be involved in that aspect. So it's
a hall of mirrors. She's stealing that term from Linda Moulton Howe, whose famous statement, the UFO phenomenon is a hall of mirrors with the floor of quicksand. Again, they all steal from each other, borrow terms. It's crazy.
When some person says that they've got a screen memory, they realize it was a screen memory, they've got another memory. You're familiar with the way mind control works, and there will be levels upon levels to basically make a sort of a fail safe. So humans don't tap into what has really gone on with them.
Oh yeah, it's screen memories.
Should humanity be worried?
Yes, this is when.
Well, Robert David Steele, if they're eating us and fucking us, I think we should be worried. These aliens might eat us and fuck us. Like, what order did they do that, by the way, Carrie Cassidy? Did they fuck you first, use you as a sex slave, and fuck you for a while, and then eat you, or do they eat you, or like eat just the half of you that they don't want to fuck? Like, imagine if they just ate you from the waist up, and then they kept the part. I don't know. This is crazy. Carrie Cassidy says that reptilian aliens keep humans as sex slaves and eat them. So I want to know, if I get to interview Carrie Cassidy, one of my major questions is going to be, what order does that happen in? Do they eat you first and then fuck you, or do they fuck you first and then eat you? I want to know. This is important information. And yeah, we should be worried if there's reptilian aliens out there eating and fucking human beings. God damn, I'm worried. Look, I got enough shit to worry about, Carrie Cassidy. I don't need to worry about getting fucked and eaten by a reptilian alien, you crazy bitch.
One of my points, and this is why I do the job I do, because this is all about races that are preying on humans, specifically on our children, on our young people, taking them off planet as slaves, using them in various capacities, killing them, eating them, so on. Sorry to be so.
They're killing and eating children, then yeah, we should be worried. I've got children. I don't want my children eaten by reptilian aliens, Carrie Cassidy. Say it ain't so.
Graphic. And this is where the whole pedophilia links in. And this
is you gotta roll in the pedophilia, the pedophile rings, the mole children, the Montauk. She believes in that bullshit too.
They're also the adrenochrome and
adrenochrome
manufacture of it. All of this comes from the Draco reptilian lineages that have also the Greys that are actually a form of reptilian that have actually been infiltrated our genome, the human genome on this planet. So there are a lot of racial lines that some of whom are a lot more, you might say, reptilian than others. And they are part of they have these proclivities. You're talking about Jeffrey Epstein and his island and who they could attract, the so-called blue bloods of the royalty, the lines of royalty. So
yes, you got to bring in the royal bloodlines, and you got to bring in Jeffrey Epstein in your crazy conspiracy land, crazy train.
So-called royalty. All of this goes back to a to preying on other humans, to a power over paradigm that we have been operating on here on Earth for eons and have been victims of, if you want to call it that. So in my view, humans need to know their prey. We need to know who the enemy is in order to protect us and our children.
Yeah, well, that I agree with her. If there's really aliens fucking and eating us, we need to know about it. And goddamn, the military is keeping this a secret, that reptilian aliens are fucking us and eating us? That's a crime against humanity, Carrie Cassidy. I'm with you. If there's reptilian aliens fucking and eating us and eating our children, we need to know about it. So she's doing God's work, letting us all know about the truth about aliens, bro.
And this is why it's so important.
Protect ourselves. Are we being protected?
There is some protection, but not much, not much in my view. You know, what this is a sort of a yin and yang, you know, positive, negative polarity planet. At this time, we've been 3D, we're actually moving into 4D now. But the bottom line is that in such a planet, the souls that come in are given these challenges to either, you know, to stay alive and to learn quickly, obviously.
Yeah, you better learn quickly how to not get fucked and eaten by reptilian aliens. I'm worried myself. Like, I gotta figure out how to not get fucked and eaten by reptilian Draco overlords.
And if they don't, they simply die. Now you can reincarnate and come back into the game again, obviously.
Oh, that's good news.
So we're really talking about a sort of a might makes right, of a challenging scenario in which it's learn or die. And under these circumstances, humans have had to learn very quickly, and some astonishingly. See, the trouble is that the humans became collaborators with the enemy, so to speak. So we have a large contingent of humans who now want to deceive the other half of humans, so to speak, and they have sided with the enemy, with the Dracos and the reptilians.
God damn it, then this is breaking news. There are human traitors that are helping Draco reptilian aliens fuck and eat other humans. That is shocking information, Carrie Cassidy. Goddamn traitors helping these Draco reptilian aliens fuck us and eat us. That's disturbing.
And other various races, some of whom are trying to become our friends, like the mantids. Simon Parkes will tell you that he believes he's a mantid hybrid.
Yeah, he's half mantid hybrid alien. He has an insectoid alien mom, right? Simon Parkes, another bullshit crazy source she cites all the time.
And that the mantids have now sided with the humans, but they used to.
Well, good news. We have allies.
You know,
maybe the mantid aliens can help us fight the reptilian aliens so that they don't fuck us and eat us all.
Us on a regular basis. And so there are various contingents going on here on Earth, and we are, in fact, this election is a perfect example of the Luciferians and alien races trying to sort of put into place once and for all their new world order to get rid of any sense of freedom on the planet. They've been using COVID for that purpose. It's not about a disease of any kind. It's about control.
So COVID came from aliens?
And so they want to control humans.
So your bottom line, does President Trump know about all of this, and is he doing the right thing?
Yes, absolutely.
Oh,
he's
good.
well read in.
That's good news. Maybe President Trump can help us so that we don't all get fucked and eaten by Draco reptilian aliens.
And I'm sure of that. And I can say that he is working along with his team and John F. Kennedy Jr.
Oh, John F. Kennedy Jr. is dead, you dumb bitch. And here we go with the cute tard conspiracy theories. JFK Jr. is alive. He's going to come back and be Trump's running mate. He faked his death. This bitch is crazy, you know? And you know what? It is a fucking tragedy and a travesty. Imagine being related to JFK Jr. and knowing that crazy Carrie Cassidy and a bunch of other internet conspiracy assholes are running around talking about your dead relative. Let that man rest in peace, you fucking crazy bitch. How would you like it if somebody talked about your relative that died, faking their own death and being involved in all this crazy conspiracy alien bullshit? You're, and this is love and light, right? These are love and light people. She's a precog, and she's running around selling fake stories about JFK Jr. being alive. How do you think that makes his family feel, right? How would you like to be that person's cousin or mother or son or, you know, daughter or whatever?
The wrongs that have been perpetrated upon humanity, including the early death of John F. Kennedy. Now,
yeah, so JFK Jr. is going to come back from the dead and save us all.
The scenario, it's you know, it's a constant, in other words, a gain on the light, if you call it light, a battle between light and dark. You get a gain on the light and a gain on the dark, and we go like this constantly. So it's that kind of a planet, and we go from one side of the polarity to the other until we learn how to basically transcend and integrate both sides, both the light and the dark. And we live lives that encompass our learning curve in each sector. So,
all right, we're up to 21 minutes of her telling these fake fucking fairy tale huckster bullshit stories about aliens. And so far, she has presented not one piece of credible evidence about any of this shit that she's talking about. Not one piece, friends.
I would say that a person who is nearing ascension would have had to live lives on both sides, integrate them both, and feel able to deal with both.
Got to bring ascension in
a lot
too.
Of fluidity, understanding, and love in the end, I guess.
All right, you brought up.
Well, there you have it. You know what can save us from evil Draco reptilian aliens fucking us and eating us? Love. Love can save us from the evil Draco reptilians fucking us and eating us. That's good news, friends. All we have to do is love them, I guess. Are we supposed to love them while they're fucking us? Are we supposed to love them while they're eating us? How does love stop Draco reptilian aliens from fucking us and eating us, Carrie Cassidy, you dumbass?
John F. Kennedy Jr., I've done an analysis, and I've come to the conclusion that it's 80% likely that he and his wife are alive.
Robert David Steele, you fucking asshole. Tell us about your analysis proving that JFK Jr. and his wife are 80% for sure alive. You're a fucking idiot, too.
Talk to someone who claims they have actually met him recently. That is, and
Lovely.
he's alive. Mm-hmm. What can you add to our sense of whether Kennedy Jr. is alive or not?
Well, I can say, and I have talked about this in other places, but I had, during this summer, I had a night in which, for some reason, I simply had nonstop dreams that didn't seem like dreams, that seemed stronger and more real than reality.
And here is another Carrie Cassidy. Crazy Carrie Cassidy prover move. We're just going to call it the crazy Carrie Cassidy prover move. When somebody asks you for evidence, you just got to bring in your superpowers. She has precognitive dreams, right? And that's her proof that JFK Jr. is alive, because she dreamed about him being alive. You're a fucking idiot, Carrie Cassidy. You don't have any proof of anything. Your fucking bullshit psychic superpower dreams are not proof of anything, you dumb bitch.
In which I was interacting with John F. Kennedy Jr. and talking with him, interacting with a group of people and him, interacting with Trump and him, nonstop all night long. So I would go to sleep for a short time, then I would wake up, I would recall what I was seeing, I would go to sleep again, wake up, and it went on all night like that. And in the process, when I woke up to this reality during those times, I would think that this reality was absolutely not reality, and I would go back into this other reality. What that told me,
multiple timelines, and
you got to bring in the multiple timelines.
Recently reviewed the music of time, about frequencies and time and space travel. So I have a completely open mind on this, even though I myself have no direct knowledge. Let's end on what I hope will be a happy note. How do you see?
Yeah, I hope they're going to end on a happy note too, because so far all this is bad news. We're involved in a secret space war with, malevolent, evil reptilian alien overlords that want to fuck us and eat us. That's bad news. Let's see if she can spin some good news and end on a good note. How the fuck do you end on a good note, Robert David Steele, after she's been talking about Draco reptilian aliens fucking us and eating us?
See the next 2 months going in the United States of America.
Okay, well, let me clarify, because I am a time traveler. I'm not all time travelers, but I'm very aware of different timelines.
That she's a time traveler in addition to being a superhero with precognitive, super secret psychic powers, right?
And I will tell you that this was not a different timeline, for what it's worth. You know, everyone's going to have their own point of view. But what I was seeing was the future and the now, maybe the eternal now, but nonetheless, it was this timeline that I was dealing with. I don't know how I know that. I just know that. So, but in terms of the future, this has been very interesting for me, because as a precog, I will get validation. So,
bitch, I think you watched that fucking movie Minority Report too much, because she says precog a lot, you know, and they had precogs in the movie Minority Report, right? Is it Minority Report? Yeah. Where the psychics, you know, where they would arrest you for a murder you had not yet committed, because the precogs would alert that secret force to go arrest you because you're about to murder somebody.
I get things that come into my mind like little film strips, and then they play out in front of my eyes later. And sometimes it can be years, and a lot of years. Like I have a whole library of this stuff in my head. And sometimes it's something very brief, and I could have a dream tonight and it could happen tomorrow. And I've had even recent validations. So I kind of
bottom line on now to February.
All right. So what I'm trying to say is that it's been very foggy. In other words, nothing is really coming very clear other than small things. So what I'm seeing in the future is we're not wearing masks. Since Biden's agenda is that we wear masks all the time, and he's actually said this, which is completely absurd. I have to say that I don't think he's going to last. And I don't think Kamala is either, as far as being a president. So I don't think they have a long life, you know, as in that role. Now, I hope and I believe that President Trump has all the evidence that the election has been stolen.
And here we go. She's a huge supporter of President Trump, and you know, all the Q-tard fantasy stuff, and you know, it's all set up 4D chess. Trump knew they were going to try to steal the election. He marked the ballots, all of this nonsense bullshittery she folds in with her other conspiracy nonsense.
Further evidence that has come behind the scenes to me that validates that.
Okay, again, with the Carrie Cassidy prove remove, I've got other evidence that has come to me that validates what I'm saying, but she doesn't share any of that evidence because she doesn't have any fucking evidence of anything she talks about. It's a fantasy land, folks.
Believe that they're going to make a very good case in the courts, and there's no reason why they shouldn't win, because it's the truth. The elections have always been stolen, but now they're going to demonstrate how. And this is just one way they've been stolen. There are a multitude of ways. I don't know if they're going to get into the Dominion software and all of that, but certainly we know that goes on. Whether Trump will be victorious in the courts is another matter, because the dark side never sleeps either.
Uh-oh.
So people have to understand, you can rerun the election, you can review everything in the courts, but some of those judges can be bought, can be threatened, et cetera, et cetera. And how do you?
Yes, because maybe they went to Jeffrey Epstein's pedophile island and we've got dirt on them. So, you know, yeah, the evil cabal that's trying to steal the election can bribe the judges. It's ridiculous.
Prevent this. There has to be things in place that Trump has foreseen in order to make sure that these things are going to be brought forward in a true and honest way. It's an uphill battle. I do believe there's every reason to believe that Trump is actually supposed to fulfill the next 4 years here on the planet, because everything they set in place during the first 4 years was to come to fruition the last 4 years. If he gets halted in the middle of that, it seems like a huge crime against humanity. Also,
Yeah, or he just lost the election, you dumb bitch.
because understanding that Trump and his team are all about disclosure of the truth. They want to show people the truth about what's going on the planet. And that does include.
Yeah, the man that won't even show us his tax returns wants to show all the American people the truth. I'm sorry, Carrie Cassidy, but your logic is, you don't have any logic. You're a fucking idiot. You're just a fucking idiot to believe any of this shit.
Underground bases, the children that have been held,
the mole people
in underground bases, and
the mole children,
so on, and as
save
well as
the mole children
that need to be coming forward. If there was to be cut short, then he wouldn't be able to fulfill his promise and what he was actually incarnated to do, fully and completely. And that doesn't.
Trump was incarnated to save the mole children that are being sex trafficked around the world. It's the first I've heard that. Okay, I thought he was incarnated to, be a rich, spoiled kid that grew up to be a rich, spoiled adult.
Doesn't seem right to me. Whether, now I'm not, I can only see so far. And like I say, I have seen myself in the future, and I'm joking with my partner. We're at an airport and I'm looking around and most people are not wearing masks. Something had to change in a positive way. One, we're traveling, and two, they're not wearing masks.
Oh, so here we go with the crazy Carrie Cassidy prover maneuver. When you need evidence, you just say you had dreams, and that's your evidence. I'm sorry, Carrie Cassidy. Dreams are not evidence of anything other than that you sleep and have dreams occasionally. She's crazy.
That's enough for me to say it's very possible.
That's enough for her. She has dreams. She doesn't need evidence.
I even wonder if Joe Biden is working for Trump, and this is part of the WrestleMania drama.
Joe Biden is working for Donald Trump.
Been scripted out.
It's a wrestling script.
Is so stupid as to defy belief. So, all right, let me give you the last word, and then we'll stop. Anything that you want to share, like what's going on in Antarctica?
Well, apparently there's a control center for planet Earth in Antarctica. So you might well wonder that, and it is worth discussing as to how Trump is dealing with those beings, okay?
Yeah, Donald Trump is dealing with those beings because he's got a secret Antarctic control center base. Carrie Cassidy, you dumb bitch. You, like everybody else, love to bring in Antarctica. She's always talking about those underground bases in Antarctica and the Nazi, breakaway civilization in Antarctica. You know why? Because it's convenient. Like, nobody can go there and check that I'm just telling fairy tales. But you can if you really want to. If you really knew anything about bases, you could get your ass on a plane, get your ass in a helicopter, and show us the fucking bases. But none of these assholes that talk about Antarctic bases or Antarctic aliens or any of this shit in Antarctica, Linda Moulton Howe, her, many, many others, Michael Sala, all these jerk-off fucking con artist assholes never show us the proof of anything in Antarctica. But they love talking about it.
Because this sort of the Nazi underlay that came through with the Third Reich has gone into the Fourth Reich, and it's no accident that what we're seeing in terms of the control, and it's manifesting in England in a very diabolical way as I speak, and other countries. And I have to say, all of this agenda has been rolling out very quickly and just recently. So the Nazi agenda seems to be coming to the fore more and more and more. And that is stunning to see that really in your face at this time on planet Earth. So Trump and his team have to fight that. They have to fight the good fight. I think we may go to a civil war.
I hope that Trump and his team fight the good fight, because I don't want to get fucked and eaten by reptilian overlords.
Civil war, to be honest with you. I am not so sure that things are going to calm down, even if Trump gets into power. I have had precog dreams of the future that are not pleasant. Okay, so there are some things that could come down. There could be some heavy duty invasion going on from China into the United States. Apparently, it's already happening in Canada. So I warn you.
She shared she shared a video that was from a fucking movie and claimed that China was invading parts of Canada. This crazy dumb bitch.
People about that. I'm trying to warn people about that. I don't think Biden's working for for Trump. I think he's working for the Greys and for China. And
whoa, here you have it. Joe Biden. Maybe that's how he got elected. The gray aliens helped him steal the election. And they're pumping him up with adrenochrome every time he has to give a public speech so he's coherent. These conspiracy theory assholes are just ridiculous.
I do believe that the Chinese Communist Party are intent in taking over control of the world, and especially the United States, and the resources and brain trust here, if anything. So this is the battle for the future and what we're involved in that's beginning to manifest now. And, it's an incredible time to be alive. And I wish that.
Why is it an incredible time to be alive if I could get fucked and eaten by reptilian aliens? That doesn't sound like a good time to be alive, Carrie Cassidy. Doesn't sound like a good time getting fucked and eaten by reptilian aliens. She can't even keep her fucking shit story straight here. I would think that if there's a big possibility that you could get fucked and eaten by reptilian aliens, that's not a good time to be alive, but that's just me. Maybe Carrie Cassidy wants to get fucked and eaten by reptilian aliens. I don't know.
My wish is that the Trump administration and the Trump team will come forward with as much heavy duty ammunition at this time. Instead of promising that this is going to happen and that arrest is happening and these rescues are happening, I think that they should be coming forward during these crucial months before January 20th with the real goods. It doesn't mean everything. I understand that they're trying to, show people, but then show us what you've done. And if you want people to be enlightened and to see a different way. It doesn't mean you're going to change them, by the way. You can show somebody all night and all day, but if they don't want to see, whether it's Columbus or anything else, they're going to attribute it to whatever they want. So this is where we are. We're at a very interesting juncture. That's my parting words is that they come forward with some of the goods, because he has been fighting with one hand tied behind his back. He has Trump cards in hand, and I think you should bring his Trump cards.
Trump has Trump cards. Yeah.
Let's end on that. No, thank you, Kerry. I have a completely open mind, and I value your richly hard-earned perspective. Thank you.
Thank you. I got some very good news today, I have to say, and that makes me all the more hopeful about the future, because, if individuals will come forward to tell the truth, we're going to be in a lot better shape.
She got some good news today, along with the bad news she's sharing that you could be fucked and eaten by reptilian aliens. So this is our short ride. All aboard, friends. This was our short ride on the Carrie Cassidy fucking crazy train. I don't even know what to say. I think I said all that I need to say about her, everything that she's talking about while we commented on her crazy train. I'm very upset, though, because I really don't want to get fucked and eaten by reptilian aliens. And again, in what order? In what order does that take place? Or do they just fuck some of us, eat others? I don't know. Carrie Cassidy has been out there for 20 plus years selling this bullshit.
Truth Seekers is a viewer-supported show. Wonderful people like you who enjoy this show send pledges in the form of super chats, super stickers, super thanks, PayPal, or Cash App. Instructions for how to help are in the description. You can also join our Patreon, and for as little as $1 a month you can get extra content. Patreon supporters get a backstage pass, early access to all our production videos before they are distributed publicly, Stephen Campion's music, private writings, a monthly show journal, and more. You can also become a YouTube channel member for $5 a month. A YouTube membership includes all of the Patreon benefits, plus a special members badge, priority reply to video comments, and the live chat, plus a monthly members-only video. We thank you all, kind and generous benefactors, for supporting Truth Seekers. Thank you for your generosity and support. Truth Seekers is a viewer-supported show. Now there's a great way to support these broadcasts and show your support. Please be sure and check out our merchandise store. Links to our 2 merchandise online stores are in the links to this video or podcast. The Amazon storefront ships super quickly in the United States, Great Britain, and in many more places. Amazon may not ship to your country or location. If that's the case, hit our second merchandise link in the description and visit our Redbubble storefront. Merchandise from our Redbubble storefront ships worldwide, but may take longer than Amazon. We've got a great deal of super high quality merchandise for you to choose from, including t-shirts, phone cases, sweatshirts, and even pillows. The feedback from our products have been overwhelmingly great. Quality products and fast shipping. People all over the world are buying some merchandise and showing their support of the show. Praise the cash! Praise the cash! Praise the cash! We thank you all, kind and generous benefactors who are buying some merchandise and helping us to continue this journey. Thanks for being here. This is Truth Seekers with your host, Stephen Campion. Please rate, like and comment on our videos or podcasts. If you are listening to an audio podcast, please rate us 5 stars to help us rise in the search rankings. If you are watching on YouTube, please like, comment and subscribe to our channel. If you're listening to an audio podcast, we love and appreciate you listeners, but you are missing the live tapings. All our shows are recorded live with video feed. We'd love you to come be a part of our live broadcasts and tapings for the podcast. Head on over to YouTube, click the search tool, the little magnifying glass, put Truth Seekers, one word in the search bar, and hit enter. You'll see a strange and mysterious guy with sunglasses. That means you found the channel. Go there, smash the subscribe button and hit the notification bell to receive up-to-date info on our YouTube channel. We welcome you to be a part of our live taping and our chat room during the live broadcasts. Seek the truth. Speak the truth. This is Truth Seekers. Truth Seekers. Truth Seekers.
Greetings and salutations and welcome back. Today we're doing a double shot of shows because I'm kind of committed to doing a certain number of shows each week, and tomorrow may be unable to do a show. I'm hopeful though that I can still do that. Tomorrow I have some things to do, and then I have to get to the cabin and get all these materials, this roof material and all this other stuff. So earlier today, I offered everyone a ticket to get on the Carrie Cassidy crazy train. It's a fun ride, friends. Aliens, mer people, let me see, Draco reptilian aliens fucking people and eating people. Let's see what else. Stargates in Iraq that open up, and soldiers didn't know it, but the Iraq War wasn't about oil or Saddam Hussein. It was about those fucking reptilian aliens trying to fuck people and eat them. So we sent troops over there to fight them, and then we screen blanked their memories and mind wiped them, so they didn't know they were fighting reptilian aliens that like to fuck people. Yeah, and all manner of crazy bullshittery this woman is involved in. For those that don't know, she rose to prominence with something called Project Camelot, which was started in 2006 by her and Bill Ryan. Bill Ryan and her split. Bill Ryan now runs the Avalon forums, which is an interesting place because many of these so-called whistleblowers came out of Project Avalon. There's many of them that somehow got their start telling their bullshit stories. It's almost like a proving ground. Like if you want to be a secret space program bullshit insider, you go to Project Avalon, you mine the forum for good bullshit stories, you try out your bullshit stories on some of the users over there, and then you go public. It's happened multiple times so far at Project Avalon, but that's time for another story. Carrie Cassidy basically rose to prominence being an early adopter of YouTube. She was the first person that was really, her and Bill Ryan, that were really uploading content about UFOs and aliens and conspiracy world, secret space programs, faces on Mars, all that shit in 2006, some 14 years ago. Since then, her show has, her following has steadily declined. She has a huge subscriber base, but the numbers just don't reflect currently anywhere near the numbers that they used to get. Probably because she has just gone deeper and deeper into crazy land. Her, like many people, I've noticed a trend with some of these UFO con artists, huckster, alien, bullshit, fairy tale salespeople, and that eventually they get superpowers. This was true in the case of Bob Dean. Bob Dean came out with a very credible story, Air Force, distinguished looking gentleman, telling a story about being briefed about something called the assessment, which was a document briefing given to high-ranking officials in the military about the UFO and alien presence on Earth. And while no one was ever able to prove or disprove the actual existence of this thing called the assessment, that was his whole story for quite some time. Fast forward to many years later, and those people at the UFO conferences got tired of that same old story from Bob Dean, and suddenly he was a psychic and had superpowers. We see this happening again in the case of Clifford Stone. Clifford Stone came out and told a story. He was a sergeant in the United States Army, told a story about being part of Project Moondust, or was it Moonbeam? I think it was Moondust, and he went around interfacing with aliens and recovering crash flying saucers for the United States Army. That was his initial story. Years later, now he's got all kinds of superpowers lately. If you talk to him now, his story changed. These stories got bigger and more grand as time went on. And Carrie Cassidy is no different, because Carrie Cassidy suddenly decided that she was, a precog. Yeah, a psychic. She has psychic dreams, and anytime that she needs proof of something, she does something that we're now calling the crazy Carrie Cassidy prover maneuver. If somebody presses her for proof of what she's talking about, she suddenly starts talking about her secret superpowers and how she had precognitive dreams, prophetic dreams about it. So it must be true. Either that, or another part of the crazy Cassidy super prover maneuver is to suddenly invent a source that she just talked to, a high-ranking military official that she never names. It's the crazy Carrie Cassidy prover maneuver. Listen to her talk. You will hear her do the crazy Carrie Cassidy prover maneuver time and time again, every time she's pressed for proof of her bullshit stories. Folks, proof of her bullshit stories do not exist. So I found this really entertaining video. People, listen, people like drama amongst these UFO huckster fraudsters. Let me see. People like the drama, like what happens backstage among these people? Do they all get along? Most of them do. They've all got to work together at these UFO conferences and help each other keep their UFO cons going. Help each other tell their alien bullshit stories. And but occasionally you see some cracks in the relationships between these UFO hucksters. For those that don't know, there really is a generally unwritten rule among all these UFO alien storyteller people, which basically goes something like this. I know my stories are fucking ridiculous. I know I don't have any proof of any of the shit that I talk about, but don't tell anybody or critique me for having absolutely no proof or terrible proof in the form of so-called sources that turn out to be child rapists or convicted murderers, convicted felons, convicted burglars. The unwritten rule is don't tell anybody about my bullshit con game, right? Don't tell anybody I'm lying, and I won't tell anybody you're lying, because most of them are lying, or at the very least, they are really stretching anything close to the truth. So there's that unwritten rule. And they generally do all try to get along and be nice and never backstab or talk shit on each other. Because if somebody were to start talking shit on each other, that might ruin the UFO con and people would stop buying their bullshit. But once in a while, friends, once in a while, two of these clowns disagree big time. And tonight, we're going to see one of those times. Here's what happened. Carrie Cassidy, crazy Carrie Cassidy, has been running around telling these stories about reptilian alien overlords fucking people and eating people. Yeah, boy, that's terrible. These aliens are not nice. They like to fuck people. And by the way, why would a reptilian alien want to fuck a primate human? I don't know, but according to Carrie Cassidy, they love to fuck humans. They take humans as sex slaves and they fuck them for a while. And when they get done fucking them, what do? They eat them. The reptilian overlords fuck you for a while and then they eat you. So crazy Carrie Cassidy's running around telling these ridiculous stories about reptilian overlords, evil aliens that the Nazis were working with and that the Chinese government is in contact with, right? And Stephen Greer, Mr. Love and Light, meditate your way into alien contact. Yes, Stephen Greer sells an app where you too can contact aliens through meditation and bullshittery. But Stephen Greer's famous claim is that there are no malevolent or evil ETs. They're all good ETs. They're all our space brothers, and they don't want to hurt us. They want to help mankind ascend into a new age of enlightenment. So crazy Carrie Cassidy gets to interview Stephen Greer and has a real problem with him not acknowledging the existence of those Draco reptilian aliens that like to anally probe people and fuck people and eat them. And she's going to give him the business because, God damn it, Stephen Greer, how dare you tell people that there aren't reptilian aliens that like to fuck people and anally probe them and eat them? Okay? You don't have the right to do that, Stephen Greer. And this video that we're going to feature tonight basically features them having a nice argument about aliens either being all benevolent, all evil. Yeah, it gets a little boring. I skipped ahead about 20 minutes because for the first 20, I think, listen, one thing I'll say about crazy Carrie Cassidy is that she's a little bit like me. When I have an interview that I think might get contentious or, have some fireworks, I do what's called front loading. generally. And I got taught that by a real journalist. I asked a real journalist friend of mine when I started my first show. I knew that I was going to have an interview like that. And I went to him and I said, listen, I got to gotcha this guy, and I'm going to be asking him really tough questions, and he's going to get pissed off at me. How do I do that? And what my journalist friend said is, you front load, throw them a bunch of softballs first, get a rapport, gain their trust so that they know you're not a complete and total asshole. Then you hit them with the hardball questions. This is kind of what Carrie Cassidy did in this interview. She was very cordial for a little while. Then she starts hitting them, and shit gets good. So tonight, look, we all need a laugh. And I haven't seen this video. I remember when this first came out. It came out in 2009. And I watched this and laughed my ass off at these two clowns arguing over their make-believe space aliens, right? They're both so fucking passionate in their beliefs, right? Carrie Cassidy's on the side of, there's Draco reptilian overlords and they fuck people and eat them. How dare you, Stephen Greer, say they're all good? What about the ones fucking people and eating them? And Stephen Greer's like, no, Carrie Cassidy, there's no evidence. We've had hundreds of contacts and they've all been benevolent. There are space brothers. It's fucking hysterical. These two asshole clowns arguing over whether aliens are all good or bad. Oh, and listen, earlier today, if in case you missed it, I gave everybody a ticket to get on the Carrie Cassidy crazy train, okay? If you missed earlier show today, stay with us for now, but watch it and it'll give you some context into the beliefs of this crazy bitch. This crazy bitch believes anything. And murderers come to her and say they were in the secret space program. And she goes, okay, I'm going to tell your story, Mr. Murderer that's been in jail for 35 years. Or a child molester, a guy that is on record as being court-martialed for molesting children will come to her and tell her stories about fighting reptilians, aliens on Mars, and she runs with their stories. She'll fucking believe anything. And again, if she doesn't need any proof, she just makes up proof. I have a high-ranking intelligence officer I spoke to today, or I'm a precog. I have superpowers, and I had prophetic dreams about this. It's ridiculous, friends. So welcome. You got your ticket to the Carrie Cassidy crazy train. And the train is about to leave its station tonight. We're going to share this video, and we're going to watch her and Stephen Greer argue about aliens, because it's gold. It's just gold, friends. And listen, Carrie Cassidy, don't you dare fucking copyright strike me. Don't you dare fucking try to copyright strike me. You know what? I got to do something right now. 1 second. I meant to do this before the show, and you'll have to excuse me, folks. I am a terrible, terrible show host sometimes. Let's see. Okay, I'm going to create a new banner. How come it doesn't like that? Okay, 1 second. We are educating the public and critiquing the video shared. Okay. Well, I think that'll be good enough for now. Transformative is not, I guess it's not found in the dictionary. Well, it wants it to be 2-word. I think it's fine. Okay. Okay. So, crazy Carrie Cassidy, don't you dare fucking copyright strike me. She owns the video. Well, her and Bill Ryan, and I'm okay with Bill Ryan. I think Bill Ryan would be okay with me sharing this. And Carrie Cassidy, you should be, because you share shit as fair use. So don't you dare fucking copyright strike me just because I'm going to make fun of you. I'm allowed to make fun of you because you say stupid shit. You say ridiculous, stupid shit. I'm allowed to share your video. While I'm going to stop it every once in a while, I'm going to comment on it, okay? This is fair use. And just another thing, 1 second, friends. I got to do one more bit of business, and that is, again, I'm a terrible show host. I don't know what's going on, but YouTube used to give me the show link before YouTube would once give me, up until the last couple of days, YouTube would give me the show link before the show went live, and I could post it on Twitter. Lately, I have to wait until the show is actually live before it will let me know what the show link is. So give me just 1 second, friends. I'm going to tweet this link out so we get everybody in. In the meantime, I want to welcome everybody. We're going to have a lot of fun tonight. We're going to laugh. We all need a laugh, right? Okay, let's all laugh at Carrie Cassidy and Stephen Greer argue about aliens. All right, friends. Join me in the live chat. And I'm sorry, friends, I'm going to try to be a little bit more organized. This is kind of last minute today. I wanted to get this one, in the books and out of the way. 1 second. Show link here. All right, friends. Yeah, and then we can move on with our presentation. I don't know how much of this we're going to be able to get through, though. It's a pretty long video. Even cutting off 20 minutes, that leaves us with about 50 minutes. But I think they only argue for a good 30 or 40 of that. So maybe if they start being nice at the end again, we'll just drop out. So again, fair use. This is transformative work. We're educating the public about Carrie Cassidy and her ridiculous claims of aliens that like to fuck people and eat them. We're educating the public about Stephen Greer, who believes that they're all our space brothers and they don't want to fuck us or eat us. I believe Stephen Greer doesn't believe that aliens want to fuck us or eat us. But I could be wrong. I reached out to Mr. Stephen Greer for comment, asking him if he believes that any aliens want to fuck us or eat us, and he has not returned my calls or emails, friends. So we're going to share the screen, and we're going to go to the video. This video is from 2009. And oh, by the way, I didn't give Bill Ryan credit in this. I didn't mention that Bill Ryan's kind of arguing with him too, because Bill Ryan claims in this video that he was an alien abduction victim, and he didn't believe that it was a my lab or the government doing it. He believes it was aliens, bro. So yeah, shout out to Bill Ryan, who was also in on this interview. But we titled the video, I think appropriately, "Let's All Laugh at Carrie Cassidy and Stephen Greer arguing about aliens," because it's mostly them doing this back and forth. So this is fair use. Let's, and again, I fast forwarded because the first 20 minutes or so, they were pretty chill. They weren't really going at each other.
Dimensional and materializing flesh and blood through these electronics. So a lot of these things that people are seeing have nothing to do with interstellar and extraterrestrial. So when I talk about the interstellar civilizations that also have transdimensional capability, you can't go through interstellar space at the speed of light or less. Right. But there's a cosmological indigestion happening within ufology and disclosure that I find disturbing, because people are conflating interdimensional with extraterrestrial with PLFs that are program life forms, man-made, and all of
program life forms. This is one of Stephen Greer's stupid fucking theories, is that the government is abducting people with PLFs, program life forms. They're made to look like aliens, but they're not.
This is being put together as if it is one thing, and it isn't. It's unfortunately much more complex than this, and this is exactly why.
Yeah, and I just want to say, what's the deal with Stephen Greer, and why does it look like he's got a big fucking camel toe right there? This is not a good look for Stephen Greer. He looks like he's got a big camel toe there. That is gross, bro. Cross your legs or something if you've got a vagina.
I agree with that as well. It's very common.
This is why when Martin Cannon back in the late 80s.
I'm not wrong, right? That's a big fucking he's got a big fucking camel toe. Gross, Stephen Greer. Put your vagina away, bro, or wear some kind of better underwear, bro.
Put together a 2,000 footnoted paper and collection proving the military human involvement with abductions, and that the creatures they were using were not ET. There wasn't some alliance between Majestic and these ETs. The ETs wouldn't bother with them. Now, I say they're aliens, but they're not extraterrestrials. Okay, and now we're getting into, and people say I'm being cheeky. I'm not, because these are very bizarre creatures. And some of them even.
You know, and I just want to stop this for a second. Let's look at this scene. This is apparently backstage at a UFO conference, but like, these are the cream of the crop, the top of the ufology field. And look at it, looks like they got an old fucking sheet and just hung it behind them. Like, this is, wow, what a great production. Jesus Christ.
I'm going to take it one step further.
And Stephen Greer's wearing sandals with no socks. I don't know what's worse, sandals with no socks or sandals with socks. Either way, you're a douchebag. If you walk around in sandals and long pants, you're an asshole.
You've all heard of Roswell, and you've all heard of that there have been a number of electromagnetic weapon systems that have targeted and knocked down interstellar vehicles. Not at a great kill rate.
When that flashes, sometimes it's YouTube checking that we're complying with the terms of service. Again, this is a transformative work.
In the early days, I hate to use the word kill rate, it's terrible, but it's become more and more efficient since SDI and since the 90s, frankly, and particularly in the last 5 or 10 years. What happened, however, in the early days, they had enough crude stuff. Of course, we had things like the Philadelphia experiment.
The Philadelphia experiment was a hoax, you idiot. You're supposed to be a doctor. You're supposed to be a learned man. You're a fucking idiot if you mention the Philadelphia experiment as anything more than a fictional bullshit story.
Did not happen in Philadelphia. It happened in Rhode Island. That was the cover story.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
That's another discussion. It was in the 40s. And so there were very advanced electronics that were already being used. And by the time the extraterrestrials showed up when we were detonating nuclear weapons, we were able at Roswell, at our only nuclear bomb squadron, to have one of these weapons in a radar dome or configuration that caused the two of those to crash.
Right.
There were bodies on that. Some of them were living. And I have a witness who actually handled one of the living ones as late as 1950, 51, here in Virginia, not far from where I live, at Camp Kerry. PEARRY, very top secret facility. Now,
Stephen Greer loves to talk about his witnesses, and he, like Carrie Cassidy, doesn't name them, so you can never check on the bullshit that he's spewing out of his mouth. Stephen Greer, tell us who the witness is so that we can talk to him and verify anything about them. You can't, because all of these guys just make up shit on the fly. My witness, my whistleblower, my insider, bullshit.
What's interesting is that genetic material from some of those bodies have subsequently been cloned from a number of different species. Now, I have a daughter with a PhD in neuroscience and genetics from the most prestigious university.
I'm sorry, but here again, Stephen Greer, you fucking idiot. They couldn't clone cells in the 40s or the 50s, and you're a doctor and you should know better.
In the world. And what I've done is I've looked at this sort of what the current state of the art of science is in the non-classified world, is that if they wish to, they could take cells from a human and clone them. Absolutely.
Sure.
Yeah.
Now,
Absolutely.
imagine.
Yeah, they could in 2009. They couldn't do that in the 1940s or 50s, you asshole. But he's going to claim the black projects could.
And what has existed within the classified world, because these are the people who were these were the humans who were the spiritual descendants of Mengele and the Nazis, and Werner von Braun, and that whole
You're talking about the scientists.
the scientists who were.
If you're going to tell bullshit stories about alien experiments and cloning, you got to pull in the Nazis and mention Joseph Mengele, another common theme among these UFO con artist grifter assholes. You got to mention the Nazis and the terrible Nazi experiments, because that's what they do. They pull in something that's historically accurate that the Nazis conducted really terrible experiments on human beings? Yes. So they think this leads some credibility, and then they pepper in they pile on top their bullshit story on top of something that is historically and factually accurate. Pull in something real and then icing it full of bullshit.
Who were brought into these classified projects and who were at the foundation of the CIA and the early space program. And so the highly compartmented programs that deal with this issue have And this is the thing, everyone talks about the anti-gravity and this and that. What they forget are the enormous advances that have happened between the early 40s and now in genetics and bioengineering and neuroscience.
Well,
and those have gone into application where they now have created these creatures that people think, oh, that's an extraterrestrial. I said, it is not an extraterrestrial. So the whole thing is deliberately become confused so that...
What's more far-fetched, that there's extraterrestrials visiting Earth, or that our United States government cloned and made extraterrestrial alien programmed life forms out of genetic material that crashed at Roswell? It's just so far-fetched. There's no proof or evidence of any of this shit. More bullshit. God, it's getting thick in here.
People will make an assessment that there are the good aliens and the bad aliens. And if we step
here we
Cowboys
go.
and Indian mindset, they can then divide the human race into another war footing that will fulfill the majestic plan that was hatched in the 50s, that will take us, as Douglas MacArthur said.
Yes, and you gotta fold in Majestic 12, which is based on unproven documents that have never been verified to be real about a secret government group of 12 people that deal with the alien presence on planet Earth. And it was leaked and never proven that those documents were real.
In his last address to the Congress, to interplanetary war, and which is the World War III they want. So most of retail ufology, I would say 90+% of it, has embedded within it this message and this information and these images for the purpose of majestic. Now, I think people do it completely innocently because
I want to ask a direct question here, because this is personal, and I haven't said this on camera before, so here we go. I'm an abductee, and I'm a mountaineer, and I was abducted out of my tent in December 1981 in the Himalayas on the slopes of Makalu, which is in Nepal, on the border of Tibet. And that wasn't done by the military. This was done in December, in winter in the Himalayas, and I was taken out of my tent, floated over the glacier in the middle of the night, and it was minus 40 degrees.
And interestingly, Bill Ryan never told that story until he interviews Stephen Greer, and suddenly he's also been abducted by aliens.
This wasn't the military who were doing that. They couldn't do that.
Well, I'm not saying all contact has been military. I mean, I'm being very specific. I'm saying that there's enough. Let's look. If you have a nugget of gold and you dump a whole bunch of fool's gold on it, then no one's doing an assay. And the question becomes, what part of it is extraterrestrial? What part of it is interdimensional? What part of it is man-made? And what part of it is some mixed up where people... And here, I'll make it a little more complicated.
Kerry's getting pissed. Crazy Carrie Cassidy's getting triggered. It's going to start soon. I don't think that I forward this enough, so I apologize. We have to sit through this diatribe of bullshittery of Stephen Greer with his camel toe. Look, he's got a fucking camel toe. I can't focus. All I see is a fucking man with a camel toe in khaki pants and fucking sandals, and that's gross.
People who've had ET contact, and when these classified projects find out about it, they will then target them for an abduction so that their paradigm and their perception of this will become confused.
Okay, but
I'm confused.
I think what happens here is that we are aware of this level that you're talking about. We're aware of all these different dimensions because we basically not dimensions, but dimensions of this argument, because we have been exposed to these levels by different secret witnesses, okay? Yes,
her secret witnesses like murderers and child rapists. Sure.
I think if we have a disagreement, what it is I don't know if it's completely, it's not an either or question. It's a how much. It's a percentage, as you say. It's going to be, is there sometime abductions that are ET related, that are real ET related? Okay, and handled by a certain group.
Yeah, Stephen Greer claims that all the abductions are being carried out by the United States military, and it's a psyop, and those aren't aliens abducting us, because aliens are our space brothers and good, and they wouldn't hurt humans or fuck them and eat them, right?
The VTs. Is there a MyLab element to it, and is that maybe the largest portion? Highly probable. Okay, but is it exclusively that there are only good ETs? I think that when you extrapolate that That's where I have a problem, because
Well, I think the problem is
that's
with the
philosophically
caricature of
a problem,
the
a limited way of looking at reality.
No, I think the problem is a Manichean view that has to divide entire species into good and bad. This is precisely
I love when people use words like that. Manichean. Can somebody tell me what Manichean means? I got to look this up. Manichean view.
Hitler did when he would say, the Jews are bad and they're dirty and they're this. I think we have to be extremely
Well, I don't think it's
careful.
necessary to do that quite so much as it is in terms of the overall. I mean, we're talking universes. Okay, we're talking multiple species out there that go, beyond this solar system, certainly. And we're talking about
I'm very aware
life
of that.
in general.
But the point is,
I don't think that we can sit here and make a statement like what I heard you say on stage yesterday, which was there are no bad ETs.
No, I think you can say that there is no evidence that the planet has been invaded by hostile, is the word I used, civilizations
so far
that have an
to
intent.
you that you have not. In other words,
You can't prove a negative. This is axiomatic.
well,
What I can
so
say,
we have a problem.
you can't prove a
In
negative.
other words, that's the point.
No, but
I would
it is
make.
the point. You can't prove a negative, but what you can do is go with the evidence that you do have. And one of the sets of evidence we have for CSETI, which is gone around the world and made contact all over the world with thousands of people, we have never had a harmful event happen. We have never had.
Well, there you have it. He's never been fucked or eaten by an ET. Therefore, there are no ETs that fucking eat people. I think that may be sound logic. Crazy Carrie Cassidy. How are you going to argue with that?
Had anything resembling anything that has frightened or harmed anyone on the contact team. On the other hand, we have had members of our team that have been targeted with these psychotronic related military type abduction events, including myself.
Right.
And so what I have to go with is the evidence that I have. And I also know that there's the stagecraft, to use an Institute for Strategic Studies document that I have, that talks about the stagecraft of abductions because of its psychological.
Yeah, that is a great point, Mario Heat. I'm going to stop this and take some comments from the live chat. Mario Heat says, I love how they're arguing about which BS is more legit. Yeah, my bullshit story is much more plausible than your bullshit story. This is crazy. MMS degrades the DNA and, like meth, causes rapid aging. I didn't know that she had those issues. Then a blinding light came from above. Yeah. Oh, geez. Her and Bleach Boys say there must have had an argument. Which brand is better? So they split up. Yeah. Should you drink Clorox or generic bleach? I don't know. 6 cents. The look on Kerry. Yeah. Yeah. And they both look much worse than they did even 2 years ago, like meth. Wait, not fucked by an ET. How do you think he got that camel toe? Yeah. With that sexy camel toe, how could a reptilian alien not want to fuck him, right? This is crazy. I was watching. Oh, I didn't know. Is Wilcox streaming? Jesus Christ, I might have to cover that later tonight. The longest running LARP ever. Lizard versus avians. Yeah, there has been talk of ET crash retrievals that contain human body parts, and apparently that was what gave the government some kind of clue that there was evil aliens. Oh, and Jason Quitt is here, and he's a critic. You said this was going to be funny. I'm getting anxiety listening. All right, listen, I'll try to be funnier. Look, you want me to mention that during this entire video, Dr. Stephen Greer has a huge camel toe somehow? I've never seen a man, Jason Quitt, have a fucking huge camel toe ever in my life, okay? And I can't focus and concentrate every time the camera pans down because all I see is a big fucking vagina camel toe right in the middle of his fucking legs. And it's gross, Jason Quitt. I'll try to make it funnier. I don't know what to do. Yeah, it's okay. Paper bag. We'll talk through this. Yeah. Calm down, Jason Quit. And could you do me a favor, Mr. Multidimensional Time Traveler? Could you go back in time and space to this interview and like grab him by the pussy and tell me if that's really a vagina that he's got and a real camel toe, or if it just looks like maybe his balls are hanging weird, or I don't know. I don't know. Steve Ronan thinks that camel toe on him is sexy. See? All right, let's get back to the video. We got a lot to get through here. We're only 30 minutes in. It's an hour and 11-minute video, but I think they stop arguing after a while.
Warfare value to the agenda of an us versus them Manichean worldview that would redound to the benefit of the military-industrial complex. So this is very circular. And I think that what I'm saying is one has to be very careful if you're going to be involved with disclosure and contact and saying this group is bad, this group is good, we're good and we're bad, and we're slipping right back into the Israelis versus the Palestinians, the Jews versus the Christians, the Muslims versus the...
Yeah, you have to be very careful when you start talking about reptilian aliens, anally probing people, fucking them and eating them. Carrie Cassidy, Stephen Greer's going to take you to task over your fucking irresponsible statements about reptilian aliens fucking people and eating them.
Whatever.
But this is not where we're going.
But if you say that there are bad aliens that are working with a secret government,
the language is actually service to others versus service to self, and that in itself is also a matter of degree.
But you
So
can't
it's not
make that
really
judgment.
good.
See, here's the problem.
Well, none of us can. That's the whole point.
Well, that's my whole point. And I
So
think
it's a
before
matter
one
of
starts
degree.
going down the path of the sky is falling, and we start unleashing this Manichean worldview of here are the ones that are service to others, and here's the ones that are selfish, I would say that there's some enlightened self-interest everywhere.
And did you notice that reference to the law of one? Be more of service to others than being service to yourself.
And let's back this up just a little further. Let's say that these civilizations...
Especially by the invaders.
By the who?
If there's an invasion race, then enlightened self-interest is going to be the predominant model by which they're going to operate, right?
And you know, you're entitled to that. Yeah, I
Not
think
so
I'm positing, all I'm doing here, look, until it actually happens in black and white.
Who has been invaded? And
There is evidence. In other words, you can get evidence.
I'm pretty sure, Stephen Greer, the people that got fucked by those, he's very insensitive, because I'm pretty sure the people that got fucked by those reptilian aliens felt invaded, okay? How do you get fucked by a reptilian alien and not feel invaded, Stephen Greer, you insensitive prick? What about all those victims of reptilian rape, Stephen Greer?
Evidence on both sides of the question.
Well, but to characterize it as an invasion, what if there is an interstellar group that have different ones of them?
I just want to stop this and mention, thank God he crossed his legs, because I couldn't look at a camel toe on a dude any longer.
Different functions. For example, okay, I'm going to take this a little further. There's one group that has a very specific function. You might call this the Noah's Ark function, that this planet is under tremendous environmental stress. We're losing thousands of species and plants and animals.
Yep.
I've spoken with people about the landing in Provence of this ET craft in a lavender field. And there were these little ETs out picking lavender. And it sounds hilarious.
Just like
what were they doing?
Just like the movie.
Absolutely happened. And it left physical trace. Could there be a human genome project that's trying to protect?
Yeah, and again, if you really just think logically about some of the claims these assholes make, it's fucking ridiculous. You mean to tell me that a super advanced extraterrestrial race came across, thousands of light years maybe to visit Earth to pick flowers, you asshole?
The human genome and a genome project for Gaia, the Earth. There could be all kinds of things going on that are beyond our ability to say that's happening by people who are selfish and invaders, and that's happening by people who are the good ones.
Yes.
And I think that sort of dichotomy and dualism that I read on your blog is the exact script that Majestic would want people to buy into to support interplanetary war. And I think that there is
I think a paranoia over interplanetary war per se, and that scenario is laudable. Okay, in a certain way, we understand that you're coming from a heartfelt perspective when you talk about let's not get caught up in polarities. Okay, but what we don't want to do is analyze this scene, this scenario, and the realities that are out there, and say we've come to definitive statement where we can say there are only good ETs. Now, let me tell you why that's dangerous as well.
And I love Carrie Cassidy. If somebody says something she doesn't like, she just totally interrupts them and interjects her own shit for long periods of time. I have seen a bunch of her interviews, and it's really funny how she injects herself in her own beliefs and doesn't care what the person thinks. She's just trying to force her opinion on them.
Because what that does is leave people, humans, and humanity possibly in general, in a vulnerable position, because they are then going around following ET like the Pied Piper down whatever road they're taken.
No, I've always said.
Yeah, and listen, for once I agree with crazy Carrie Cassidy. If there really are reptilian aliens out there that want to fuck me, I want to know about it. I don't want to go looking for ETs if they're going to fuck me, right?
Unfortunately, you haven't read my books and things. But
actually, I have.
Well, and I have made it very clear that there are two things that are equally dangerous: the deification of these visitors or the demonization of them. Each are equally dangerous, and I've said this since the early 90s.
And then we're in agreement. But what you said on stage was not that.
I didn't deify them, and I didn't demonize them. My point is that we're living in a universe together. We're going to have to live together in that universe.
Absolutely.
The solutions are not going to be name calling and we're better than you are, and those are in service to self and those are the service to others, and this whole thing. Because I think that we have to look at this from a much larger picture, and that is not only Earth, but the whole cosmos is going through a quantum moment. It is not just an Earth moment, it's a universal moment. And the hallmark of which is universal peace. And the hallmark of which is that,
peace.
And so
I don't think you can have universal peace if these aliens keep coming here and anally probing us and fucking us. That's just my opinion. How's that peaceful, Stephen Greer?
It is also
the
true
ideal
that interstellar civilizations are not allowed to leave their biosphere until they have become in agreement for peace. Now, and
that's a ridiculous statement. There's no cosmic rule that says a warlike race of aliens can't leave their biosphere until they've agreed to be peaceful to other civilizations. That's ridiculous. He's supposed to be a fucking doctor, and he's saying that. And I love how he says stuff like that, like it's just a factual statement, and he doesn't have to prove it or provide any basis for why that's a universal rule of the fucking universe. And who appointed him to decide what the universal rules of the fucking universe are, Stephen Greer?
Assumption.
This has been proven because
no way, nothing has been proven on this planet.
If these civilizations
on that degree of sophistication,
well, if they were here, if they were here and they were invading and they were hostile, they would not have waited for us to have the kind of weapons we have today.
I'm pretty sure if they're fucking us, they're hostile. Raping people is hostility, I would think, Stephen Greer. Getting fucked by a big reptilian overlord is probably a hostile act. So I'm going to side with Carrie Cassidy. If they're fucking us and raping us and eating us, that's a hostile act. How dare you, Stephen Greer?
It would have absolutely shut this civilization down.
On the contrary, I mean, there's actually we have to actually get into a whole sociopolitical look at what it is to be an ET spacefaring culture in search of planetoids or planets.
We're in search of humans to fuck and rape and eat, right, Carrie Cassidy?
And building new environments, and then what you do with them. In a sense, you can actually take the Earth as a microcosm, and you can look at how did it go when we took over different continents here.
Yeah,
and what was the model?
Problem.
And then we get to space.
No, this
and
is
we
a
also
huge
have
problem. You're engaging in an anthropocentric projection. Anthropocentric
projection. I love his big word salad.
So
As above, so
And you know, when people use words like that or these other little known words, it's always like, I'm smarter than you. He's probably got one of those things on his desk that gives him like a new fucking word every day, like a calendar. I used to have one.
below.
Well,
In other
so in your
words-
belief, but I think that you're completely incorrect.
All I'm
in this.
saying is we're part of the universe and that you can't eliminate, and there's no definitive decision on this part.
Do you
You're
think- do you
making
think our
absolute statements.
Do you think our classified projects have traveled interstellar yet?
Absolutely.
Yeah, they have not. Okay, now, okay.
We've got evidence that they have.
Well, I'd love to see you prove it because, but
We don't have evidence,
My bullshit is better than your bullshit. And here he's going to say,
but
we don't
in
have evidence.
2001, you said that we have superluminal capability.
yes.
What do we do?
capability.
Go to Pluto with superluminal capability? It takes 5 seconds.
No, because they're not allowed to use it. Now, here's something that there is a quarantine on this planet until we become peaceful.
Oh, the prison Earth hypothesis. I've heard so many different asshole ufology fucking alien people talk about this. We're stuck on this planet. The aliens won't let us leave our Earth. That's why we don't go into interstellar space. Bullshit.
And this is why, if you listen,
There's a philosophy
if
that
you
there's
look
a
at-
quarantine.
no, there is. And if you look at even what Neil
But
Armstrong
Why?
said,
Because an ET
after-
told you? I mean, really, let's get down to
well,
it.
let's get back there.
We're all
Okay,
in
let's talk about what
communication
Neil
with different
Armstrong
races.
was heard saying. It's in Timothy Good's book, Above Top Secret. You can read it.
Yep.
And I'm sure you have.
A mind-controlled
British-
astronaut is what you're talking about. You're going to give me testimony from a mind-controlled astronaut.
No, no,
Let's
but
hear what
he,
it is.
She's attacking testimony from an astronaut, but her whistleblowers are child rapists and fucking murderers. They're much better witnesses than an astronaut. So that on that one, I got to side with Camel Toe Greer here.
he said that when we were basically warned off the moon, and that's why we didn't continue.
And I
to go.
believe these warnings exist. There has been evidence that we're warned off Mars because certain craft have never made it there, have been shot down, have been disappeared, have had technical problems that haven't
Well,
been
and
explained by
one
NASA.
can put a xenophobic spin on that, or one can say perhaps there's a wiser cosmic order that says that until a civilization reaches a certain amount of stability for the civilization and peace, they are not allowed to travel amongst the stars, that the entry ticket is peace.
How are they going to enforce that? Are they just going to stop us at Pluto? You know, is there some fucking spaceships sitting out at the edge of our solar system that are going to stop us from leaving? It's ridiculous.
And I think that is the situation.
Okay, I understand that's your philosophy.
And that, no, it's not my philosophy. It's what the evidence. This is not how I started out. This is what I have found to be true from many different witness testimonies and the observation overall and aggregate.
But our witness testimony would contradict that.
Well, fine. I'd
So
like
what
to
do you
speak
do
to
with
them.
that? Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
And maybe we'll have to compare notes because, you know, really, to be honest with you,
Yeah.
this is valuable because what happens is, you know, for
Right.
better or worse, we're both out there. We're both investigating these questions and they are open questions that actually
They are, but I think it's
the
rather unhelpful
information
if you go
hasn't
onto a
been-
blog and say that what I'm saying and doing is
It-
sinister. I think
I
that,
said-
you know, I have never said anything
It
harmful
was,
about you
it's
guys.
insidious.
And here we get into the back and forth, the behind the scenes. Before this interview, Carrie Cassidy wrote a blog post ripping him a new asshole for claiming that all ETs are benevolent. He took offense to that somehow. I think he was sort of more friendly with Bill Ryan, so he agreed to do this interview to set them straight about the blog post she wrote and shit like that. And now it gets to erupt into a little more personal.
It's
And this and that.
insidious.
And I think that
It's
this
because
is
it leads
exactly that other thing. And I'm going
Vulnerable.
to absolutely, you know, you invited me to an interview. I'm going to
Sure.
provide an interview. If you want to overtalk everything I say, you can overtalk what I say.
you overtalk us.
But I am telling you that I'm being interviewed. And so the point is that if
It's mutual. See, you don't know this, and I'm sorry, we didn't have time to tell you our philosophy of how we conduct an interview, but I did kind of warn
okay, so
you
we want to have
that
a
we had
debate.
differences of
We have
opinion.
differences of opinion, and that's fine. But I think the most dangerous thing we can do is with, say, everyone has partial information,
Right.
to start making sweeping judgments that are negative, And you can say, well, it's not.
Versus him making sweeping statements like all ETs are benevolent. So he's a fucking hypocrite.
Negative. We're just saying that they're in service to self versus service to others, and couch it however you wish. But if we go down that path, we're already creating a new cosmological us versus them, which is the absolute recapitulation of the mistake on Earth for the last 10,000 years. I think we can do better than that. I think we have to learn to look at these things. And let's say that everything that your philosophy and how you're viewing this is correct.
That's how it happens.
If it's 100%
That's how we get
correct,
out of Earth
I would
prison.
still say the path of wisdom is education,
Absolutely.
elucidation, engagement peacefully,
Absolutely.
higher states of consciousness.
Yep.
All of this.
Yep.
I don't think it consists in characterizations, name calling, what have you. Now that goes on the diplomatic front and between nations on the Earth. And I think we have to be very careful not to engage in that sort of anthropocentric projection of the current state of duality of the human condition on these visitors. I think it may be much more difficult to make those kinds of assessments. But if we go down that path, what we'll be doing is that we'll be dragging the baggage of the old era into this pivotal time.
Yes, we have to all be love and light and peace, and then we can all embrace our space brothers and take our place at the Galactic Round Table. You know, that Galactic Federation that all these assholes talk about? Yeah, that.
Embryonic time where we're trying to transition to a new civilization, the hallmark of which will be universal peace. I don't think we're going to be going into a period of time of competing planetary systems having wars. And I think that this is, although that is the Scientological view and it's many of the eschatologists' view, I think that actually we're going to go through a quantum transformation that's
You always got, if you're one of these UFO fraudster hucksters, you always got to throw the term quantum in. We're going to go through a quantum transformative time frame. What the fuck does that even mean? It's just word salad.
global and interplanetary that will make this quite clear in the coming years, if not months. I think that time is getting very short.
Yeah, we're going to get disclosure in the coming months. This isn't 2009, you asshole, Stephen Greer. Where the fuck is disclosure? He's been profiting from this disclosure profit for what, 20 years now? He's been collecting fucking money after money. By the way, those that don't know it, Stephen Greer is the most successful UFO con artist in history. He's collected millions and millions of dollars from this bullshittery that he's been huckstering and selling for 20 years. He's never provided definitive real proof of any fucking thing that he talks about. And by the way, he once claimed that he briefed Woolsey, a CIA director, and that CIA director said, no, I attended some dinner where he was sitting at the table. I wasn't briefed. He just made this shit up. And he refutes that because the men in black must have gotten to him and, shut him up about the briefing he gave him. He's been caught time and time again, just lying through his fucking teeth.
For how much more time we're going to have before there's this large transformation. And I think the other thing is to say, I would say to people, if there is a civilization that is here for their own purely selfish interests and have not a shred of altruism or concern for humanity or Earth, those are the beings I would want to meet with first. And I have said this for years, because you need a diplomatic initiative to North Korea and Iran and China more than you do to Great Britain.
Quantum sounds cool.
Absolutely.
And so this
But you can't be in denial of the
there's no denial
potentiality.
here. I'm not some sort of Pollyanna fool.
Well,
I mean, and that characterization of being in denial. I'm not in denial about anything. I'm just saying that.
Wait. You're personalizing this in a way that it's not personal. In other words, I'm saying, what I said is I didn't direct it to
Janet
you.
can
I
give me
said,
what you wrote on the blog, and I'll show you what you wrote on the blog.
excuse me, I said that what you said on
The
stage
blog
was
again.
insidious, and it's insidious because what it does is leave, again, humanity. Look, let's both agree
It's a
here.
real mystery.
We are in
It's a
love.
real mystery.
We both love
It's a mystery.
humanity. We're both here to make sure that we make it through this next era.
Yeah, I know.
Okay?
It's creepy, right?
And we can say we have a common goal in that sense.
Absolutely.
And when I say it's insidious, I'm not saying you personally are insidious. What I'm saying is what you're saying leads to an insidious state of affairs. If people out there were to become disarmed and completely vulnerable.
Yeah, Stephen Greer, why are you disarming people if those reptilian aliens are coming here to rape us and anally probe us and fuck us and eat us? That's not fair. That's irresponsible. So I side with Carrie Cassidy. You shouldn't be irresponsible if there's reptilian aliens coming to Earth to rape us and anally probe us and fuck us and eat us. She's got a good point.
And allow, like I said, ET to take over the sovereignty of the Earth and of humanity
This is
to
not at all. I've never suggested
to develop
that.
on its own. But there are implications to what you're saying when you say all ETs are good.
Your implications.
And we're
are
using
that.
the words good and bad. Let's be honest. We're using the words good and bad because we have to use language, and we're just using it in a simplistic way to cover a very wide spectrum of what it means to be good philosophically and what it means to be bad philosophically. And we're not.
I think I agree with Carrie Cassidy. If reptilian aliens are coming here to fuck us and rape us and anally probe us and eat us, that would be bad, right? That's an overly simplistic view, but yeah. And why would they come through interstellar space just to fuck us and eat us? It doesn't make any sense. Can't they fucking eat people on their own planet or a closer planet? Why do they come to Earth to fuck us and eat us? It doesn't make sense.
Naive, and we're not looking at this in a black and white way. So let's not go
But I think
there.
we have to be very careful because that slips into that very quickly. That language slips into that paradigm very, very quickly.
And it could be misleading, and I appreciate that.
And I think it is misleading. But I think the other thing that it's also very dangerous. I think that I'm not at all suggesting that humans disarm. My whole message about humans empowering, not only in consciousness, but in organization and every other way. And moreover, you said, that we need to be armed. Well, yeah, armed with
Genocide
what?
says we're sexy and delicious.
Well, that's another discussion. Let's talk. We can talk
knowledge, but
that's
we're gonna.
I mean, knowledge,
spiritual,
absolutely.
and this is the chief
So
purpose of CC.
knowledge is to question constantly, and so what we're not positing is answers here so much as let's keep exploring, and at no point do we decide that all, quote unquote, all ETs are good. Because suddenly we have a paradigm that says you cannot leave the planet beyond a certain point unless you believe in, quote, peace, and unless you have obtained a certain level of civilization. That means that you are therefore good, all good, because, and there.
In fact, Gunner 65 here, I'm going to do this. 1 second. Anybody that has good research, we like to share good research. You said you did some research on Randy Kramer and others. 1 second. Here, you can email me there, Gunner65. Email me your research if you would like to just email me stuff and I'll share it. Or if you'd like to be a guest and talk about your research, we would love to have you. We like when people bust these frauds and cons here. That's part of what we do here. I would want to consider your research. So let's put that fair use statement back up. And I'm going to say this one more time. Carrie Cassidy, don't you dare fucking try to copyright strike me. This is fair use. We're educating the public and we're critiquing the video that we're sharing. This is a transformative work. It's definitely covered under fair use. I will use any means at my disposal to fight a fake copyright strike from you. You know this is fair use. I've heard that she gets a little, uppity and copyright strikes people. Don't try it with me, honey. Don't try it with me.
Therefore, better than humanity. There's sort of an implication under there.
And your alternative would be what? Conflict with the ones who aren't?
No, that's polarizing.
It's a model of the universe.
So what's your answer then?
I just want to say, poor Bill Ryan has sat here through this whole thing, and I'm not sure, but I think that they were like a couple, Bill Ryan and her, at this time. So he's got to sit here through this whole fucking thing and let his crazy Cassidy girlfriend argue with Stephen Greer, and he just got to sit there and say almost nothing through this whole 45 minutes so far.
My answer. Okay.
What's your answer to these ones that are in service?
It's complex. It's more complex.
The ones that you see.
No.
There are no limits.
Okay. My response to this is to agree with you that it's a very complex situation, and there may be alien agendas which we are not able to understand, just like the farmer can't understand what the farmer is doing or what the veterinary surgeon is doing, If you approach a wild animal because you want to give him some food, the wild animal is going to run away because it doesn't trust the human.
Fine, I just made it right as the show is live.
We may be very presumptuous in our ability to understand, but my point is that it's dangerous, and I'm not even saying it's a deliberate misdirect, but I do believe personally, I believe it is a misdirect to lead people to believe, with the authority position that you have in the UFO community, that if anybody feels that that anything other than all ETs are friendly, then they're somehow working on the side of the Illuminati. That's a polarization that is not true. We don't agree with that at all. We think that there's a big maybe category where for sure some ETs are friendly. I've met some of them personally. I don't even think that my abduction was ill-intended.
That's good, Gunner65. Please do me a favor, though, and either DM me on Twitter, find me on Facebook, and PM me. It's just Stephen Cambion on Facebook, at Stephen Cambion on Twitter, or email me at truthseekershow. I will put that up again. Email me at truthseekershow. 1 second. Email me at truthseekershow@gmail.com and send me a link of where I can find that. I'd love to have it. I'd love to see it. Somebody has asked me to do a Randy Kramer debunk. I have some of my own material. Maybe you could send me yours and we could do a show just on Randy Kramer and debunking the bullshit, the bullshittery of Randy Kramer. Back to our fair use statement and back to our video. And I think Bill Ryan actually makes a pretty good point here. And he does so much better than Carrie Cassidy. Look, I understand these people are so passionate. And it is funny that they're arguing over whose bullshit is better. But if you ask me, it is a stupid and irresponsible statement. Let's go out on a limb here and say that there's other extraterrestrial races out there. It's stupid to just say they're all good. They're all benevolent. It's just, what are the odds, right? I mean, look at us. What if they're anything like us? They're going to be warlike. They're not going to be all benevolent. Not all of them. That you can't make absolute statements like that about anyone or anything. You know, it's like even the races here on Earth. That's like saying, Asians are peaceful, or Latin people are peaceful, and Caucasians are warlike, or whatever, like Russians are warlike, whatever. You can't make absolute statements. People are all different, but to just say that all aliens are benevolent is stupid. And it's assuming facts, not in evidence. He doesn't have any evidence to prove that. He's got his own bullshit theories.
I think that this was a program in some way for something which I'm doing now. You may have had a parallel experience, but I don't know what's happening. I'm willing to roll with that way because I don't think they intended any harm to me, but they sure as hell weren't military. That wasn't a MyLab operation.
No, but my point is, though, here's what I said.
But we don't know
my point
these
is that there's no evidence that these visitors are hostile.
Give me 20 seconds. Yeah, but we don't know. Hang on. We don't know, but neither do you. And you shouldn't say that you know when you don't. That's my point.
Yeah,
Well, actually,
let's get to the place where, the fact is.
I'm saying
now they're going to gang up on him. Come on, you asshole. You can't say this shit. It's irresponsible. And look at his fucking sandals. God damn it. Who's walking around at a UFO conference wearing fucking sandals and no socks? That's gross. The only thing grosser than that is wearing sandals with socks. But at least he's hiding his fucking big vagina and camel toe, so I'm not distracted anymore. Thank you, Mr. Dr. Stephen Greer.
You're responsible because he doesn't know, and you're presuming to know,
Exactly.
and you're capitalizing on your authoritative position in the UFO community, and that's irresponsible because you're leading people who are feeding off of you.
You're the fraud. No, you're the fraud.
I'm not irresponsible. I'm trying to do this very responsibly because I know what's at stake if people are led into the path of panic and polarity and duality.
But we're not doing that. And
Well,
you're
absolutely.
the opposite direction, saying don't worry about a damn thing.
No,
And that's
I'm not saying don't worry. I'm saying
Okay.
because
Why not just
let me
enlighten
tell you,
awareness?
can I answer any of this?
Do it. Go on.
It's a 2-1-1.
I think you're answering it. I think you've been answering it, but go ahead.
No, because you haven't heard my answer yet. My answer is what I consistently say is that there's no evidence that they are hostile and that we have to be
No, Stephen Greer, there's no evidence that they exist, at least no credible evidence.
armed position in a Star Wars SDI position, and that dealing with it in that way is the last thing that we should be doing.
I agree with that.
Okay.
Okay,
And so whether or not you can't let me finish.
Wait a minute.
I cannot say that there is.
Yeah, congrats on the
you can't prove
internet,
the negative. I've said this
Daniel.
3 or 4 times. I can go with
Now
the
you can come be a
evidence I've
guest
seen.
again.
Moreover, I can go with the experience of 19 years of thousands of people in sea study expeditions and the experiences we've had with these visitors, none of which has been fearsome, negative, invasive, none of the sort. The other.
See, this is a ridiculous statement. He's saying that he's had all of these experiences and none of them have been invasive or, or malevolent at any sort. This is like the people coming to the new age or coming to the new world, right? That would be like Columbus coming to America, and the first natives that he discovered were friendly. So him saying everyone on this new continent is friendly, that's a presumptive, stupid statement to make. You've only had a certain number of encounters. How do you know there isn't ones that are? According to Carrie Cassidy, they like to fuck us and eat us. It could be. I don't know.
Point that I have to make is that if it were true that there were civilizations that had self-interest and were going around the cosmos colonizing and invading different worlds or planetoids or what have you, then I would say that those are the civilizations we need to find a way to engage. And it isn't going to be down the barrel of a laser weapon or an electromagnetic pulse weapon.
True.
And so
I think you're making a jump. I mean, I have to say,
so
you're
I haven't
making a
finished my
jump.
answer yet.
She won't let him finish. Shut the fuck up, Stephen Greer. Listen to me.
To Star Wars from us just saying there may be ETs with some self-interest guiding their
Well, but let's take a step back from humanity for a moment and look at this through the eyes. Let's say there is a civilization like you're describing. I mean, it just,
What civilization are we describing?
The ones that you think are not in service to others.
We think they may have agendas that are not necessarily in our interest. That's not a polarized position.
Right.
Okay, and so, but let's say that's the case.
And it
Let's
doesn't
say
mean
that
we want to shoot them in the head either.
Okay,
That's
I'm sorry, but if a reptilian alien tries to fuck me, I'm shooting him in the head. I'm just going to put that out there. If a reptilian overlord comes here from Draco Reptilia land and tries to fuck me, I'm going to shoot him in his head.
let's say that's true. I don't think it is true, but maybe I'm wrong. It's possible. I mean, I don't pretend to know everything, but maybe I'm wrong. But let's say that's true. What might have instigated that? Now, let's go back 100 years. We're in horse and buggies and rifles and things. And my grandmother, born in the late 1800s, post-Reconstruction South, saw her son design the lunar module, put the first man on the moon. And now her grandson doing what I'm doing. And we've gone from...
Yeah, he famously has said that his grandfather worked on the Apollo moon missions, but I have not been able... I looked, and I know somebody who works for NASA. We have not been able to find any credible evidence. So if Mr. Greer is watching, I'd like to see evidence that your grandfather worked. I'm not saying that he's lying. I'm saying that I could not. Maybe I'm a terrible researcher. I could not find any evidence of his grandfather working on the Apollo moon missions.
Horse and buggies to the capacity for interstellar travel and anti-grav and dematerialization and trans-dimensional technologies from gunpowder and the early stages of the Industrial Revolution. At the same time, we've gone from rifles and machine guns to thermonuclear weapons. And is it a coincidence that the sort of Pandora's box that opened when we started detonating thermonuclear weapons was because it was having an effect beyond just the Earth transdimensionally? And is it possible?
Yeah, and this is a recurring theme. And I even talked to Stanton Friedman about this while he was still alive. He and I talked from time to time, and Stanton Friedman believed that the detonation of the nuclear bomb is what caused all these UFOs to start visiting us. You know, the kids found the matches. Stephen Greer runs with that theme. Many of these guys run with that theme, that's why we started seeing UFOs in the sky. There's no credible proof of that. And if you really look into UFO history, people have been seeing UFOs in the sky for thousands of years. There's no credible evidence that the detonation of a nuclear weapon is what triggered their visits here. But they all run with that bullshit line.
that the trajectory they saw our civilization going on, these ones that you think may not have our best interests in heart, may have seen us going on a trajectory that if it continued on that trajectory would lead to us going into their neighborhood with weapons of mass destruction, with our unchecked simian tendency towards war making and what have you. And so I'm trying to say, let's look at this for just a moment through another perspective that's non-human, if we can. It's very difficult. We are
the audience.
Look, I met with Robert Salas. He watched the craft fly over, okay, in Montana, the missile silos, and turn them off. I've talked with him in his house about these experiences, as you have in your disclosure project. And we're totally on the same page on that. There's no doubt whatsoever that they came, and they are absolutely adamant that this technology first of all, not happen on the Earth, but second of all,
we got to do something for a second. 1 second. I have to share a different tab here to do this. Thank you, Spooky. Why don't I see it? Oh, there we go. This is great. My bullshit is better than your bullshit, okay? My bullshit stories about aliens are much more believable and credible than your bullshit stories about aliens. And someone commented in the live chat, yeah, it's much easier to sell the ET Space Brothers thing than it is to sell the fear porn, they're going to come here and fuck you and eat you version of aliens, right? I think it's probably somewhere in between. Listen, if there's really aliens, I think there's got to be good and bad. That's my personal opinion. That's my personal belief. You may have a different opinion, but for anybody to say they're all evil or they're all benevolent and are space brothers and good and love us is stupid. It's just not logical. It's not credible. It doesn't make any sense. It's just an absolute statement with no support whatsoever. But then again, there's no true and real and verifiable evidence of alien life. So why are we even arguing about this shit? But here we are. Now let's get back to our, and by the way, Spooky, don't you try to copyright strike me for using a graphic you sent me. That was fair use too, okay? Okay, let's get back to the argument.
Not go beyond, and that it's actually interdimensional in its destructive
yes, I'm very aware of this.
Yeah. And so,
so what kind of
I think we're in agreement on that.
And therefore, what kind of provisions and things are going on as a consequence of that? And so I always say, everyone starts getting into, this alien agenda and that alien agenda. And I would say, what would be more constructive is that the human agenda be fixed. Yeah. That we learn to live on this planet and fix our own home, create a peaceful civilization, rather than worrying about other motives from other civilizations. And here's what I predict.
Yeah, they do say, a lot of people say that nuclear weapons have devastating effects in other dimensions. But, as they traveled to other dimensions, do they have a statement from the people living in the other dimensions? Do they have any proof that nuclear weapons even affect the other dimensions? No, but they all run with that bullshit narrative. Yeah, it's a common theme among these con artist grifter assholes. Oh, look, we're up to 50 minutes, so we just have about 20 minutes left. I don't know how much more we're going to do.
If we were to do that and learn to live together without clubbing each other over the head and killing each other on this planet, and is so below, so above, that we would see a change perhaps in the cosmic order for that reason. So rather than engaging in debates and speculation about the agenda, perhaps harmful aliens and this and that, I would say, why don't we create a civilization of abundance and of peace and of enlightenment?
I want her to be my life
and
coach.
Go into space with that intent and see what the response to the cosmos will be then. Well, it may be the response that we're getting now is a directly proportional response, karmically and otherwise, to what we have been doing to each other.
We are attracting.
In the last 100 years, we have killed 160 million of our own fellow humans. And I think that if you reflect on that, And I was seeing an interview with Robert McNamara towards the end of his life, where he was reflecting on the terrible mistakes he made in Vietnam and the other wars of the 20th century. And what I think is that there needs to be a sort of, let's look at ourselves. And I think that many times.
Let's not do that to the exclusion. It's not an either or question. In other words, what I hear you saying is let's be a little more sort of earth-centered in our view of reality and not worry about the agendas of those other beings out there. And let's concentrate on building our nest and making it a good, healthy place and playing nice with each other. And
no, it's not either or. I'm saying let's do that. That's why we're doing the Orion
We have
Project.
absolutely no disagreement with that.
That's why we're also doing the contact diplomatic effort. And we invite all these, we always invite all these civilizations.
But actually,
yeah, and I think that OrionProject.org was him collecting tons of money to create a free energy device. And after collecting, I think, hundreds of thousands of dollars, at the very least, he collected at least $100,000. He produced nothing. $100,000 in donations, produced nothing for his free energy donators.
you're assuming that there's no intervention going on. And I think this is getting to the root of the question. In other words, do you know about screen memories? Because you must know about them if you've been as deep as you have.
Well, yeah, the psychotronic programs that have been in existence
All right.
for many years.
Because you obviously have a positive view of all your interactions. And, not to get personal on this level, but to...
Yeah, not to get personal, but how does Stephen Greer know that he hasn't been fucked by a reptilian alien or anally probed or fucked in his big fat vagina camel toe that he showed earlier? He could have got fucked, and then they implanted screen memories that they just sat around a campfire with them and sang Kumbaya. That was his alien contact. How does he know he wasn't anally probed? He could have screen memories. Good point, Carrie Cassidy. I'd give her a point for that.
Say that if I meet a being who thinks they've only had positive interactions with certain, ETs or animals or whoever they are, then I might look at that person and I might question, this is my issue. I might question whether or not that person really knows what they're having, because they might be screen memoried and they might actually be having some negative interaction in there and not know it. Now, obviously,
so you're back to the positive and the negative and the polarity.
But we live in a 3D level, and we are moving
see, this
to
is
the
the whole
4D.
point. Is that
Actually, it goes beyond that. So don't interrupt me, because I want to finish.
I don't think it's that simple.
Absolutely, and we agree on that. It is very complex.
Right.
We are multidimensional beings. We live on lots of different levels. We are spiritual beings first, and humans second. Okay. We actually are just inhabiting these human bodies at the moment, in my view. Okay.
Short-term release.
And I have had a number of samadhi experiences myself, so I totally know where you're coming from.
She has had a samadhi experience along with her kundalini awakening and getting her superpowers.
With that, and
I don't remember. I think this is before she got her superpowers. So she can't pull out the I have psychic powers, and that's how I know that reptilian aliens are fucking people and eating them.
And I appreciate that. But that doesn't change the fact that it is extremely complex, this picture of what's going on here. None of us have all the answers. And to make definitive statements that we feel you are making out there,
Don't interrupt
and
me.
to actually limit, to put blinders on to such an effect, to say there is nothing to be worried about at all, humans out there. Just worry about your own little playground. And meanwhile,
that would
out
be a
there
nightmare.
because I got to tell you, if you're aware of psychic and
I got to tell you, Vanessa Thor, I have dated some crazy bitches, right? I have had some crazy bitch girlfriends, but none of them were anywhere near as crazy as this crazy bitch. Thank God. And I'm very fortunate. My wife is pretty easy to live with. Let's get back to this bullshit fest.
have psychic perception, there are there are entities that do not have bodies that are negatively oriented. Now, negative again becomes a judgment. And how do you want to call
Those
negative?
aren't extraterrestrial.
I could say.
Now you're
I could say-
confusing the whole cosmological.
I'm not confused. On the contrary,
Okay.
I'm using an
And
example.
I've never denied that there were those kind of entities.
Okay, fine, but I'm saying if you
But
want.
those aren't
I'm
extraterrestrial.
using, I know
physical
that, but I'm
Some of this may be
extrapolating, let's
definitional.
let's extrapolate from there. I'm simply focusing right now on what you might term a negative entity, that it doesn't have a body.
Does anybody else think they ought to just stop this and jello wrestle for the win or mud wrestle each other? I would like to see that. And look at him with his tongue out. Maybe he wants to bang her. Look.
And I'm saying, or you could even say fire. Now, fire is an entity. It's you know, a non. It doesn't have a body, and yet it.
No, you dumb bitch. It's an energy form and a form of matter. It's not an entity, you asshole.
It has a power. It has it can create itself. So, in a sense, you could say it's negatively oriented if it burns your house, but on the other hand, it could keep you warm. So by the same token, we could find entities that are in physical bodies, again, spirits having a physical experience, which could be an ET, it could be us. It's so multidimensional. Don't you see what I'm saying? In other words, if they are spirits as we are spirits,
Sure.
then they can be moved by the positive polarity as they could be pulled by the negative polarity. And it could look from the dimension of being in this 3D world that we're inhabiting called Earth, in this human body, in this experience, and how they impact us
God.
could in fact be ultimately negative to our growth cycle. And that is in fact.
I'm pretty sure that a reptilian alien fucking you would be negative to your growth cycle. So I guess I agree with crazy Carrie Cassidy.
Something that has been posited as a very real possibility.
Well, anything is possible. I mean, obviously, I just don't see the evidence for that. I do see the evidence for humans killing each other. I do see weapons in space where we have targeted these visitors.
I appreciate that.
And all of that. So, I mean, we can
Yeah.
talk in circles all day on this.
Sure.
My position is that there has.
I think his position is that his bullshit is better than crazy Carrie Cassidy and Bill Ryan's bullshit. He's got better alien stories, bro.
Has not been an action against the Earth and humanity from an extraterrestrial, interstellar, physical civilization to here that I think would cause us to want to have a sort of armed conflict response. Now, are there experiences people have had that they interpret as negative? Absolutely. And I'm going to tell you something. You don't want to hear this, but in a major trauma case, if a child comes in and there's no time for anesthesia, and I have to put a chest tube in the chest wall of that child, I must look like the most horrible monster and devil that ever lived. My motive is to save that child. My motive is to help that child. But to anyone seeing it who would just walk in from another planet or off the street, they go, what is that monstrous doctor? What are they doing?
What's he doing to that
And what
child?
my motive is that I've got 5 minutes or less to save that child's life. And so all I'm saying is that the sort of
It's a matter
It's like licking his lips
and
and
it is a
looking at
matter
her.
of perspective. And I think that's why I prefer to be cautiously optimistic, put out a positive view on how we should be interacting with this thing. It is not irresponsible. I am not insidious. And I think that these sort of characterizations are highly offensive, as I have never attacked you folks publicly. I found I was attacked on your blog today. It was unfortunate. But my perspective, I want to be very clear.
No, your philosophy was attacked. You were not attacked.
Yeah, well, whatever.
Actually, you were complimented.
But I just have to say that is why we're...
Yeah, so she posts a blog post about him busting his balls right before she asked him for an interview. Great job, Crazy Cassidy.
We're wanting to be cautious because it is so easy for humans. I mean, look what happened after 9/11. I mean, it is so easy for humans to take shreds of information and then go on a war footing or go on a conflict footing.
We agree.
And
Spooky with just taser, yeah.
Inherent danger.
that you're
This is the inherent danger of some of the things that you're saying.
Yeah,
Is that it can shove humanity. Okay, and there's one thing that, to have a private conversation about speculating about the motives and the agendas of the aliens. But when you start talking to the people of the planet about this, and you start putting out and positing that there are these, and to use your word in the polarity, negative and this and that, this would throw the planet into, and it would also throw the planet completely into the camp of Majestic, who for years has been trying to, and has also taken presidents aside like Reagan, and tried to convince them of exactly the argument you're making so that he would spend hundreds of billions of dollars on SDI. And I think this gets into serious policy issues. Okay, and I think I have responsibilities here that you're not aware of. So to say I'm irresponsible.
I have responsibilities to teach people about aliens, bro.
You don't know what my responsibilities are. And therefore, no, you do not. And so what I'm saying here is that
I want to ask a question, which is I want to take this back. Now, just wait a second. Let's cool down. And I want to just make an analogy. Now, an analogy that I sometimes use, and it usually results in nods of agreement, is that we're like fishermen on a South Sea island in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, having believed for generations that we're the only people in the whole world. And we're sitting around a campfire cooking our fish. And we're trying to figure out that big metal ship on the horizon. What do they want with us? That metal bird that keeps on circling around our island. What are they doing? And is it real? And did you see it? And all this kind of stuff. And we're trying to figure out the intentions, assuming that we believe in their existence, of these other beings that we're suddenly starting to realize might exist in our universe on this little tropical island. Now, the problem is that if we really do look at this as a human situation, which is quite real, really, what experience do we have as South Sea Island fishermen to figure out maybe they want to cut our trees down, maybe they want to save us because the sea level is rising, and
maybe they want to fuck us and eat us, right? Like Crazy Cassidy says. Maybe they want to fuck us and eat us.
Want to take us to another island. Maybe they want our minerals, or maybe they want to convert us to Christianity. Maybe they want to eat us, kill us, or maybe they want to make friends. And
he didn't mention
how do we know? And the danger is, and this is a question now, the danger is that I'm here around this campfire with you guys, and I hear you saying those other men in those big ships and those metal birds must be friendly. And I'm saying, wait a minute, we need to be a little bit careful here, because actually, even though we do get into fights on this little island every now and then, how do we know we can trust them? Maybe we can, maybe we can't. What's your experience? That's an attempt to characterize by analogy how complex this is. That's why I said that it was irresponsible, as I would do if I was around that campfire, as an elder of this community, saying, they've got to be friendly, we've got to trust them, we've got to trust them, we've got to trust them. This is what the Spanish said to the conquistadors.
Yes, but your metaphor is, again, an anthropocentric projection onto something that I think is non-applicable. And I think that in addition to that, I keep coming back to this, not only my personal experience, but the experience of hundreds of people, thousands of people that we have had involved with our diplomatic contact programs have not had any of these sort of experiences.
Yes, they're having diplomatic contact with aliens. They're not getting fucked and eaten, so they think aliens are good guys.
That would lend us to believe that there are civilizations that are hostile to the Earth and to humanity. On the other hand, I have had many sources describe to me the program life forms, the military involvement with hoaxing abductions, a false flag operation to create an alien threat that we can unite against. So I have to go on the knowledge and the experience I have. And it isn't just observing something at afar, because we've actually had contact and we've actually have more information than something just floating up above the island. So the analogy breaks down very quickly. And even if there was this potential for one or more of these planetary civilizations to be of concern to us, my answer would still be the same. There needs to be engagement. There needs to be a diplomatic détente. There needs to be a rapprochement. There needs to be
A rapprochement? What?
enlightened approach to this.
He must have ran out of big English words to try to confuse people with, because now he's just using foreign words to try to look smart.
Where we really move out of a sort of a duality that leads to conflict on Earth. I think that regardless of what your assessment of the agenda, the path of wisdom and safety is that. Because
Okay, we don't disagree with that, okay?
I agree fully.
Let's talk about
And it needs
where
to be
we
in the public
agree.
domain.
Yeah,
Okay,
so that's-
you know, I mean, we certainly agree on the end objective, okay? The end objective from our point of view, okay? We are not part of the military industrial complex, okay? We're doing what we do because we believe in truth, because we're dedicating our lives, and indeed our lives literally have been in danger because of what we believe. And
Just like the David Wilcock School of Grifting, you got to pretend that you've been threatened and your life's in danger because you're getting too close to the alien truth. And for her to sit here and say that she's dedicating her life to truth when she tells stories about reptilian aliens fucking and eating human beings with zero evidentiary support is ridiculous.
And we do it on a daily basis, and you of all people should understand this. So we're not taking this lightly, and our end result is not to be what they may desire as their ultimate end game. In other words, we're not here to support their end game, and we're not naive about what we're doing either. So neither of those things is true. Okay, we are not trying to promote a sort of a fear-based paradigm such that people get into a place where the only thing they can think of is to shoot ET in the head, to be graphic, or to, you know, allow for space-based weaponry. I mean, we, you know, basically agree with your philosophy in that way wholeheartedly. And in fact, I would say we are dedicating our lives to that. However, on the other hand, we are also not going to sit here and pretend that we know all the answers. And we're also not going to assume that all contact is positive. And you know, on the contrary to what
You're free to assume whatever you.
Yeah, obviously we are.
Yeah.
But in terms of this discussion, and for the reason that we, you know, you're sort of saying our blog thing, our posting was, you found offensive because we're saying what you're saying on stage. And again, you're on stage actually more often than we are, far more often. And I have to say, therefore, your responsibility is great. And perhaps your approach.
Yeah, Stephen Greer, you have a responsibility to agree with Carrie Cassidy about reptilian aliens coming here and anally probing us and raping us and fucking us and eating us. How dare you shirk your responsibility?
Is a bit simplistic in that you are assuming that if you talk about the potential that there are other things going on or potential for other ways of looking at the question, that the jump that the whole audience out there is going to make immediately is to fear and panic, and that they're going to jump on this bandwagon of the military industrial complex and all go out and, you know, grab their guns and knives and want to go shoot ET and fight with each other and other worlds and so on. That's not.
The problem is that
in other words, you're going.
I'm acutely aware that my position is the minority position. Okay. I'm acutely aware
actually,
that.
That's not true either.
And that.
I mean, there are plenty of people out there that are advocating peace and love and getting on their cars and jumping up and down, please, ET, come save us because you're all good.
No, I would actually, I would challenge you to look at Hollywood, the UFO community, the books and videos that are out on this subject. They are overwhelmingly negative and terrifying. And I think that this is one of the problems, is that I think that one of the problems is that we have to look at this with a long view. And the long view, as I see it, and this is all.
The long view is it's a long con game, and we got to keep this con game going for decades. So we can't start talking about aliens raping people. We'll scare away the customers, crazy Carrie Cassidy.
All I can do is go by my own moral compass and what I think is right. I don't think I'm irresponsible. I don't think I'm simplistic and all these sort of characterizations. I think that I have a responsibility to help articulate a path forward
And he has a responsibility to collect as much fucking money from stupid people that believe his bullshit as possible.
That is wise, and that does not redound to further fear and panic and negativity on this planet, but that moves us forward in a positive way, and that can lead to what I am certain
Bring
will
on the
be
Space
future
Brothers
for this planet. And that's one of not only world peace, but universal peace, and a wholly, completely new, transformative civilization on this planet that isn't thousands of years off or even decades off now. I think it's very, very near. And so I think that that's what I wish to articulate. And there's no simplicity to it. It's actually a rather complex concept. And it's also a way of engaging spiritually. I want to share a dream I had. I don't share this very often, but
oh, he's taking a book from the Carrie Cassidy prover maneuver. He's going to prove shit that he's talking about by citing a dream he had. Great.
Back when my friend Sherry and I and another member of my team all got metastatic cancer at the same month, and we were all going to die. She died. But she was still alive. And Bill Colby had died, been killed, trying to help us just before this. And it was a terrible time, actually, for me. And I had a dream. And of course, I'm human. I was angry. I was mad as hell at what was happening to us. And I had a dream. I think I was in England doing some crop circle work. And in the dream, there were these giant lions were stalking me. And they were going to try to kill me. And it's because Dr. Tom Jiggy talks about the lions of this cabal. And I'd never heard him use that term at the time I had the dream. But here were these huge lions. And they were stalking me and they were going to kill me. And it was this lucid, full color dream. And I didn't run. I didn't get angry.
Big tears.
I didn't have hate in my heart. I opened my heart and went to a place of universal love and consciousness. And I engaged each lion in their eyes. And we were doing this, following each other around. And eventually they became so engaged with that energy that even though they had huge claws and fangs, they actually flipped over on their back. And I was petting them like this, like they were big pussycats. And we, had become completely diffused that situation.
Dr. Stephen Greer is dreaming about petting pussycats, and that's some kind of proof of whatever the fuck bullshit is coming out of his mouth. This is crazy. We're up to the very end, folks. We'll see how this ends.
I use that as an analogy of a sort of an aikido, spiritually, of the engagement I'm endeavoring in, both with the public, with Majestic, with the visitors. Mm-hmm. And that's what I'm doing.
I understand.
And that's it in summary.
And I think that's a great, I think that's a great description of of your approach and what's motivating you. And thank you very much for that.
Thank you for sharing that, Stephen. Thank you.
Greer.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, friends. What a bunch of bullshit this was. Basically, it was an argument over whose bullshit about aliens was better.
Hi. Well, welcome everyone to Truth Seekers. I'm your guest host tonight. I'm Carrie Cassidy from Project Scam-A-Lot. And in the past, Steve Cambion and I have had many disagreements about the things that I talk about. And he talked a lot of shit on me. And I threatened to sue him. And I told him that he had to let me guest host to defend myself against these slanderous accusations that he has been making against me and Project Scam-A-Lot. First of all, yeah, it's true. Reptilian aliens really do want to fuck us and eat us, okay? I have proof, okay? About 3 years ago, I was drinking heavily at the local bar, and this strange man came in, and he tried to fuck me. I think he was a reptilian alien, okay? I don't need proof. I'm an empath, and I'm sorry, I'm a precog. I get my superpowers mixed up, okay? And anyway, he talked all this shit about me, okay? Saying that I didn't have any evidence or proof. And that's just not right, okay? I have dreams, okay? That's my proof, okay? I've been doing this a long time, so much longer than this amateur, Steve Cambion. All he does is talk a lot of shit, okay? I have superpowers, and, you know, I have whistleblowers. It doesn't matter if my sources are murderers, okay? Doesn't mean they're lying about the aliens just because they murdered a few people. Doesn't mean they're not trustworthy, Steve Cambion, okay? And just because I used a court-martialed child molester as a source about alien stories doesn't mean that story wasn't true. So maybe he just liked little kids and he knew stuff about aliens, okay? This is some bullshit. So anyway, I told him how to stop talking trash about me and that I would come and co-host or, well, I told him guest host. I don't want to co-host with that clown, okay? So I'm here tonight and we're going to be talking about reptilian aliens wanting to fuck us and eat us, alien anal probes, and things like that, okay? And, you know, and some of the revelations that I've been bringing to the world lately, like, there's 50,000 Chinese troops amassed on the Canadian border about to invade us. But don't worry, because President Trump is still in control of the military. You know, a letter of the alphabet told me that. It's got to be true. And those Chinese, they got robots. Like, they're like transformers. And they're amassing on the Mexican borders. And there's these spider aliens. They don't want to fuck us. They just want to eat us, right? I am bringing only the truth to woke people, woke enough to accept that truth. Use your discernment, okay? Now, we got some guests. This is a panel show. And if you do want to become part of this historic occasion, after all, how many times does Mr. Cambion get a big star like me, Carrie Cassidy from Project Scam-A-Lot, to be a guest host? I mean, this is a historic occasion. You can be a part of the stream. Here's what you got to do. You just got to email us at truthseekershow@gmail.com. And then we'll send you the show invite if you have a webcam and a microphone and a pair of headphones. That helps. You'll be able to join our show. And I'm going to be making some special announcements about the new Galactic Federation Earth President, Donald Trump, okay? It's all part of the plan, okay? You just got to trust the scam. And by the way, send me some money, okay? The server's getting attacked every day by the deep state, and I need money, okay? I need money for, like, face cream and shit, you know? Tampons, right? Lady things. And by the way, this is just a Truth Seekers special public, service announcement. Tomorrow, friends, is Valentine's Day, so you got to shave, If your face gets a little stubbly like mine, you just shave it. Don't be embarrassed. It happens to all of us as we get older. I can have a beard like a trucker in a few days if I don't shave it every day. Yeah. And look, I gotta shave my underarms still. And ladies, look, tomorrow's Valentine's Day. Some of you have to be reminded that you probably should shave your Valentine's gift for your special man, okay? And you men, you got to manscape, okay? It's Valentine's Day tomorrow. Trim the damn bush, okay? It's Valentine's Day. Okay, so listen, Pragmatic, I don't care about your stupid girlfriend, okay? This is a historic occasion, okay? No tuck dance. Oh, come on. That's what I was doing for the second half, V. I was going to do the tuck dance and go, I would do me. Would you do me? I would do me. So sexy. Yeah. Okay. How do you know? Okay. Maybe I still menstruate, but you're probably right. Yeah. Okay. But I still got my titties. They're doing pretty good here. Yeah. Okay, listen. Let's bring in our panel guests. We have Dr. Camel Toe is here, and Jonaside is here. So far, those are the only people that showed up to our historic panel show hosted by me. Oh, there we go. Oh, I like it, Dr. Camel Toe. It's getting me kind of hot. Oh, getting kind of hot and horny. Just look at that beautiful camel toe. It's amazing. I gotta change the background. There we go. Jonas Hyde.
Yo.
What do you think of this loser, Steve Campion, always trashing me about the reptilians that want to fuck us and eat us? Don't you think that's true?
Well, Kerry, we are sexy and delicious.
Yeah, exactly. Look at my titties.
I'm trying not to. I'm a married man.
I don't care.
She might. Baby?
I don't care.
She's okay with it. Never mind.
She can have you back when I'm done ravaging you.
Well, see, here's the thing. When we speak about the CE5 protocols, we need to understand that when aliens tell us that they want to fuck us and eat us, they don't necessarily mean they want to fuck us and eat us. They just mean that we would probably be a good supplement to their diet. Now, when I was out there at ESETI Ranch following my ESETI protocols, by the way, you should download my app that gets you nothing and will get you anywhere because you never do it right. You have to be as good as me. See, what you don't understand is the Atacama little mummy was actually an
I
alien.
have superpowers, okay?
But you see, but you don't have proof. I have
like that movie.
You see, but you don't have proof of what you're saying. I have all the proof.
Oh, I have proof.
No, but
I predicted that Donald Trump would win by a landslide. Okay, and he did. And then I predicted that Joe Biden would never step foot in the White House. Okay,
I was in the basement on the.
He's on a set. It's a Hollywood set. That's not the White House. I was right, Dr. Cavalto. Go ahead.
2 weeks ago, I was in the basement of the Pentagon, and they were telling us all these things about the new technologies that are coming. And one of my insiders told me, listen, Dr. Cameltail, you should probably apply your protocols to look for alien life somewhere else. And I told him, I have already done that. In fact, we've been in contact with many of these races over a long period of time. I have evidence, you don't.
I'm afraid that you are. Listen, remember we had a famous discussion once, and I won that debate. Okay, Dr. Camel Toe.
The Camel Toe won the debate.
Listen, he said that all aliens. Okay, good guys would not be fucking us and eating us. Okay, they want to fuck us and they want to eat us. That's not a good alien, Dr. Camel Toe.
No, I have spoken to my sources, and there's no evidence of them fucking us and eating us. They just want to get to know us. That's why we need to follow the ESETI protocol.
So who's right? Okay. I have sources that say they do want to fuck us and they definitely eat us. Okay. And I have dreams. Okay.
I have a new
must be true.
documentary coming up, Countdown to Disclosure. 20 minutes of nonsense that will get you to have your own contact with extra-dimensional beings.
Sounds good. Yeah. Wow.
It's full of evidence and proof. What you're saying, Cassidy, when's the last time you made a documentary?
Listen, I'm a big star. Hold on. Look who's here. It's David Wilcock, but he's got a mustache and a beard. He looks so much more believable and more like cool. Yeah. Good job, Mr. Wilcock.
Thank you. My inside sources gave them to me.
Inside sources? I have insiders too, but most of those guys are child molesters or murderers.
Well,
Wait,
when I
worked
at
as
the
a child
basement of
molesters
the
too, David
Pentagon,
Wilcock.
I did
sorry,
not see there, David Wilcock.
Yeah, I heard that you got friends in the basement of the Pentagon that are checking out those alien files, Dr. Carroll.
Oh, Elizabeth, get the right file.
Oh no, Elizabeth.
I'm sorry, Elizabeth is getting the right file.
Okay, Dave Wilcock. Hey, people bust my balls because all my predictions were wrong about the election and Donald Trump, and you got it even worse wrong than me, David Wilcock. You're a terrible psychic. Steve Killian says you're the world's worst psychic. He just said I didn't have no superpowers. He didn't call me the world's worst psychic like you.
Ha
I'm sorry, who are you?
I'm Carrie Cassidy. You started your career with me, dumbass. I'm from Project Scam-A-Lot, okay?
know her. I've never met her.
Project Scam-A-Lot is famous, okay? It's famous. We scam a
Not
lot.
as famous as me.
Well, you got fake views, though, bro.
Well, I have been touring
got
around the
fake
world
tits
with
though,
too
bro.
many intelligence insiders from South Africa, South China, South Mexico, South United States, South UK. Everyone in the South just wants to contact aliens with the CE5 protocol. I am more famous because I have friends in interdimensional spaces.
I don't think that's true, okay?
Well, watch my latest documentary, Countdown to Disclosure. I think I'm wearing pants, regular pants in that documentary. I don't remember. It doesn't matter. It's not about me wearing my tight polo shirt and my shorts.
Oh, they're spooky. Hey, you know what? You talked a lot of shit about me, too. You're muted.
I'm totally muted. Wilcock, I had to scare him off. He's gone. We're all safe now. We're okay. If you see him.
How do you like my breasts?
Like
I did a good job. Okay.
I don't think it's appropriate for you to
This is
distract
such a
the
nice
people with
dress,
your breath.
Yeah, you look
Shut up,
funny.
Mr. Camel Toe. You got a big ass camel toe.
I am the
Moose
second
knuckle?
best dressed female in this stream.
Listen,
Mario
this
is number
a
one.
beautiful dress. Miss Cambion let me
You
this
just
dress.
assumed my gender because it was okay because I'm not a female.
See, and that's why it's important to
I think the
present
beard
with
gave
the
it away.
dimensional beings. They don't think concepts like gender is or anything like that. They think in 5D.
5D? Shut up. Stupid D.
5D? No, thank you.
When you
What's going
follow
on?
the CI protocols, you will understand how important it is for you to.
Is it
think
CE
of 5D.
5-inch protocols?
I like the moose knuckle.
I bet you like that moose knuckle.
Yeah, my vajayjay's all messed up, but I still got a good mouth. Yeah. Yeah. It's all
Okay,
old and
Kerry.
worn out. There's dust in it. It's terrible.
What did you do with Steven? Is he like tied up in the basement with his family?
No,
or-
he apologized and said that I could be the guest.
Did I
host.
tell you that 2 weeks ago I was in the basement of the Pentagon with like around 50 intelligence insiders?
I know,
Sure.
I found it on a post-it note on the
Sure you
fridge.
were. Yeah,
Don't
sure you
leave
were.
your classified stuff on the fridge, Steven.
Yeah, okay. I didn't.
See, but that is the problem. We shouldn't be classifying these things. The audience deserves to know the truth. That's why you should pay $500 for my course where I take you somewhere in the mountains for you to not only
And you
look at
show
my
us the
very
roads,
tight
right?
polos and my shorts, but actually follow the CE5 protocols and come in contact with aliens.
See 5-inch, baby.
Yeah, it's about time you've been here. I don't like it when the live chat's a sausage party, so I'm always happy to see that lovely females coming here. I think they all came here to see what I'd be wearing tonight, and this is a very special dress. Loaned to me by Mrs. Cambion. It was in her trash pile, but you know, it fits real nice.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And she helped me work on my breasts.
When I
Yeah.
contact
I
aliens,
I'm
bet
gonna
they
wear
tell
this
me
the
outfit
best
later.
conversation you've ever had with her.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And her Campion's children were a little confused when they saw me here today.
I got this from the Buanon shaman, by the way. I looted it from his dead body.
Oh, I thought he's in prison, right?
Not anymore.
we should be calling for unity in humanity. When I contacted my alien friend yesterday in the 5D dimension, he told me that we should be striving to become more united.
I'd like to unite with you, Dr. Cameltoe. Yeah.
Well, if you want to unite with me, I would recommend that you buy my book, Following
I
All
didn't buy your
the
crappy
CE5
books.
protocols.
Yeah, she's always
Download the
hawking
app. The app
books.
is getting
Why's he always hawking
amazing
everything?
reviews. Now, it used to be free, but we realized that we needed to grift a little more, so now we charge you to download my app, which I first told you was going to be free, but now you have to pay to actually follow the protocols.
Okay, you can meditate and then aliens show up. And this isn't consumer fraud, right? The aliens really show up if you pay the $10, right?
Now, mainstream media would say that the tiny little Atacama mummy that I discovered was fake and it was just a human, but actually it is an interdimensional being, which is evidence that we've been visitated before.
Oh,
I
about
thought it was a
birthday.
mold of your penis.
I
Now
don't
we
think
have
that
the
thing
answer.
was real. It was fake. But you
I don't
made a lot of
believe-
money, so
I don't
good for
think
you,
so.
Dr. Cameltoe. And you're never going to give any of that money back, are you?
What money?
Well, when we transcend 5D, we don't really need money. That's why these interdimensional beings want to speak to us.
Oh,
We need to
listen.
let go of our possessions here. That's why most of the time I just wear shorts and a tight polo. I'm not interested in anything else.
We're going to bring up our friend, Terry Joyce.
Hi.
Here.
Hello.
Hi, Terry.
Hey, Terry.
Terry helped me with my boobs and my hair tonight. I look fabulous. Thank you, Terry.
Oh,
This
you're
is so
welcome.
nice of you. And
Great.
Mrs. Cambion did my makeup.
Wow.
She said I looked a lot less like an old hag with better makeup.
You look
Oh,
great.
she lied.
So, Joe decide,
Look.
you talk a lot of trash about me too. Okay? You said
I'm most of the time
reptilians don't want to fuck us and eat us, okay? And I have proof, okay? You ever been raped by a Draco overlord? Okay? They want to eat us, okay? They do. It's true.
Because we're sexy and delicious.
Yeah, we are sexy and delicious. Well,
Yeah,
some of
Like
us more than
minted
others.
lamb.
Some of us more than others.
Yeah.
Feel sorry for Steven's kids. They laughed after they stopped crying. Okay, I said hello. They cried a lot. They said, "Oh my God, it's like a nightmare, mommy." And then they laughed. Okay.
Mommy, what's wrong with their
The
face?
4-year-old one said, "That's not right, Mom. That's not right. Daddy's got boobies." Okay.
Get in here, Lee. You got to get in here, Lee.
Yeah, where's that slacker Lee Veltman? He's in every YouTube chat in the history of YouTube chats, but he's not here. Slacker.
He's in the chat, but
I was going to make my usual joke, but I think I might offend him, so I'm not going to. Libot activated.
I have to apologize. I was getting a briefing from one of my insiders at the Pentagon base.
Again with the
Flexing them
briefing.
guns.
I hope my tight polos are not distracting to you. My intention is not to distract anyone in the chat here. It's not about me, it's about disclosure.
So sexy though.
That was pretty impressive, I'm not going to lie. How do you do that?
You have to understand that I'm not here to distract you from the truth. This is just about what we need to do to bring together the 5D interactions following the CE5 protocols. Buy my book, download the app, pay me for a retreat in the mountains where I show you absolutely nothing.
Well, that's not fair. I heard you use drones. Do you use drones and fraud people out of $300? Or is it a lot more?
No, I do not. I don't use drones. The beings are trying to interact with all of us. So what they do is they send us signals.
Oh, wait, we have another
This
guy.
has been documented. I've seen it.
Wait a minute, Dr. Camelto.
Wait, we're crossing streams right now.
Yeah,
this
we're
is going to get
crossing the
messy.
stream. And this guy, Jiggy Juice, he's talked a lot of shit about me, haven't you? Right? You're just some big black bully, okay? Big scary black man bullying this.
Ain't bad.
I'm a lady, okay? I'm a lady, Jiggy Juice. And you talked a lot of shit about me, didn't you? I don't think that was funny at one bit, okay?
I talk shit about you? No, it wasn't
Yeah.
me. Wasn't me.
It was you and that smoker guy, the other guy, the white
Wasn't
one.
me. Wasn't me.
Smoke King. Yeah, that's his name.
Wasn't me.
King of
Wasn't me.
guy.
Wasn't me.
Oh,
Well, you
no.
have to understand that
I
when
can't
you
even
drink
escape
Jiggy
Jiggy's
Juice,
sound effects machine on my own show.
Kerry's water broke.
I think Terry Joyce.
Yes,
You should tell us the story about how Carrot Top and some other dude tried to tag team you, because we lost that from our other show.
Oh, really? Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, once upon a time, Carrot Top and some other dude tried to tag team Terry Joyce in a hotel room. Okay?
Yeah.
So rude of Carrot Top.
what is important here is to not forget about getting in contact with the interdimensional.
One at a
beings.
time, please. Okay, go ahead,
I'm
Terry.
sorry, this is not about me.
I drank a little bit too much at Christmas and I kind of spilled the beans to my family. Just like, you know how you have like a Christmas conversation. Oh, by the way, Carrot Top, blank, 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 blank. And of course, my family has a sense of humor, I guess, so
Jeez, they must.
We're all laughing or whatever, but my mom really hated it. And one time my mom, called me up and she says, Terry, I had this dream about Carrot Top. And I said, really? She goes, yes. And she goes, and I went right up to him and I said, what you did to my daughter, I think is just absolutely disgusting. And stop tweezing your eyebrows. And that was her dream. But yeah, the infamous Carrot Top story. Yeah, I went out and I met him at the Improv. There was like some people at the Improv that were hanging out. There was a guy that was staying with my brother and I. My brother and I were roommates. He was a comedian. He was good friends with Carrot Top. And he was like, you've got to come out and hang out with us at the Improv. So I did. And then we went to the Viper Room, all right, which is the first time I'd ever been there. And so that was all exciting. And then I actually saw Perry Farrell from it was the other band that he was in, Porno for Pyro. He was just playing there, which was really exciting. And we went back to his motel, and I think they smoked a little weed, and there was a little alcohol, and we're just having a conversation, and just right out of the blue, he just says, "Hey, do you mind if I masturbate in front of you guys?" Just like one of those moments where you're just like, okay, what the hell's happening now? Like it's not like you're really expecting it, and it's not like
I love how Mario went away.
Every day you see Carrot, like you're having a personal life experience where Carrot Top is even saying that. Like the whole thing is kind of surreal in the first place, right? And it was just one of those moments. Like I thought, well, I part of me went, well, it'd be a more interesting story if I go, sure, why not? Because like, when would you ever see Carrot Top whip it out, right? And because I'm weird like that. But after it was going down, right? And I'm like, and also I didn't want to be rude, right? It's like, well, do you mind if I masturbate from you? I'm like, well, you took us out and everything, so I guess like maybe it's okay,
You should have at least like pulled your titties out or something. Give her some help while he masturbates in front of
And
you.
did the carpet match the drapes?
Yes. Yeah, it does. And this was like he was on. This was when he just was what's that? Rolling Stone. He was on the cover of Rolling Stone. Right after that, he just in a Tonight Show, which by the way was funny. I mean, like a lot of people put down Carrot Top, but even at that time, he was like already a millionaire. And you know, for a prop comic, he's funny. He is clever. He's not just stupid about it.
Somebody wants to know if Carrot Top uses props on you.
Oh yeah, no, you know, I never did Carrot Top. Actually, I turned him down. Like as it happened, and I realized that they wanted to have a threesome. My friend and I just kind of backed off because I really didn't want to do that. And you know, I said I got to go because you know. Because
you
the
know
other
fun.
guy I knew really
You
well.
should have did it. You should have did it. Like, how many people get to get tag teamed by Carrot Top and a friend? Come on, that would have been a better story if you let him tag team you, do the double D.
I met another woman that it happened to.
Two in the pink, one in the stink.
Randomly, she goes, you know, Carrot Top, you know, hit on me one time at a gay bar, and I was like, oh yeah, he hit on me too. So you know. It's kind of like smoking pot with Tommy Chong. Like a lot of people have that story. I have one, right? But then like there's also the Carrot Top wanting to do something kinky with you story. I think it's like more common than you would know. Yeah.
So you didn't bang him, even after he said just me.
Yeah. Okay, so you're going to the next level. Yeah, I ran out of the room. And I was like hit an elevator, and he had no pants on, guys. Okay, t-shirt only, you know, full on, whatever. It was angry, and he looked at me and goes, "Hey, what about you and me? What about just you and me?" And I was like, "No, that's okay. I won't tell the Hollywood Reporter." And then I just went into the elevator and went down. And I went out with him.
You went down?
I went out with him again. You know, he tried it again, you know, by himself, but I still didn't want to do it. You know, because I work in that world, and you know, like once you start doing that, you know, you sort of dilute your own credibility.
You don't want to be a lady with a reputation for banging all the comics.
Well, I couldn't. How am I going to tell my mom, or not my mom, but you know, tell people like, oh yeah, you know, who did you do that was famous? And I go, well, you know, no, I just.
You could be like, hey, let me tell you the time that I got double teamed by Carrot Top. That story now. That's a shame.
Two in the pink, one in the stink.
I guess I shouldn't really be saying it. I mean, no offense. The world's so demented now. I'm sure it's not going to hurt him if I said that Carrot Top, you know, wanted to double team me. Like that's going to ruin his reputation. You know what I mean? Like it's Hollywood, right? Whatever.
I want to know, Carrie Cassidy, who have you been gangbanged by?
Yeah.
Who hasn't she been gangbanged?
It's probably a smaller list of who hasn't gangbanged Terry Joyce. Yeah.
Oh, me?
Well, when we were in the Pentagon basement, I'm pretty sure I saw Carrie Cassidy being surrounded by a bunch of extraterrestrial dimensional beings, some of them with their clothes off. So my guess is after the CE5 protocol worked, Carrie Cassidy got into some sort of connection with them.
Yeah, but did they take her? Did they take her to the Viper room? Like, did they just like gangbang her, or did they kind of like grease her up a little bit? You know, like Carrie, did they woo you?
Listen, I'm going to be an older woman. I need a lot of greasing up. I need a lot of lubrication. Okay, things don't work down there very good anymore.
Extra lube, aisle 6.
I use Crisco, a whole bucket of it. Just put it down there, rub it all in, gets everything moving. And it smells like French fries.
I don't even know what to say to that.
Okay, next topic, please. We're done talking about Terry Joyce getting gangbanged and Terry Joyce getting double teamed by Carrot Top and his friend. Okay.
All right, Carrie, let me ask you something. Have you ever done a threesome with Captain Mark Richards?
Oh yeah. When the guards aren't looking, I I suck his cock.
Do you?
Oh yeah, all the time. Yeah, those guards, they're lazy, so they look away, and I'm pretty good at it. So I get right down on it real quick, and he comes lickety split because he's surrounded by men, and I'm just a hot woman, and he loves me. But that's personal, okay?
Well, I heard
that's
that
personal.
rumor where you got in trouble because I think that you like they didn't let you in to see him because your blouse was a little too seductive. Was that?
Yeah, I'm so seductive.
Right?
Look at my breasts.
Right.
And I'm just too sexy. So they told me to go home and put like a turtleneck on and come back. Because I was just too sexy for that prison, okay?
Do you think that your obsession with him, maybe like, obviously if you're...
It's not an obsession. He talks to aliens, okay?
About him? Does it cloud your discernment? I mean, obviously...
No. I very clear. Oh, look, here's Robin Eaglesong is here as well.
Robin, hi.
Oh, hello, Blanche. How's it going, Blanche?
Blanche.
She's got an echo.
What the fuck is going on right now?
Yeah, she's like a minute behind somehow. Or something.
How's it going, Blanche?
Oh, yes, it is. Blanche is here. Okay, am I the one who has the echo?
Yes, of course it is, you cool whip.
Hold on. I put echo cancellation, but it ain't helping. Maybe that. I don't know. There we go. I think it's gone.
This is a great dumpster fire.
I don't know about that. Dumpster fire. Nightmare fuel. This pragmatic guy, he can suck my left titty. Okay? In the live chat, talking smack. And my hair is really itchy. I think I got termites or something.
Ew.
Body lice? I don't know.
TMI.
Scabies.
Can you like fry those?
Carrie Cassidy always has tech pro. There's more. All these people are in the live chat talking shit. Okay? I'm a star. I run Project Scam a lot, and you don't. Okay? Deal with it. And I have superpowers. Okay?
Yeah.
What are your superpowers again? I forgot.
I'm
She
psychic.
can make toast.
Okay?
She can do cups of tea and coffee. She could do like a steak at medium rare. That's about it.
I
Okay.
can turn food into poo.
She can bullshit really well too.
Right.
No, not that well. It's not that believable.
That's like almost a superhuman superpower. I bullshit so good. Yes, I do.
Bullshit.
Who
And-
BS is better, Corey or you?
I'm better
Okay,
than him. Those guys learned everything they know from me. I'm the guy that originated talking about secret space program guys that were really former criminals.
Corey or you? Who BS is better?
Robin's
Lordy.
still echoing. Honey, you need to buy some damn headphones, okay?
Robin, close the tab that's playing the audio.
Yeah, close the tab that's playing the audio.
You have to speak to her in Aramaic.
That's not me.
No,
Yes, it is.
that's
Watch.
you. That's you.
If I mute it, it stops.
Hello.
I feel
God
bad.
bless Kerry and help her. See,
I was
finally
just
some
saying-
positive thoughts. I like that, V. Thank you for the positive thoughts. I do need help. I need you to send me some money, okay? I need money to keep my show going. I need some money.
How much you need?
$8 million.
$10.
$8 million ought to do it. Steven dressed to the nines. Mrs. True Seeker is going to have a long night tonight.
Check your
Yeah,
PayPal.
she won't let me wear this later. She won't let me. Nope. Ascension? What?
Hey, Kerry, you got a potential suitor in the chat by the name
Oh, wait a
of
minute.
Daniel
Look, here's
Daniel.
another trash talker. Trash talk Keats, this pragmatic guy. You're in a live chat talking a lot of shit, weren't you?
We have you
Lot
on
of
the big
shit.
screen. I've got to mute.
Oh, okay.
I got him on the big screen too.
Mary was watching, going, "What the fuck is
I don't care.
happening?"
I don't care about Mary. I got bigger tits than her, I bet. Okay?
I want to see Mary.
And they're
and
more
see
voluptuous and luscious than Mary's breasts. Okay? I don't know what you're doing with her.
I challenge you to a breast off.
Well, I'm not going to be getting naked today. Okay? This is the first time I'm guest hosting. We're going to keep this classy.
I'm talking about
This whole
marinating
show.
and cooking chicken breast, you pervert.
Oh, okay.
What?
Scary ass shitty.
And we lost Robin somehow. Maybe she's going to sort out her technical issues and she'll come back.
Perhaps
She
she went to go sing an Eagle song.
What's up, Pete?
Hey,
Hey, buddy.
so Steven sent me a picture of this in Twitter. And he's like, yeah, I'm going live.
It's beautiful, okay? I'm an artist, okay? I'm
Yeah.
an artist.
Oh, so you just called yourself out. You just called yourself out. Only Steven would say that.
No,
Right.
I'm an artist too. Fuck Steve Campion right in his eyes, okay? Fuck him.
Whoa.
Carrie, can I ask you a question?
You can ask me anything you want, honey.
Okay, so why do you use lions or like leopards in some of your beginning of your videos?
Because they got big balls and big dicks, and I like big balls and big dicks, so that's why I use them.
That's
they
fair.
Have bigger dicks.
That
Yeah.
checks out. That checks out.
I might start using gorillas. You ever seen a package on an average gorilla? It's huge, man. They got big cocks.
Whoa.
Not that I support or endorse bestiality between humans and gorillas, but there's some
But you do
luscious
between humans
penises
and
on
gorillas.
those things when you go to the zoo. Yeah.
I walked into.
More people talking shit. Carrie Cassidy, just keep your spider babies away from me, and everything is cool.
So how hung are the different type of aliens? Like, is
Oh, the
there-
reptilian aliens have the biggest
Oh, they
cocks.
hung, baby.
Yeah, that's why they like to fuck us and eat us. They
Every
got
time I look at Carrie Cassidy, I think she likes to eat, or drink some Chianti with some fava beans.
Yes, yeah, and I do that tuck dance too.
The tuck dance.
Yeah,
Is that-
I'm
is
in
that like
later.
the
I'll do
Draco?
that. I'm drinking pure vodka. Campion. I raided Campion's bar, and he's got some good vodka. That's some good shit.
Whoa.
No,
Dr. Campbell too.
I just emptied the whole bottle into this big ass cup his kids gave me. So there you go.
Moose Knuckle.
I've got to say, Moose Knuckle Mario with the jorts, really said it for me.
I'm loving my picture is Mario.
Oh, there you go. Oh, see, I got confused.
See, it's Happy
Nicely
Mario.
done, Spooky. Nicely done. You confused me.
Whoa.
That's my plan, eh?
Says the Lord's Prayer while crying himself to sleep.
Hey.
I'm just here for the comments.
This is not a nightmare,
Yeah.
okay? This is a dream come true for Steve Campion because he got a real star to co-host his show. He's never going to get somebody the caliber of me, Crazy Carrie Cassidy from Project Scamelot, to guest host again. Okay, it's a
Gosh,
special
every
event.
time- it looks like a flesh suit you're wearing. I gotta say,
It is
it's very
quite
unnerving.
I can
Like,
tell you about it
I felt like
off the air.
inadequate because you look so good.
I can't tell you how quickly this look came together for me. It was just meant to be, I guess.
You woke up that pretty.
Yeah. No, Miss Campion helped me with the makeup, and things like that, and my boobages.
The boobages, the chesticles.
What did you make them out of?
I'm not going to talk about my breasts, okay?
Yeah, yeah.
You've offended me, okay? They're all natural.
Au natural.
Oh, Daniel, the contacts. Come on in. The water is fine.
Good luck to
I hope
him.
not. I hope not, out of mind.
Oh no, he can't swim at the moment. He's got a bad foot. So
That's right.
If he can't.
He just got bit by an Australian
that's
spider,
disgusting.
right?
Yeah, I can't wait for him to get his superpowers.
I know.
I got
right?
superpowers. Why shouldn't he have superpowers? He's
They
going to
did
be
look
like
rough,
Spider-Man. His hands are already sticky, I bet.
That's just from Jiggy Juice.
Jiggy juice. It's gross.
There it is.
Yeah, why is Jiggy running around pissing on people's backpacks? That's what I want to know, Jiggy. That's rude. You're going in people's dreams and pissing on their backpacks.
Yes,
Well,
Mario,
I'm the-
please
I'm-
adjust the camera.
My urine is medicinal. It's multi-purpose. You can do anything with it. You can wash your hair with it. You can put it on infection. You can, whatever. You have a cold, just drink it. You can do whatever you want to do
Yeah.
with it.
Boy, I came back just in time to see that crotch shot. Who is that?
That's Dr. Camel Toe.
That's a
got a big
baptism.
moose knuckle.
That's a baptism. That's what that is.
Hey, holy cow. Oh, I gotta tell you, I discovered when I was gone that the echo was me. I'm so sorry it was.
Duh.
You're fired.
We were telling
my
you.
show. She's trying to
I know
ruin my
you-
show. She can't
you
stand
were
to see a
telling me-
powerful female show host besides her. It's just jealousy. She did that on purpose, okay? You know,
But I'm appropriately contrite over that major error.
Okay.
I'm so sorry.
As long as you apologize.
I
Don't let
did.
it happen again.
I'm the queen bitch here, okay?
Oh,
I'm willing to look past it, Robin. I'm willing
Robin.
to look
Don't
past
let it happen
Robin.
again.
Robin, what you have to understand is what's coming is metaphysical. It's going to transcend what we know about interdimensional beings. I would
And
recommend
we
you
gotta buy
download
the
my
app first.
C5
Yeah.
app.
Oh
Gotta buy
God,
this
Follow the
CE5
C5 protocol so you would understand all this.
I hate when people talk that shit. It's so last year.
But you just have
Last
to believe.
year.
Huh?
You just have to believe.
Oh, okay. I am clicking the heels of my ruby slippers. Okay, how's that? Will that get me there?
Clap your
Have
heels.
you ever
That'll get you
experienced
there.
about
That'll get you there faster than Mr. Greer's fake stupid app.
Well,
Yeah.
the secret to it is to find out. Pay $10 for the next installment of my Ascension course.
Exactly.
if you download the
I don't know
C5
how.
contact app, it's only $9.99 American,
But
and you would
seriously, how
understand
is
what
it not
thousands
consumer fraud to promise people that you're going to contact aliens for just $10 if you buy my app, and then you don't contact any aliens? That's bullshit.
Nightmare
It's bullshit.
fuel. I'm telling you.
It's
Okay.
bullshit.
people are not following the right protocols. The C5 protocol. If you
I'm sorry,
join my
I'm distracted
newsletter,
by your huge moose knuckle bulge there.
but
Oh,
that's
I
not
know.
about me.
You
so
know what?
sexy.
Crotch man up there reminds me of the old Gypsy Rose Lee nude fan dance. You know, every once in a while she'd give you a little glimpse of there, but then there would be the fan. So that's Mario opening his fingers to show us his, goods behind the fans. Gypsy Rose Lee?
Moose knuckle.
I am a
No,
medical
Uncle
doctor.
Mario.
no, it's an English muffin.
My name is Dr. Kamoto Greer.
That might even be that's a Parker House roll
I'm just here for the comments.
or his spare socks.
I'm just here for the
Gigi.
comments.
Okay,
Well,
oh boy, out of mind knew exactly who I was talking about. Deb, yo, represent.
Yeah, represent.
Yeah, represent.
Yo, Mr. White.
What?
Oh, look.
I don't know. Represent.
Lady Liberty is here and says, I'm so confused, but I like it. Well, listen, I'm Carrie Cassidy, and I'm tonight's special guest host. What's so confusing? Are you a dumb girl? I don't like dumb girls in the audience. Come on.
Well,
Get with
the
the
good thing is
mixer.
this stream makes about as much sense as a Carrie Cassidy stream. So
No, it makes more sense. That's the scary thing, okay?
What I would invite you
about
to
the
join
spider
my
beings.
newsletter. We're having a C5 mass meditation.
Shut
And
up.
we're
You're
all
always
going to
talking
try to
shit.
contact
Now buy my
the
shit.
interdimensional being.
Every
It's
time Steve
Right,
Greer
that
metaphysical.
moose
talks,
knuckle is
It's
going to clear the
potential
arc of
science.
trees that's happening in the U.S. Everyone, focus on the moose knuckle.
he's doing
okay,
fine.
scary
Mark
ass.
Let's
Records is doing
meditate
fine.
together.
This is not about me. This is about C5 protocols to understand the interdimensional being.
No,
For
it's not about
$9.99.
me. It's about my appendage that I'm pretending to cover with my hands, is what he's saying.
A fake penis?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, it's a fake
Penis.
penis.
Who's got a fake penis?
Well, people use that to attack me and disqualify. I am a medical doctor. I'm not an astrophysicist, but I know what I'm doing. My name is Dr. Kamoto Greer. I went around the field. Last week, I was in the basement of the Pentagon when around 50 intelligence officers from all around the world.
Lady Liberty. Yeah, you're gonna
They
need
were
it.
all wearing rings like this
Nightmare.
too. It's
Yeah.
what identify us as insiders.
Is that a mood ring?
Actually, this ring was given to me
Because
by
it's black.
when I went to Atacama and discovered the mummy of Atacama. This was given to me by Jaime Maussan.
Oh, I see what you
Hey,
did there.
I heard you naked wrestled
I saw
Stephen
what you
Greer
did.
in the mud on that journey.
I cannot confirm nor deny. What is important here is we need to follow
Not
the CE5
Stephen Greer, Jay
protocol.
Widener, that was who I was
Buy
saying.
my book,
You mud
buy
wrestled
my
Jay Widener.
Mario, would you please stand up and shake that thing down? It looks awfully uncomfortable.
Yeah, go off screen and stop your George again.
He's got
Yes.
quite a package. You gotta give him that. Oh my God, look at that moose knuckle on that dude. He's
It's
got
quite
a big.
excellent.
I don't know what
It
that
makes
is.
me, as you can
Is
tell
that
by my
cock?
picture,
Is
it
that
makes me really
balls? Is
happy.
that both? I don't know what it is. But
I don't know.
But
It's trying to come
it's
up
a little,
over his belt line. Okay. Oh,
if this
good. Now
is
he's gonna get up.
distracting you, then I will just show you my muscles. Nothing to do with me. This is all about the CE5 protocol.
Oh, God.
I'm
The
not a
hint was in
narcissist.
the
People
icon.
accuse me of being a narcissist.
When
Nobody
he
said that. I just
Shut
wanted
up,
you to
Dr. Greer.
stand up.
I'm not
and
interested
shake
in
it
their
down.
CE5 protocol. I'm only
Yeah, when
interested in the
watch,
69 protocol.
yeah, see there it is. There's the hint. Look at the icon. That's exactly what he's doing.
See, I had to get my iPad so I could better put
Oh, I know. No kidding. Don't want to miss this.
What was that noise?
Yeah, well,
Somebody's typing.
It's like suddenly we're in a subway station.
I should probably put my glasses on.
Yeah. Why don't you do that?
Yeah.
Okay? Don't ruin my show. Okay?
Too late.
Too late. Yeah. It's already a shit show. It's already a shit show.
All right,
But it's
we've been
no
called
better without Steve Canby in here.
9/11
Hey,
exposure
hold on.
in the chat knows that you're a crisis actor. We're done here. It's been
Yep.
found out.
Cool. We rumbled.
Have people not really
9/11
seen
exposure.
Greer's interview?
Yeah, every time you see a Stephen Greer interview, he's got a big fucking moose knuckle camel toe
Oh,
in
I
his
know.
pants. It's gross.
Any
Do
man
something about that,
says-
Dr. Camel Toe. It's
Because he's a
gross.
southern boy.
Southern
Yeah,
boy. He's packing heat.
Yeah, that man
He's
spread
from
from
South
the-
Carolina.
Yeah,
Southern
like,
boys
I'm not
alone.
doing this like for real. You know, I'm just trying to be Dr. Greer.
Well,
I feel
you
a little
passed
worried
that
there.
test. You passed the test. You did a good job. I was appalled.
Eric, you can shut up too. In the live chat talking shit. Here's a guy who believes in Bigfoot, but he doesn't believe that reptilian aliens want to fuck us and eat us, okay? So
Is
Eric
someone
is-
lubricating their microphone right now? What is that?
somebody
sound?
is typing or something.
What is that?
It's the
Sounds like
CE5
someone's putting
protocol. That's how it started.
on a
It
microphone.
stopped. It stopped.
They're sending signals to you.
It's the reptilian.
Is that
We
Morse
are-
code?
Everybody mute yourselves
Handle it.
one by one, and we'll know.
Yeah, that's what's going on here. We're all deep state operatives, and we're trying to muddy the waters and cover up the secret space program. It has nothing to do with the fact that everybody talks about the secret space program is a criminal in jail for murder or, you know, a convicted felon or a child molester. That has nothing to do with whether they're telling the truth about the secret space program, okay? They're good witnesses. They're whistleblowers.
Did you know that Walter Bosley was behind Roswell?
I think
I
he
heard
was.
I heard it from Steve Cambion.
It's true.
Yeah, maybe they are.
They don't get it.
Someone on the stream sounds like Linda Moulton Howe. Nah.
Who is making that noise?
That's you, Moose Knuckle.
Yeah, that's you.
I'm not touching anything.
No,
Are you
Moose
using
Knuckle is
earphones
muted.
with a microphone in it?
Is
I
that a
haven't
picture
had-
of Jiggy behind Jiggy?
Yeah, of course.
The
You have
Jiggy.
to have two of him because one's not enough. Okay.
Who holds up the world? It's Jiggy's all the way down.
Okay, I'm muting, and we'll see if it's me. Oh shit, it probably is. Okay, I'm muting.
Descent.
Totally you. It was totally you.
It was totally you.
Distracting.
No, it's still going.
Stuff I'm listening to. I'm getting a briefing.
You guys see who's in the picture with me?
Yes, I coach.
That's
Clearly
Coach
Boston.
Cassid.
My good friend Billy.
Clearly Boston.
Silly Billy.
Jigception.
My good friend Billy.
Who's that? Oh, it's Billy Carson.
Oh, Billy Carson. He's my buddy. He tells a lot of bullshit stories.
Does Jiggy have a soundbite for you? Roll it, Jiggy.
Oh, hold on, Jesus Christ! I have to do on demand and shit.
Did you get a
Copyrighted music.
It's the most enthusiastic thing you've ever heard.
This is Billy Carson, aka Forbidden Knowledge, and you're listening to Paranormal Hood Live Radio. We are the paranormal voice of the hood.
The paranormal voice of the hood.
Paranormal voice.
It's moose clicking. I don't know.
He sounds a little forced.
Not Robin.
Moose clicking.
It's
Terry
moose
Joyce went to
clicking.
go. She went to go masturbate or something. That's where she went.
Going out.
Oh,
She went
get
to
something out of the fridge.
she went to rub one out.
I went to go get my coffee and put cream in it.
She was getting a briefing.
Oh.
We was talking about.
Wait, where's she? Who?
Got
Where's she from?
excited. It's understandable.
Sounds like a really fast goat eating a tin can.
Yeah.
What is this?
Hands up. Yeah, it wasn't me. Hands up.
I don't have any hands.
Oh, okay. I don't know what that.
But when I was gone, it continued though.
Yeah, it wasn't you, Robin. It's somebody else. Yeah.
It's not me.
It sounds like an Android.
I think it is Robin.
There
Stop.
you
I think it is Robin.
Oh shit, Jiggy.
Is such a thing even possible? Yes, it is.
I'm not touching anything.
Sounds like an Android.
Yo, this picture would
chipmunk
piss
or
Michael
squirrel.
off.
Look at that hair.
That hair is aliens.
Aliens is Ra.
What?
Rot is spooky.
Damn it! You busted me.
But why is Raw?
God, that's some bullshit. I don't know.
No one ever asks. But why is Ra?
But
Or how is Ra? No one ever asks how is Ra.
Yeah, no one ever asked how is Raw. How's it living in the basement of your grandmother's house?
It's Ra with a D.
Raw.
Draw?
Raw's like, hey man, thanks so much
Rad.
for asking. I really appreciate it. Man, no one ever asked me. You know, I'm just a sun god. I don't even know. I don't know what I'm doing with my life.
No one ever asks how I
Who can identify the guy behind me right now?
Okay, that wasn't me.
That's
I was
Travis.
gone.
That's Travis Walton.
Travis Walton.
That's Travis Abduction.
That's Fire in the Sky.
I'm the one that took him.
Go on.
I told you. Watch the documentary about my life. It's a movie. It's really a documentary. It's called The Brother from Another Planet.
I saw that 80s movie about a black
Yeah,
alien.
I was figuring for more of a space is the place kind of.
Nope.
Sun Rosh.
Earth Girls are easy.
That's a movie.
Jeff Goldblum, Jim Carrey,
David Wayans.
Damon Wayans.
Tina Davis.
Kerry, what's your opinion on Kamala Harris?
Me?
Oh, listen, she is an abomination, okay? She's mixed race. And not to be racist, but that means that she's the spawn of Satan, okay? If you're mixed races, you're the spawn of Satan, okay? There, I said it, okay?
Hey, Carrie Cassidy, do you have a robe in the house? Because I want you to put it on to see if you really do look like the Sith Lord.
I do, actually. I got a robe right here.
Let's put a hood or a robe on. I really think
No,
you
I don't
remind me of the
got a
Sith Lord.
hood. I don't think I have a hood, but I got this.
Execute order
In case it gets cold in here, I think I
Kill this satanic concoction.
Yeah, that's what it is. She's a satanic concoction. That's what I think about her. Come on. Carmela, whatever the hell her name is. Carmel girl.
Carrie, how did you come up with the name Super Soldier? Like, what made you call, the military, psychic, CIA, remote viewing guys? Like, what made you come up with Super Soldier?
Well, I got it out of Captain America comic books.
Wow.
Because he was the first super soldier.
You're not wrong. Actually,
Captain America.
He was. Yeah, it was the first weapon in the weapon program. There you go. Carrie Cassidy is real.
Actually, you're actually incorrect.
Oops.
Jiggy,
Marvel has actually gone back and fixed that. The first Captain America is actually African American.
Yeah, it's Isaiah Bradley, right? Or
something to that. Oh, Isaiah Washington, something to that.
Yeah.
I have the comic books. I have it somewhere.
They retconned that and made a black dude the first one.
Well, Carrie Cassidy, what they said was during that time period, in actuality, they would have tested any kind of serum on the black soldiers before they would have given to anybody else. So they actually went back and created a three comic book series about it to actually, they said, to rectify that.
And the Hulk was a version of the super serum.
Yeah, but that had gamma rays, not beta rays. See, that's where
right.
Hulk fucked up.
Oh my God, Carrie Cassidy is speaking so much truth right now.
Yeah, I know a lot about comics. That's where I get my material from, like super soldiers and superpowers. Yeah, Marvel comics, and I like DC too. But I like Marvel.
You don't think we read them, but we do.
Carrie, have you had any dreams about me peeing in your backpack?
No, but I heard that you did that to that poor psychic girl, that with the dream girl, that air eye rock girl. I don't know. You shouldn't be peeing on people in their dreams. You shouldn't be peeing on people in their dreams. That's just rude, okay? It's rude to pee on people in their dreams, okay?
What I do.
How about
super rude?
The astral plane? Is it?
Sorry, go ahead.
OP. Yeah, I was on the astral plane yesterday, okay? And I was flying to another dimension to get new intel to share with my viewers. Well, really, I just ate a whole bag of mushrooms. But still, it's intel, okay?
Hey, can I get some of those?
Sure, I'll send you some. I'll just sign up for my members-only website first.
Oh, I have to use the coupon code Cassidy.
It's clown porn.
Yeah. How often do you dream about John F. Kennedy Jr.?
Every day. He's a handsome fellow, isn't he? He's got a nice package, too.
Do you think he's alive still?
Of course he is. He's going to be the new vice president with Trump when they take office back in March, okay? It's happening in March. March 4th.
Still the same March 4th?
Yeah, they're right. Biden took the presidency and he did it by fraud. So they're going to go back in and Trump's going to move back into the White House and throw all Joe Biden's shit in the trash. Okay. And JFK Jr. is going to be the new vice president because Pence is a traitor. He should have stopped it. And he didn't. Because he's a coward. So we don't like Pence no more. Yeah.
Now, wait, how does Simon Parks come into play with all of this? Like, does he have any new intel on?
Yeah, he was banging an alien insectoid girl last night, and she told him that President Trump will be the president soon too. So, you gotta believe him. Okay, doesn't matter if he's just a driving instructor who talks to aliens and bangs alien chicks. He knows all about geopolitics now, and the United States. You got the back channel.
I'm interrupting. I'm sorry, Kerry, but I'm thinking about how, Simon Parks, didn't he get in some trouble with some women, right? And
they lied. They all lied. It wasn't him. It was his alien daddy that hurt those women, not him. And as soon as he found out, he said, "I'm not going to talk to my alien daddy anymore," and that's good enough for me.
Interview his alien dad?
Not yet. He won't produce that because that would mean he'd need proof, and they don't have proof. Come on.
Galactic rape is still rape.
Yeah.
Daniel James wants to know, do you have an OnlyFans account?
What?
The context wants to know if Carrie Cassidy has an OnlyFans account.
I'm going to start one soon because I got demonetized on YouTube. So if you want to see my naked breasts, you can sign up for my new OnlyFans. I'm going to make a lot of posts like this, arching my back, sticking my titties out. You're going to love it. It's going to be great.
What do you think about Sean Stone? Carrie?
He's a loser. He's a loser.
Really?
I don't like that guy. I don't like him.
I saw him do a show with
Wasn't he banging that psychic girl? What's her name? That other girl that he busted his balls on? What's that girl's name? Sarah Adams. He was banging her.
Do you know for sure?
That's what I heard. I don't know. A lot of people say that.
People say.
People say that it must be true. Oh, and I got a message for Keats. You're a lazy musician, and you're fired. Okay?
Fair enough.
Stephen
Fair
Campion
enough.
gave Keats some big fat beats about 3 weeks ago, and he was supposed to do the music, and there's nothing. There's not
3
one
weeks
note.
ago. No, that's a lot.
There's not one note of music done, Keats. Not one. He's not a rapper.
I know Jonathan's going to join in. Jonathan's going to join in, talk about a country song that he sent me the lyrics for, and like, you know what? Just pile it on. Just pile it on, everyone.
I already piled
Come
it
at
on.
me.
I'm
Come
good.
at me.
There's a reason you're at the bottom of the stream.
Yeah.
Kerry,
Oh,
what do you think of one of your biggest critics?
That's just mean, Mario Spooky.
What's that?
Mars Spooky.
What's your opinion on
I say
one of
we're
your
wrong.
biggest
No
critics, CW Chanter?
Oh, he's a bitch. He's a little bitch. I don't care how big his beard is. He's still a little bitch. And he likes to talk a lot of trash about me, but nobody watches him, okay? And his no new music is wrong because I can bust the no new music bullshit that he spews in 2 words, okay? Karen metal. That's new music. It's never
Karen
existed before. There's no nostalgia loop. Karen metal is brand new. They take Karens yelling and screaming, and then they put it to metal. That's new music. It's new music. CW Chatter is wrong, okay? No new music. What about Karen metal? Okay, what about K-pop?
Play some. Play an example.
Give us an example. It's really just like someone yelling at a black person in Kmart with some break beats in the background.
Let me see if I can find one.
I know a good one. I'll send it to you.
Karen metal.
Yeah, it's brand new. Now here's one. This is one of my favorites. We're gonna play this one, but first I gotta wait for ads because somehow Karen metal is suddenly very commercial now, and there's ads on all the Karen metal. They sold out. They just started their art form and they've already sold out. But CW Channel is wrong, and we're gonna show you why right now.
Hey, Kerry, Zerabella has a question. Did you have a stroke or were you hit by a directed energy weapon?
Both, okay? Okay? The deep state's trying to stop me from getting to the truth about those aliens that want to fuck us and eat us, so they hit me with a directed energy weapon. They got a big truck outside my house with this big speaker on it, and then they played this stuff, and then okay?
It looks like it.
Yeah, it's a melted candle kind of veneer.
Yeah. So hot.
Hey, I'm a beautiful woman, okay? I don't care what you say. I know I'm a beautiful woman. Look at my breasts. And my tongue game is on point.
Oh god, your tongue game is definitely on point. I'll give you that.
You guys better be nice to me or I'm gonna do the tuck dance right now, okay? I'll do it. I will do the tuck dance, okay?
Goodbye, horses.
Yeah, I like that song.
Yeah.
Let's see if we can share this Karen metal and prove how wrong CW Chatter is, right? No new music. What do you call
We're all
this?
going to hell.
Hey, Kerry, do you see the picture behind me? That's me giving. That's me giving the letter, the Buanon map. I was giving it. I was telling to kiss my ass. That's the Buanon map behind.
Did you remember to do the audio?
Yes, I did.
I love this song.
Please, someone stop sucking the microphone.
I know. What is that? It sounds like Android chipmunks.
What is Buanon, Lee? You're the person I would ask.
Yeah, where's Lee? He should be in here.
Lee was there. He actually has a picture with the same map.
Anybody that would do that,
We're
is not-
all going to hell.
Well, you know, Daniel, that's just like the context, man. That's just the context of the stream.
Caramel is the shit. Yeah, see, and
Did
that's
we
new
just-
music. That's brand new music. It's not a nostalgia loop. Okay? CW Channel is just wrong. Okay? CW Channel's wrong. It's stupid nostalgia loop.
Where is Robin? Where did Robin go?
No new rants. I don't know. She dropped out. I can't control these things. I don't know. Carrie Cassidy could be part of the MILF genre of adult entertainment. Thank you. I could be a porn star. Look at my voluptuous breasts and my tongue game. It's so good.
I have a feeling that it
Fucking
might
Jiggy,
be Jonathan.
what is happening?
Looks like Jiggy's eating some ass right there. He's tossing some salads.
Oh no.
Holy shit.
There's Jiggy eating some ass. Look at Jiggy eating some ass. He's eating some ass for sure. Look at that. He is eating that ass, bro. And he's cracking up while he's smoking that devil's lettuce. He's smoking the devil's lettuce.
I'm fucking crying right now.
He's smoking the devil's lettuce. That's the devil's lettuce, Jiggy. It'll take your soul. What's the devil's lettuce?
Oh dear.
What the?
He smokes that devil's lettuce every day. His brain's turning to mush. Smoking that devil's lettuce.
White.
Whew.
Hey, we're gonna take some
That
questions.
was a riot. That was
Okay.
a riot.
Well, excuse me, panel. I'm in charge here. Okay, we're gonna take.
Sorry,
we're gonna
Kerry.
take some questions from the live audience. Okay, and everybody can let me know what a great job I'm doing as the first guest host on Truth Seekers. Steve Canby and that loser. He's happy that I came here to be the guest host. Okay. And if you have any questions, put them in all caps. You can ask anybody any questions. You can ask Jiggy why he smokes so much devil's lettuce and why he's eating ass in his background. You can ask Terry Joyce how many other dudes tried to double team her and get to her for JJ. Double teaming. You can ask Spooky anything or Jonaside. Jonaside doesn't say much. He doesn't like us.
He might just nod, but that's okay.
Yeah, he might nod. That'd be good.
I have a question.
Sure.
Are you going to get Corey Good's new comic book when it comes out?
Well, that's a good question.
Now, I don't think I want to send him any money in case he doesn't send me nothing like the other people. But I heard on Twitter that he said that he gave refunds for the last time that he did that scam. I mean, fundraiser. So, yeah, it is what it is.
To call
I
it
don't know
a
what
comic
happened.
book is a disservice to the art of comic books.
Yeah, I don't think it's a very good comic book, but you know, good for him. He's got bills to pay. We all have to make some money selling our bullshit. Okay, it's a graphic novel too, Keats. It's not a comic book. Okay, comic books are for kids. Graphic novels are for adults. Okay. Okay, I'm getting back to the comments in the live chat.
Bum 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 bum.
I don't see any questions. Nobody's asking any questions. I don't see any questions. So you people in the live chat suck. All of you suck. Anti-MILF. Oh, there's new comments. Let's see if we can get to them. Okay, I'm going to do the tuck dance later. That's the finale of the show. Me doing the tuck dance. Okay? Everybody wants to see it.
Goodbye, horses.
Yeah. I'd do me. I'd so do me.
I'd fuck me.
Yeah.
Would you fuck me? I'd fuck me hard.
It puts lotion on the skin or it gets the hose again.
Damn, Spooky, that was transcendent.
We're all going to hell eventually. We might as well just quicken it, okay? We're going to quicken.
I do a good Ted Levine.
For those just joining us, I'm Carrie Cassidy from Project Scam-A-Lot, and we're talking about how reptilian aliens want to fuck us and eat us. Okay, Terry Joyce, do you think they fuck us first and then eat us, or do they eat us a little bit while they're fucking us? What do you think?
Well, I think it probably depends on which race of draconians or reptilians you look at.
Yeah,
Most of the
reptile
time,
people.
I think they fuck you first before they eat you, but
And some are ass first, you know.
But as time goes on, they might actually fuck you and eat you at the same time. Like for example, there's certain actors that have that fantasy right now.
I've tried that with women. It doesn't work. Like you can't really fuck him and eat him at the same.
You mean Arm & Hammer?
Wishes that he can.
You mean Arm & Hammer?
Arm & Hammer. He's a little pervy, right? He's like, oh, I like to barbecue your rib. So I guess like that's just one step away from fucking and eating at the same time. A good woman. You don't want to eat a good woman at the same all at once, do you?
My tongue game is on point.
I'm kidding.
So upsetting.
You're gonna take me to dinner first.
Carrie, that's really rude. That's wow.
It's not rude. It's not rude. Everybody appreciates good tongue lashing.
Right? Okay. Carrie, but seriously, what do you think? I mean, like do they fuck people first and then eat them, or do they eat them and then fuck them, or does it really even matter?
I think they fuck you until they get sick of fucking you.
Abramovic involved in any of this.
And then they eat you while they fuck a new one. That's what they do. They fuck you for a while, right? And then they wear out the vajayjay. And once the vajayjay's all stretched out and busted up, they eat that girl and they get a new girl with a nice tight vajayjay. That's what I think.
We're all going to hell.
I have insiders who told me that's what happens. Okay, and
I just love
I'm a psychic.
Jiggy smoking fat blunts to that background.
He's smoking the devil's weed.
Sexy girl.
While he's eating some ass. He's smoking the devil's weed while he's eating ass. That's rude. Okay, we're supposed to be here to talk about the reptilian alien agenda. Okay.
But he's Jiggy. He's omnipresent. This is his reality.
It's true.
It is
We're
true.
Well, I'm a
We're all
precog.
figments of Jiggy's imagination.
I have superpowers.
He's like perfectly poised right in the
Uh-oh.
middle.
You said Simon and Mark Richards were going to be pardoned. What happened with that? They were pardoned in an alternate timeline. Okay, my superpowers were right. Okay, I'm a precog, just like that. Tom, what's that movie? The precog Minority Report. Yeah, I'm just like that psychic person. Okay, I have visions and dreams. I have superpowers. So when I said they were going to be pardoned, they were in an alternate timeline. Okay, you don't understand alternate timeline, so don't be critical. Okay, it happened. I have been shortlisted for Wilcox Love Room. I'd like to see what goes on in the love room. It ain't petting the dog, baby.
Say some shit.
All about the Conan O'Brien string dance.
Yes. Conan O'Brien.
That's how you do it. All good, Arbiter. I got you, dude. I got you.
I'm just here for the comments.
I'm just here to watch you smoke the devil's lettuce. Smoking that devil's lettuce while he's eating some poor girl's ass behind him. This is supposed to be a classy show, Jiggy. Okay? You eating ass and smoking the devil's lettuce is not classy. Okay? That's lowbrow.
Just not understanding the history of that photo. Like it's just whatever we make of it in our minds. You know?
Can you imagine people just tuning in?
Let me just say, it happened in the Dominican Republic. That's all I have to say.
Free
lizards have
from
to pay child
extradition.
support. No,
okay.
they take the alien hybrid babies. They just take the alien hybrid babies away, and then they don't have to pay no child support. What do you think this is?
Hey, Cassie, I have a hybrid child, a half hybrid child.
Really?
Yes. So back in '96, I was in Arizona in the desert, and I smoked peyote. I didn't know it was peyote, and I ran around the desert with boxer shorts and Timberlands on. And then a few years later, on my podcast, my daughter called in. I got to see if I can find it and pull it one day and actually put the interview up. But she actually called and let me know that she was my alien daughter, that I had sex with her mother. I don't remember having sex with the alien though.
What?
Oh, that's a little freaky.
No,
That's
it
pretty crazy.
exists. It exists.
Wait,
Carrie, have you been to Wilcox Love Room? No,
Wait, can
not.
we
Haven't
talk
been
about
invited
the
yet.
specifics of running through the desert with shorts and that happening?
Oh, dude.
Yeah.
I wasn't. Like, I grew up in the desert. I didn't wear shorts. Yeah, I could have probably.
No. Boxer shorts and Timberlands in the desert. My body was extremely, extremely hot. I just remember talking to the stars, and then I don't remember much else.
Well, it's
Wait, I'm kind of confused. So
Interesting.
you had sex with a human in the desert, or
No, I'm the human.
You're
I had
the
sex
human.
with the alien. Yes.
Okay, and but you can't remember it, or
No, I don't
what?
remember it. So my alien hybrid daughter told me that my mind was wiped. I don't remember it.
That's fair. Yeah,
Her mother took advantage of me.
That's so
And you were wearing
convenient.
boxer shorts at the time.
Why was I wearing? I've been wearing boxer briefs since
Well,
I
listen,
was a fucking
to his
teenager.
credit, he was in Arizona. That's
Right.
that's where you run in
Like
boxers.
800 degrees. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm from Boston, so like being, that's like.
I'm from
tropical.
Arizona.
Yeah,
We
that's
meant to
beautiful
go to
weather for me.
Arizona.
So I guess you don't
Oh.
have to worry about child support, right? If it's
I
Well,
would
I'm
love
from
it.
Alpha Centauri.
Well, I also have alien clone
You're
children
from Alpha
from the future.
Centauri. Sorry, that was a bad joke.
what species? Like what alien race is she?
She didn't really tell me much. She's only called a couple of times. And then I have children in the future that are my clones. They're cloned from me.
Wow. Just like X-Men.
Yeah, exactly.
Star Wars.
WandaVision.
Why you? Like why would they? What made them choose you?
Why not? Though, am I right?
You've never
Why
stepped,
not?
you've never stepped into my world. You'd have to step into my world to understand.
Okay.
I'm special.
I'm just curious, like how people get chosen to, like, hey, I want to make more of you. You know, obviously, I don't think every human walking around they go, oh, I want more of that guy. You know,
Well,
usually
if
some people
Jiggy
that are on
can
the
put up,
rejection list.
if Jiggy could put up the ass munching photo behind him, I think we'd all understand why. That was a bad joke. I'm gonna see myself out. I'm gonna go.
You're okay.
It's all right, dude.
I'm the intergalactic ass
We'll put it in
ass
the
munching
It'll be
champion.
better.
There we go.
Obviously, that's all I gotta say. Obviously,
Jiggy has the most off-planet babies, I bet. And I bet he doesn't pay child support either.
I don't have to.
Oh.
Yeah, interplanetary law prohibits.
Intergalactic law is even crazier. They don't give a whatever you just go wherever you want, do whatever you want, and that's how it works.
The Intergalactic Supreme Court ruled that they cannot rule in domestic cases to do with payment. So,
but also, Starseed culture, like they don't really have a currency. It's like light, you know what I mean? So that's what you got.
Holly is a little confused. So listen, I'm Carrie Cassidy from Project Camelot, whatever, and I'm the tonight's host. Okay, I'm guest hosting because Stephen Campion's masturbating somewhere in this house.
Well, he went out.
Okay,
He's
so I came to his house. I made him apologize to me for all the shit that he talked about me, and then I told him that I would host the show tonight. Okay,
I heard that you tied him up. He's actually in the basement.
He may be. His wife may have tied him up. She's kinky.
Yeah, let's not kink shame.
Oh, that's perfectly okay if you like being tied up or tying up. I bet you Keats is a catcher though.
Ooh, you'd be wrong, sir, and you'd catch it.
Oh.
You just call her sir?
Yeah. Did you
Whoa,
just
man.
misgender me? I'm gonna put you in timeout. Just misgendered me.
I'm just here for the comments.
You're right. That's yeah. I'm just here for the comments too. Goodbye. No.
Yeah. David Wilcock asked me to use my psychic powers to help him find the buried box of dildos in the $10,000 David Wilcock box of dildos challenge. I'm going to help him with my superpowers. Okay. We're going to find those dildos. Okay. It's almost Valentine's Day. He could use them. And there's a
Tell me,
for his wife.
in Jiggy's background, do you think he found that box?
I think he's looking
No,
for that.
no. I'm not even.
Never been a fan of the backwards eat. It's too close to the shit box. You got to go straight on. You know.
I mean,
Straight on.
I support the search. That's all I'm saying. Like, you know.
I'm just here for the comments.
Trying to see that tongue again.
I like turtles.
Okay.
I like turtles.
I'm just here for the comments.
Mom, stop.
Look how fast I can do it. So fast. I work it out every day.
That's hot.
That was a random big Stephen Greer then. That was scary.
Yeah. Okay, that was an awkward silence. Let's talk about Terry Joyce's vagina again.
I'm just here for the comments.
Terry, tomorrow is Valentine's Day. You know what that means. You gotta shave that Valentine's Day gift tonight, okay? You gotta shave it up, shape it up, get it in good shape for whoever you're giving it to. Or because you're probably giving it to like 10 dudes tomorrow, right? You got them lined up.
Hey, yeah.
It's a gang bang for Terry.
Sharp Sunday morning. They'll be knocking on my door. Yeah, I'm gonna be smooth like Flipper.
Okay, no. It's not creepy, okay? We're mending fences here. Campion talked a lot of shit. Yeah, I'm shaving mine to JJ. Mrs. Campion is gonna help me. She's got like some hedge trimmers and a lawnmower, and we're gonna go at it. Because I got winter bush. Yeah, I got winter bush real bad. I've been letting it go.
Do you do this landing strip or the?
Yeah, I got a landing strip for sure. Absolutely. Okay. I'm an older lady. We don't go fully bald. We don't do that. No. It's true. Have hate sex. No, we have a loving relationship, okay? When the guards aren't looking, okay? I show him my boobies. I give him pictures so he can crank one out, and then he trades me alien stories, okay? It's a good relationship. Don't turn it to something dirty. Winter bush or full bald. That's one extreme to the next. Are we done talking about Terry Joyce's vagina now?
I'm just here for the comments.
Yeah, we can take some.
I'm still trying to work out that background image.
Slackers tonight. Hey, this is the first time in history. There's no downvotes. You know why? Because we have a really good host tonight. Okay, I'm Carrie Cassidy from Project Scam-A-Lot, guest host of Truth Seekers tonight. He should just give me his show. No downvotes, because I'm awesome and I have superpowers.
I think it's
breasts.
I think it's the first time you've guested on a show and you haven't got it banned. Well done.
Show's not over.
Oh yeah, fuck that guy. What's that French guy? Fuck that French guy.
Show's not over.
Carrie, like, are you? I mean, I heard that
Jean-Claude, that's his name. That French guy. I went on his show and talked all kinds of shit, and they took his channel down. Yeah, he got a new one though, and he's got more subscribers than ever. And I'm a guest on that show too, because he knows that I'm great. Yeah, and I don't lie about reptilian aliens wanting to fuck us and eat us. He knows they want to fuck us and eat us. He's a smart French guy from Canada. Status is wondering what he walked into. I'll do it again. I'm Carrie Cassidy, and I'm guest hosting Truth Seekers tonight because Stephen Campion apologized to me about the stuff that I say on my show not being real, okay? And we're having a panel discussion about the reptilian alien agenda. So
and I'm just here for the comments.
Yes, and Jiggy's just here for the comments and sound effects.
I'm here for Jiggy's background.
Jonaside, tell us, why doesn't Jonaside tell us what he thinks the truth is behind the alien reptilian agenda?
I just think they're hungry.
And they like to fuck, right? Yeah, they like to fuck too.
We're sexy and we're delicious. So we have to keep an eye out because they're going to try to fuck us and eat us.
They don't eat us; they fuck us. Okay, I didn't get eaten. I got fucked. Okay.
And then they eat you. You didn't get to the point where they got bored with you.
Lucky one, Jiggy.
What?
You're the lucky one.
I'm special.
Are they making any clones out of you too?
Yeah, they're trying to make a clone so I can do more shows because my show's so great that we're gonna do like 10 clones doing 10 different shows, and yeah, and there's gonna be younger, hotter versions of me in case you don't like this one, you know. Am I interested in Terry's lady parts? No, that's like being interested in a car that 85,000 other people drove. No, I'm not interested in her lady parts.
I only came here for pop lock and CGI clowns. If that's not going to happen, I've got to go.
We can play it if you want to play it. We'll play.
I mean, at least the beginning.
All right, we'll at least play the beginning. We'll play some of this.
The pop locking CGI clowns.
Okay,
beep boop.
We'll do it.
Can somebody come roll some blunts for me, please? Anybody?
See if
I have a cool video to share when you're done.
Can somebody roll a blunt in the video?
Twitter thing.
It's in a screen share right now.
I don't know.
Hold on, let me do this one first, and then we'll come back to yours.
Roger that. Keats is in a box.
Out white.
Oops, wait a minute.
It's my
The glass case of emotion.
It's my dick in a box.
Baxter.
Regulators, mount up.
I'm not lying when I say CGI pop locking clown is my spirit animal.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls of all ages, step right up. It's time for comic disclosure.
Kerry, you better be giving us a
Clowns
sensual
talking
dance
an
to this music.
incredible amount of bullshit, and neither of them will ever prove any of this. It's the Comic Disclosure Show, where two clowns talk a whole lot of bullshit and have zero proof for any of this. Hosted by your two favorite cosmic clowns, Davey, Clowncock, and Clowny No Good. Let's get into it, friends.
Well, there you go.
Yeah, I don't exactly agree with the smoking crack part, but it does get you really high. So, you know, pop locking clowns, crack cocaine. I get it.
Being back.
I get it.
Hey, Kerry, how would you feel if Cambia made a clown of you?
Oh, that would be okay, I guess. Okay, Spooky wants to share something. What are we sharing, Spooky?
It's an interesting UFO video that came out recently.
Yep, that's like 1,000 Gs. Easy.
Can you hear it?
Not really.
No?
Shit, I can't even see it.
CE5, 1,000 Gs.
Looks like the gimbal videos. Could be anything. Is there two of them?
Shoot him. Shoot him. Shoot
Shoot
him.
him.
Shoot
Shoot
him.
him.
Shoot
What
him.
happens?
So it split. It was flying along. They tracked it. It hit the water and then went underwater, came back up, and then split into two. And then one went underwater, another one went on a little bit, and then went underwater.
What's with
Very-
that
very
guy's yellow
strange.
bow?
Adam Sandler confirmed.
He
Okay.
Yes.
Ah,
Interesting video I saw. I was like, wow, pretty cool. The
Okay,
truth
but
is out
it's-
there.
But I have more interesting videos on my channel, Spooky, because I have superpowers and I talk to insiders and whistleblowers.
Well,
Doesn't
do you have
matter
any
if they're in
insight on what
prison.
kind of craft that could have been?
What kind of blowers?
Do you have any
Blowers.
insiders like inside hers or?
Oh yeah, they're in the
Jiggy,
basement
is
of the
that
Pentagon.
Bart?
What are they blowing?
Shut up! You're not
Chicken
blowing
wing?
anything,
What is that?
okay?
What is this?
Yeah.
It's a blunt leaf. It's a cigar.
I
leaf.
was gonna say, holy shit, that's legit.
I told you.
Yeah.
Man. Ask Lee Veltman and Natasha and that poor Australian girl about hotboxing.
He's an expert at smoking the devil's lettuce. Okay?
He's the only person I've ever
Kerry,
smoked on
what's happening
stream
on
with.
March 4th?
March 4th, Donald Trump is going to be president again. Okay?
March 4th to victory.
Yeah, March 4th to victory. Exactly. And trust the scam.
When is the
Trust the
arrest
taco.
going to happen? When are they
March
arrests
3rd. Okay? They're going to arrest everybody
Yeah,
on March 3rd, and then on March 4th, Donald Trump's going to move back into the White House and throw all Biden's shit out in the street. Okay?
My favorite is the March 4th date, especially for angry Star Wars fans. Oh, that's May 4th.
That's May 4th.
I fucked up.
May the 4th be with you. Yeah.
I fucked up.
You ain't even
All
smoking.
right, up, man. Game over.
See, we're doing God's work here. Look at this nice comment. His voice is going to be sore tomorrow from keeping a high pitch. He cracks me up. My depression is gone after how hard you guys have made me laugh. We all need a good laugh, okay? That's what we're here to do. We're here to have a good laugh and talk about reptilian butt probes, okay? It's a serious topic, though. It's not funny. Terry Joyce has been butt probed a lot, I bet.
Yeah, my memories have been wiped. I don't know.
Yeah, they wiped your memories.
Well, I don't recall any probing from aliens. I don't recall them.
Oh, you remember.
From aliens.
Pragmime is
Well, I mean,
excellent.
humans are different.
Did enjoy.
Rogue status is here. Not nearly at the level I need to be here. Too much catching up to do. Maybe he needs to smoke some of the devil's lettuce with Jiggy. Okay.
Why don't you send him a link and get him in here?
I don't know where to send a link to him at, but he can. Yeah. Oh, and Jeremy Rise is here. Mr. Big Star just on Tim Pool. Jeremy Rise.
Jeremy
Alien
Rise.
Scientist. Alien Scientist was just on, and they got 400 and something thousand views.
I gotta say,
Well
it was good
Well
to see alien scientists in that talk.
It
Booty
was,
probed.
it was super duper cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Shout out to Ian Crossman.
Even though he says I'm
Ian
wrong
Crossman.
about Bob Lazar, Bob Lazar really did work on alien spaceships, and he's got element 115, you dummy alien scientist. So don't talk shit on Bob Lazar. He's my friend, okay?
More
It's
like
not-
Bob
not
LaFart. Am I right?
Hey, I don't know.
Am I right?
But for those just joining us, I'm Carrie Cassidy, and I'm the guest host tonight on Truth Seekers, and we're talking about reptilian butt plugs. Butt probes. Okay?
Yeah,
It's a
same
serious
difference.
topic. Why do they always anally probe people that they abduct? What do you think, Keats?
Because they haven't seen what metabolism looks like in our culture and in our humanity, and they don't have assholes, so they're very interested. They're like, "What comes out? What are you guys doing with this? How are you not taking all of the nutrients from the things that you're eating and just recycling it within yourself? You have waste. What is waste?" So, anyways, that's my thought.
Okay. All right. That's good. And let's see.
Actually, no, hold on. Waste
Dr. Greer
doesn't come
wants
out
to
of
tell
your
us about the butt club.
waste doesn't come out of your butthole.
What?
It's just undigested food. Waste comes out of your genitals when you urinate.
Food goes in, poo goes out. You can't.
Yeah.
You can't.
That's no
disprove
waste
that.
though. Waste is what gets
It's
processed by
science.
your kidneys.
That's science.
It is
It's
science.
just undigested food. So maybe they want to digest your food. Maybe they just want to eat.
Maybe. I
Tonight's
heard my
a
name a
panel
second
show.
ago.
Tonight's a panel show, so if anybody would like to join, just email me at truthseekershow@gmail.com, and we'll send you the invitation, and you can be blessed with being a guest on our show tonight, because we've got such high-quality guests.
Also,
We're the
you know,
best.
I only
We let any
noticed
idiot in here,
because
then, you know.
my asshole has been inspected by aliens, and I know how marvelous
No,
they
they were
thought
dressed.
my
They were dressed
butthole
like
was.
aliens. They
Yeah.
were
Okay,
dressed
wait a
like
second. Are
It
you
was really
saying-
fascinating.
Are you saying that reptiles do not poop?
Of course
No.
they do.
Of course they do. I'm saying aliens don't. That's why they're so obsessed with our poop.
Okay,
Oh, well,
but
that
the
makes
grays, the grays, I like the grays don't poop.
Sure, the grays, if you want to call it that. I just say gray after a bad night with Thai food. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Ew, that's gross. That's so gross.
That's made me want Thai food.
It's really good. You should.
I know.
But your poops will probably be great.
I had Thai food the other day. Good.
I had reptilian food.
You look
I
like
had
Did you now?
It's
Scary
people.
Cassidy.
I had Carrie Cassidy for dinner.
No.
So you ate Carrie?
You can eat my ass, Spooky. Okay, you can just eat my ass. Okay.
That's the last thing. That was like the last thing on the list. I did everything else.
Just direct people to Jiggy's background.
It's pretty
for that
messy
comment.
down there, but you can eat my ass anyway, Spooky. Yeah.
No, it's Harry. I'm good.
Hairy.
I'm just here for the comments.
It's hairy and scary. Yes, it is so hairy and scary. I bet you Terry Joyce is pretty hairy and scary.
Whoa.
Well, you know.
She's got matching bushes.
Whoa.
You know
If
what
her,
the
if her
screwed up
pubic hair looks anything like the hair on her
the
head,
screwed up thing
somebody's
is that
in trouble.
the
Okay,
screwed
If they
up
go
thing is
down
that
there.
in Jiggy's background, he's just looking for his watch. You know.
In her
Exactly.
ass? Why would her watch? Why
I'm
would his
sure I
watch
left
be
it
in her
somewhere.
ass? He's eating ass in that picture. And smoking the devil's lemons will make you eat ass from total strangers. You'll smoke the devil's lettuce and then you'll start eating the ass of total strangers. That's what happens when you smoke
You know,
the devil's
Kerry,
lettuce.
Kerry, you're psychic because I had just met this woman too. You're
The
absolutely correct.
munchies.
You just met her and you're eating her ass? Jeez.
I'm not telling you what's going on there. I'm just saying I just met her.
He lost his late 1800s pocket watch in her stomach because she
Oh
ate
my
it in a
goodness.
cupcake when he tried to propose to her.
And you know that I actually bought
You
that
know?
when I time traveled, right?
That's what I was thinking. I got
Perhaps
time
it was
travel
an engagement ring, and she accidentally ate the cupcake with the ring in it. And he's like, "No, that's like my mother's heirloom. Let's look for it." You know, there's a lot of stories. Is all I'm saying.
Men are all hairy. No, some are very hairy. Some are hairier than others. Yeah.
I need that ring back.
I've still got this battle axe.
Chicky's tossing some devil's lettuce. All right.
If that David Wilcock comes
See,
back,
look, I'm a time
just let me
traveler,
know,
see?
and I'll slice him with my fake
That's more
battle.
Oh,
convincing
is
than
that
my
my boy?
story, Jiggy. You got proof.
I went back in time. I'm a time traveler.
Wait, how, that's like back. It's like I see Charlie Chaplin. I see, was that Rasputin?
Yo,
Who's
Chuck,
that- who's
Chuck,
the
Chuck,
dark one?
Yo, I bought them all together, man. I time traveled and I brought them back to me to a certain time period to take this picture.
That's pretty tight.
Is
good album.
that real,
Finally,
Jeremy?
Lou,
Did he really just do that?
Yes, he did.
Oh, jeez.
I don't know
When
that.
was this?
He said all kinds
Marilyn
of shit.
Monroe.
He said all kinds of shit, Stephen.
I
Greer.
stopped paying attention to anything he says.
Oh,
so I
it's
don't-
interesting to
I
think
don't
though.
see the
It's
thing he's
Marilyn
talking about.
Monroe's picture and not her actually in the photograph. Sit and ponder that, my friends.
Has anyone done any anal bleaching? Anal bleaching. What? There's something about anal bleaching in the live
I
chat.
heard
We gotta
I
find
heard
it.
Jiggy did.
Oh. Has anyone done any anal bleaching as alien prep? Yeah,
I
you
heard
should
Jiggy did.
get your parts ready
See,
for those aliens.
he's doing it right there. You see,
Clean them up.
That's an anal bleaching procedure. He's been
Clean
hinting
that
at it all
asshole
night.
up. Clean that asshole up. Wash it, bleach it, get it ready for those aliens.
Who said I was getting ready for aliens, baby?
Some people want to join the
Get jiggy
show.
with it.
Hey, if
Oh,
you guys
no.
are still around, maybe I'll check in later, but my girlfriend's gonna break up with me. I love you guys.
Have fun.
Take care.
Bye. Hey, why don't you do some music, loser?
Go service her.
Fuck you, Carrie Cassidy.
Go
Oh,
change
it's
that oil.
Valentine's Day Eve. He's got to go get some vajayjay.
He's about to be me right behind. He's about to be face deep.
He's about to be face deep in some vajayjay. Good for him. Happy Valentine's Day Eve.
Hey,
And
Carrie
Jason
Cassidy.
Quinn's a loser too. He was
Did you ever-
supposed to be here.
Did
He's
you ever
not
sleep
here.
with Emery Smith? Did you sleep with Emery Smith? Did you give him a
Of
little booty?
course I did. I banged him like a storm door in a hurricane. Okay?
Wait, did you sleep with points on the curve?
Oh, sure. Exactly. Yeah. I banged him like a
What's he
Stormlord.
pointing
How
to?
about Jay Widener? Did you sleep with Jay Widener?
Of course. I banged them all. They like to get banged. They like me to
Pete
bang
Peterson?
them.
Did you fuck Pete Peterson?
Only after
I
he was
waited
dead.
till after he was dead, and then I banged him, and I gave him a Hummer too, and a rim job. Yes, the wacky lettuce comes from the fifth dimension. That's why you shouldn't smoke it. Shouldn't smoke it like Jiggy. Not as vain as she usually is.
Have you ever banged Miles Johnston?
Sure, I did. Of
You
course.
never banged Magic Johnson.
Yeah, I banged him. I banged everybody. Okay, I banged them all.
Sean David Morton, did you bang?
Yeah, I'm kind of a slut. I went to prison and let him bang me when nobody was
George Norrie?
Wow.
George Norrie. Well, I tried to bang him, but he likes dudes, so
Whoa.
he doesn't
Dang.
swing my
Bell,
way.
did you bang Art Bell?
No, Art Bell had this, I don't know, some kind of Filipino wife and didn't want me to fuck him or something. I don't know.
How about Billy Carson? I want to, you into black guys?
No, but I did buy some toilet paper from Billy Carson. It's called Forbidden Shit Paper. That's available on his website. Forbidden Shit Paper.
So why don't you give the black guy an 11? What's wrong with him?
Right.
I'm not a big fan of the BBC. Okay, it's too big. My vagina's small. Okay, it's kind of worn out, but still, that BBC stretches it out too much. It's gross. Okay, well, we're coming up on 2 hours here, so I don't think we can keep this going much longer, or I may sweat to death. I'm
You
getting
still
hot
gotta do
flashes.
your dance. Like, I'm waiting for the dance.
No,
Louis.
I don't think I think we'll get banned from YouTube if I do the tuck dance.
It's not your show. You don't care.
Yeah, you're right.
Right.
It's like Jean
You
Claude.
don't care.
Fuck that guy, right? Yeah, I'm gonna stand right up. And I'm gonna hold on. Let me get tucked. Let me get it tucked.
Carrie, did you ever have any girl-on-girl action?
Yeah, a couple of times. Yeah. Big fan of eating the carpet. I munch it. I lick it. Yeah.
Moist.
Any reptilian lesbo
Me so
action?
horny, me love you long time.
Every day. Okay. Okay. I bet it sounds like a dumpster behind legal seafood. What? Like the dumpster behind legal seafood. Oh, Jerry Rice is a big star now. Now he's going to start busting my ball. I'm a star, okay? I'm famous. I run Project Scam-A-Lot. You were just on Tim Pool once, bro. Okay? Don't get a big ego, alien scientist, you ass. Always talking about photons and
Kerry.
protons and shit.
Kerry, are you ever gonna get on Tim Pool?
Yeah, I'm going to be on there soon, okay?
Wait, is
'Cause
legal
the
seafood
alien
everywhere?
agenda, the alien
Okay.
agenda is real, and I'm gonna get on.
I look forward to seeing you on Tim Pool.
Why aren't you on Joe Rogan?
Wait, illegal seafood's everywhere?
Because Joe's married.
No, I've never heard of legal seafood.
Yeah, that's because that's from where
We
I'm
would
from.
say Red Lobster. Okay,
Yeah,
we have Red
legal
Lobster.
seafood's from around here in Boston, so he must be. I don't know if he's from around.
Yeah,
here
he's around. He's from around you.
Oh, okay. Cool. What's up, fellow masshole?
Somebody wants you to turn to the right and lick your head.
My right, is that working? I don't know. Am I doing
There
it?
you go. The upper head.
Huh? Well, this
You
head
gotta
or that head?
specify which head.
What I want to know is the guy in the background of that image in the white.
The white.
What's he thinking?
He's like, I can't believe this motherfucker just did this shit to this chick he just met in front of me.
Because that's
Right
the guy
on.
I've been talking about all
I'm
the
sexy. Somebody
That
said I'm
sofa is
sexy
very
for
well
my
hidden.
age. Yes, I am. And I got my boobies and my tongue action going. Yeah.
Yes. That,
And listen, just so everybody knows, next week on Truth Seekers, I'm going to be interviewing a real reptilian alien. Okay? Going to do that.
right on.
And we're going to get to the truth about the reptilian alien agenda. Okay? And maybe if
good.
Steve Campion's lucky, I will guest host again sometime. Okay? Oh, and I'm supposed to grub for money for Steve Campion. That's what he told me. I got to make sure that I grub for money. So,
Are you gonna
may-
steal the money? Is that what? Is that what
Yeah,
your plan
shut
is?
up, Spooky. You're gonna ruin my plan. Okay, I get a cut. I get a cut. So everybody who donates money tonight, I get a cut of it. You can become a Patreon supporter, or you can give money on PayPal. we're going to check the PayPal to see if anybody donated during the show, and then we give you a shout out because we don't have Stephen King's a loser and he doesn't have super chat, so we have not so super chat donations. And we just shout out to people that give it money during the show. You leeches should all donate because this is such a great show, and it's so much better now that I'm hosting it. Okay. So our last donator was Jonaside, kind donation of $20. Thank you, Jonaside. Okay, and let's check on Patreon and see if anybody became a generous patron of this idiot Steve Cambion. Why are there all these notifications?
You should have already known. You're a precog.
Oh, let's see.
True.
Yeah.
I should have known that. I definitely should have. Okay, so we don't have any new Patreon supporters, but you can come and become a Patreon supporter and support. Listen, this show is very difficult to produce, and it's a work of art. Okay, you should support the arts. This is art, and Stephen Cambion wants me to tell everybody that he's an artist. Okay, and he needs your money. So give him some. Send some money, you leeches. Make a PayPal donation. Because I'm here, okay? I took my time to guest host, and I'm only getting a little percentage of the money that he's going to steal tonight. Take tonight, Yeah. And if this doesn't work, we're going to start whoring out Terry Joyce, okay? You can have a date with her. And she's a sure thing, fellas.
Whoa.
I'm just here for the comments.
Okay. Well, friends, we have had such a good time tonight talking about the reptilian alien agenda. Again, I'm Carrie Cassidy. Somehow my name got changed to Crazy Carrie Cassidy. I don't know who did that. I think Steve Cambion, asshole. Yeah.
Are you going to untie him? Or are you going to leave him there?
I will later tonight, okay? And I want to thank my panel guests. Okay, we had Robin. Let's start with the people that weren't here. We had Robin Eaglesong, and we had Keats, the laziest musician on planet Earth, who will not finish the musical project that he was given some 3 weeks ago, okay? Also known as Pragmagic. You should support his channel, okay? You should go and support his channel, subscribe, because he needs subscribers. We've had Paranormal Hood, and now we'll go through the people that are here. We've got Mario He, also known as Dr. Camel Toe. Right. What a handsome Mexican Canadian he is. He's got to go soon because he's got tacos to make. Tacos with maple syrup because he's a Mexican and a Canadian. And we've had Jonaside, a kind and generous supporter and benefactor of the Truth Seeker show since it began. Okay. We're very happy he was here, even though he only said 3 words for the 2 hours. Thank you, Jonaside, for being our guest. And then we have Paranormal Hood Jiggy, who smokes the devil's lettuce and eats ass. Thank you for your participation, Mr. Ass-eating, devil-smoking guy.
I'm the best there is at what I do, and what I do ain't pretty.
Oh, baby.
You know you only got this gig because you're black. We need diversity, okay?
Hey, I'm saying affirmative action, baby.
Yeah, affirmative action works out for Jiggy, okay? What about the white dude that got booted from the show because of you, okay?
Hey, somebody got to go, man.
All right. And next we had Terry Joyce, who once almost banged Carrot Top. Yeah, she once almost got double teamed by Carrot Top and his friend. And then he tried to bang her again, right? A couple times. Yeah. But she didn't give him no for JJ. Why not?
Sure, she didn't. That's what she says now.
She says she didn't bang. I bet she at least
I'm afraid of creating Carrot Top clones. And
she at least gave him some head. I believe that. Okay. And last but not least, certainly we have Spooky, who has talked a lot of shit about me. But I forgive her. Okay.
When have I ever spoken shit about you? I never even knew you existed until like 3 months ago.
Okay. Well, maybe I have you confused.
You're so important, Carrie.
Whatever.
You're so important.
Okay.
There's a wild Wilcock. I have to go. There's a wild Wilcock. Bye.
Okay. So listen, there really is. Okay, let's see. I don't understand, Kerry. Well, you don't have time travel friends to see your next week's lottery numbers. Money problem solved, you dumb bitch. I can't use my powers for my own benefit, okay? So just send me some money, okay? My superpowers are real, okay? All right. Now, friends, just a note to say that there is a definite time limit to some things we do here, like this. And we've gone way beyond it, and it's getting to the point of my coochie is starting to itch, okay? My coochie is starting to itch real bad, and I got to go take care of my coochie, okay? It's Valentine's Day tomorrow. I'm going to take care of my coochie for my special friend, okay? Or 10 friends, okay? Don't judge. So I'm going to throw you each out one by one and do a quick wrap up. Again, thanks to all our panel guests. What a fantastic debut of Crazy Carrie Cassidy on, yes, I'm so worthy of applause. I know. I'm such a better host than that Steve Cambion jerk. And if you like this show, please let Steve Cambion know, and I may return. Okay. So I'm going to throw out Jonaside because he doesn't say shit anyway. Bye, Jonaside. Thank you. Bye-bye. All right. Then I'm going to throw out Mario Heat because he's a Latin dude, so he needs to work on his bush too. So just in case he can get laid tomorrow, he'll have everything nice and trimmed up and shaped up. You got to manscape that. You know why? Ladies prefer smooth rides, Mario Heat. Okay? Go take care of that, okay? I'm sure it's a mess.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, good night. All right. Then we're going to throw out Jiggy Juice because he's just smoking the devil's lemons. Much help. So thank you, Jiggy Juice. There you go. Oh, there we go. And last but not least, we have Terry Joyce, who also needs to go take care of her coochie, right?
That's right.
Tomorrow is Valentine's Day. I want to tell everybody, I hope you have a fabulous Valentine's Day. Terry Joyce, I hope you get double teamed by 4 sets of guys and have a really good time, okay? Okay. You have a great Valentine's Day. Go shade that pussy, please. Take care of it.
I will.
It's a
Thank
mess.
you so much.
It's really a mess. I've heard from many guys it's a mess. You got to clean it up, okay? All right. Good night. All right. Well, friends, we've had a fantastic time here with me, Crazy Carrie Cassidy, hosting the first guest host on Truth Seekers. Now, you know I did a better job than Steve Cambion, okay? He's kind of a jerk, okay? People like me as a host much better. Maybe I'll take over his whole show. You never know. Okay, friends. So until next time, I'm Carrie Cassidy, reminding you to be careful because reptilian aliens want to fuck us and eat us. You got to be on guard, okay? You got to be on guard because the reptilian aliens, they want to fuck us and eat us, okay? So be careful and be glad that I got to warn you, okay? I hope you join us tomorrow night. There'll be another show, but it's probably going to be shitty because Steve Cambion's going to be hosting again. Maybe I'll return. I don't know. I got to get my hair done again and get ready. But yeah, maybe I'll come back and I'll help Steve Cambion get some real viewers for his shitty show. Good night, friends.
Truth Seekers is a viewer-supported show. Now there's a great way to support these broadcasts. If you're watching on YouTube, please like, comment, and subscribe to our channel. If you're listening to an audio podcast, we love and appreciate you listeners, but you are missing the live tapings. All our shows are recorded live with video feed. We'd love you to come be a part of our live broadcasts and tapings for the podcast. Head on over to YouTube, click the search tool, Truth Seekers is a viewer-supported show. Wonderful people like you who enjoy this show send pledges in the form of super chats, super stickers, super thanks, PayPal, or Cash App. Instructions for how to help are in the description. You can also join our Patreon, and for as little as $1 a month, you can get extra content. Patreon supporters get a backstage pass, early access to all our production videos before they are distributed publicly, Stephen Campion's music, private writings, a monthly show journal, and more. You can also become a YouTube channel member for $5 a month. A YouTube membership includes all of the Patreon benefits, plus a special members badge, priority reply to video comments, and the live chat, plus a monthly members-only video. We thank you all, kind and generous benefactors, for supporting Truth Seekers. Thank you for your generosity and support. Truth Seekers is a viewer-supported show. Now there's a great way to support these broadcasts and show your support. Please be sure and check out our merchandise store. Links to our 2 merchandise online stores are in the links to this video or podcast. The Amazon storefront ships super quickly in the United States, Great Britain, and in many more places. Amazon may not ship to your country or location. If that's the case, hit our second merchandise link in the description and visit our Redbubble storefront. Merchandise from our Redbubble storefront ships worldwide, but may take longer than Amazon. We've got a great deal of super high quality merchandise for you to choose from, including t-shirts, phone cases, sweatshirts, and even pillows. The feedback from our products have been overwhelmingly great. Quality products and fast shipping. People all over the world are buying some merchandise and showing their support of the show. Praise the cash! Praise the cash! Praise the cash! We thank you all, kind and generous benefactors who are buying some merchandise and helping us to continue this journey. Thanks for being here. This is Truth Seekers with your host, Stephen Campion. Please rate, like, and comment on our videos or podcasts. If you are listening to an audio podcast, please rate us 5 stars to help us rise in the search rankings. If you are watching on YouTube, please like, comment, and subscribe to our channel. If you're listening to an audio podcast, we love and appreciate you listeners, but you are missing the live tapings. All our shows are recorded live with video feed. We'd love you to come be a part of our live broadcasts and tapings for the podcast. Head on over to YouTube, click the search tool, the little magnifying glass, put Truth Seekers, one word in the search bar, and hit enter. You'll see a strange and mysterious guy with sunglasses. That means you found the channel. Go there, smash the subscribe button, and hit the notification bell to receive up-to-date info on our YouTube channel. We welcome you to be a part of our live taping and our chat room during the live broadcasts. Seek the truth. Speak the truth. This is Truth Seekers. Truth Seekers. Truth Seekers.
Greetings and salutations, friends, and welcome back. I'm so happy to be here with you tonight. I had a time today where I was thinking about all of the people when I started this new channel, other show hosts, other content creators, other podcasters who recognized me starting a new channel and how difficult, of course, that would be, and gave me a shout out or a little bit of help to get some people listening and watching. And so I felt like, yeah, maybe I have a karmic debt and I can help some other people as well. For those that don't know, Terry Joyce has a really fun channel and just rebooted her channel, Not My Rabbit Hole, which if you enjoy the kind of content that you get here, hers is different but interesting, and I think that you would really enjoy it. And I was thinking about her starting her new channel and what incredible interviews and other stuff that I have seen her do in the past. And I wanted to see if we could do two things tonight. One is to try to help her to grow her brand new, recently rebooted channel. And by the way, if you go down into the video description, her new channel address is there. So you can jump over there and subscribe. I would truly appreciate it, and I think that you would enjoy her content. Tonight, we're going to be sharing something that I almost forgot about, but there is a portion of this interview. Tonight, we're going to be sharing an interview and discussing it that Terry Joyce did with Kevin Moore. But the great part of this interview is that Kevin Moore shares a taped phone conversation between him and Carrie Cassidy. And in that conversation, he kind of confronts Carrie Cassidy about why is she using a convicted murderer as a source for the secret space program. For those unaware, Carrie Cassidy loves criminals. All her sources about all her fake alien sources, well, I shouldn't say all, but many of her sources about her fake alien stories are criminals. Let's see. She's used a court-martialed child molester. She's used a convicted murderer in the form of Mark Richards. Mark Richards is her source that even though he's been in prison for 35 years now for masterminding a murder, claims that he's in the secret space program or was in the secret space program. Maybe that was before he went to prison, but more recently claims that they teleport him out of his jail cell and give him updates from the Galactic Federation. And Carrie Cassidy, who never heard a story about aliens that was too fantastical or fake to report, ran with this guy, Mark Richards, and has been running with this guy, Mark Richards, as a source for years now, claiming that he has some sort of inside knowledge about the secret space program, even though he's behind bars and in prison. But it is what it is. I just thought this is awesome because Kevin Moore, and I heard somebody comment on the live chat, he interviews some questionable people too. However, I like Kevin Moore. I've kind of lost my objectivity. I disagree with Kevin Moore on a whole lot of subjects, especially channeling. I don't think there's any value to most channeling. That's my personal opinion. I don't think that people are really channeling interdimensional aliens or ancient spirits or, Sumerian gods or Atlanteans. I think they're making it all up. That's my personal opinion. He's free to have a differing opinion of this. And so, yeah, Kevin Moore and I disagree, but I still would consider he and I friendly. We've had a few conversations. He's supposed to come on our show. So this is actually another opportunity to sort of go, hey, Kevin, come on. I covered your excellent confronting of Carrie Cassidy on the show. Come on the show, because I'm sure that our audience would like to hear from Kevin Moore. I'm sure of it. But, he's a very busy guy. He's working on this. He's been working on a documentary about this fake secret space astronaut. That's my favorite term for secret space fakers. Corey Good, he's an astronaut. He's a secret space program astronaut. And Mark Richards, who's been behind bars for a murder he orchestrated and masterminded and been behind bars for 35 years. How does this guy know anything about the the secret space program? Or is he just sitting around in prison making up stories and trying to find gullible, stupid people to listen to him? Like Carrie Cassidy, who's been one of his biggest supporters, I would say. There's no credibility to Mark Richards. You can't get past the I'm teleporting out into another solar system from my jail cell. Really? Come on, bro. Is that how fantastical we've gotten? Is that the level of like proof and discernment and critical thinking that people that listen to Carrie Cassidy have? Do they just want fairy tales? You know, lately, the more that I observe this crazy thing in conspiracy land and observe so-called researchers, after all, we just caught Carrie Cassidy with her pants down. Oh, that's a bad analogy. I don't even want to think about that. We caught Carrie Cassidy red-handed repeating fake stories about the tragic death of someone in the UFO community recently. All of the things that she wrote on her blog about it, all of she made a few videos about it. All of the information that she's giving people is completely and totally factually inaccurate and incorrect. All of it. And we caught her red-handed. Does she take that down? No. Her and the other source of that fake information, Robert Morningstar, are now disparaging me, calling me a CIA disinformation agent. You know, because I made some phone calls and told people the truth, right? Yeah. And by the way, I always say this, if I'm a CIA disinformation agent, they keep forgetting to give me the paycheck. I haven't gotten the paycheck, right? Oh, and by the way, speaking of paychecks, I want to make sure that I almost missed it. Karen Rocha is here. You are most welcome here, Karen. And with a fine and generous donation of, I think that's $5 Canadian, and says, happy birthday again, Stephen. Thank you very much. My birthday was yesterday. Had an amazing birthday, had an amazing time. Really just a quiet night at home with my wife and 2 children eating Philadelphia cheesecake, which is my favorite thing in the universe. Favorite dessert for sure is Philadelphia cheesecake. There's no other cheesecake like it. Yeah. So, and if anybody else would like to support me, there's a little money button down there, or the link to our Patreon or PayPal donations is in the video description. And thank you very much, Karen, for your kindness, your generosity, and your support. This is a viewer-supported show. So if you want to see more shows like this, more content, I'm really gearing up to try to figure out how I could do, 6 or 10 shows a week. I have enough material, but the problem is time, energy, and other things, right? But thank you, Karen, for your kindness and your generosity and your support. We really do appreciate it. It really does help us to keep the show going. Keep the ball rolling, right? And I used to feel like, I always use this analogy, I used to feel like when I started the show, I felt like I was trying to push a boulder up a hill by myself, right? And now I feel like I've got all these people that are not only helping me push the boulder up the hill, but helping me gain momentum and slam it down the other side of the hill. Really feeling empowered and grateful, and for all the help and assistance that people have been to keep the show going. So back to Miss Cassidy is now calling me a CIA disinformation agent, or I'm sorry, she said I'm a deep state asset. I don't even know what that means. I'm an asset of the deep state. Or did she mean asshat? Am I an asshat of the deep state, Carrie Cassidy? Or am I just a guy with some curiosity and a phone? And I made some phone calls and proved that you were telling lies on your blog and telling lies in your video. Bold-faced lies. Completely made up fake facts. But why should anybody expect otherwise from this woman? After all, she's got incredibly great sources like court-martialed child molesters, telling alien stories about Mars, convicted murderers telling stories about him being in the secret space program and saving planet Earth, from the alien invasion. Oh, and who's another one of her great friends? Sean David Morton, who is a convicted fraudster and embezzler and stole money from all these people that invested in some kind of weird investment scam with him. He's doing time in federal prison, or is he out now, Carrie Cassidy? I think he's out now. but he did a few years in federal prison for fraud. These are the quality of Carrie Cassidy sources. Kerry, you can't trust a court-martialed child molester, okay? You can't. And you can't trust a convicted murderer when he starts telling you fantastical stories about saving Earth from the aliens. Kerry, I think you've been in this too long, and I think you need an alien detox, right? Somebody needs to sit you down and make you watch real news, right? And I don't care which news, but come on, Kerry. You got to get out of conspiracy wacko shit and stop accepting anybody telling you stories about aliens as being real, right? So again, one of the other purposes of tonight for sure is to try to help my friend Terry Joyce. You may have seen her on the first season of, oh God, I always forget the name of it. It's like the comedy show. It's like the Last Comic Standing. You may have seen her. She was on the first season of the Last Comic Standing, with Ralphie May. Ralphie May is one of my favorite comedians. And yeah. So she started a new channel called Not My Rabbit Hole. And the channel link is in the description, but I wanted to share some of her previous work tonight. Okay, I didn't ask her. So we're still going to put up our fair use banner. This is fair use. This is a transformative work. We will be educating the public about Carrie Cassidy and Mark Richards, the convicted murderer who's been in jail for 35 years, secret space astronaut that she talks to. We'll be discussing this video and educating the public on these things. So this is, of course, covered under fair use. I got to tell you, the interview is good, but my favorite part is when Kevin Moore shares this phone call between him and Carrie Cassidy. And some of you may remember that we did a whole show on Carrie Cassidy arguing with Dr. Stephen Greer. This is better. This is even better than that. It is gold, friends. You're going to love it. We're going to be stopping the video every once in a while to comment and talk about what's being discussed. Yeah. Oh, this is going to be fun. So, and I hope my friend Terry Joyce doesn't mind me just borrowing this. But it's better to beg forgiveness than to ask permission. And by the way, if she's listening, I'll send her the link. She can come on later if she wants and talk about this interview and her new channel or whatever. But if not, it's okay. I just thought that if I could try to help Terry with the new channel she just started, I would be happy to do that. So here we go. This is an interview titled Carrie Cassidy and Mark Richards, an interview with Kevin Moore by Terry Joyce. Okay, so here we go. And look, this is before she was blonde. This is in 2019. She must have been a redhead for a while, right?
All right, welcome to the Freedom of Joyce show here on YouTube, and hopefully it will re-air on American Freedom Radio. Today, my guest is Kevin Daniel Moore. Welcome to the show today.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Terry, for having me on. It's a pleasure.
Thank you. I'm glad to see you in person.
Yeah, I know. We've talked a little bit on the telephone. I know some bits about your work, and I thought, you know what, you're going to give us the opportunity to have an interview, and I just wanted to talk about the work that I'm doing right now.
Great. I'm really looking forward to hearing about it. So you are.
And I just want to mention, I'm not sure which, but this interview was conducted like at a conference or something like that, which is very common, niche market here. So when you're at a conference with a bunch of people that are into these topics, a lot of interviews take place. And I think Terry Joyce ran around the conference interviewing everybody she could. To her credit, I'd do the same thing.
Are working on a documentary about Carrie Cassidy and one of her secret space program disclosures, Captain Mark Richards.
Yes, I am. I wouldn't say, when I say the documentary on Carrie Cassidy, no. Is she going to be included in this documentary? Very possible. Very possible. I think.
I'd say it's more than very possible. He's going to put some of these phone clips in at the very least, and I got to tell you, they're gold. And also, I hear once in a while people say things that are somewhat disparaging because Kevin Moore's been working on this documentary for a long time and he keeps adding to it, or I think most recently he wanted to hire actors to do recreations of some of the stuff or something. But last I talked to him, he's in the final stages of it. And I say kudos to him. It doesn't matter how long it takes you, because making a documentary is no easy project. And I give him a lot of credit for even making the attempt.
I don't know if we cannot not include her, because she's the reason why Captain Mark Richards is back out there as famous as he is in the kind of micro circuit of Project Camelot, right? No, Kerry, I don't think there would be a Mark Richards. I don't think Joanne Richards, his wife, would have been able to get as much publicity as what the notoriety of what Kerry's done for this man. She's made him the top whistleblower. And I know.
Yes, so it's important to note, just right there, Carrie Cassidy, her top whistleblower, is a convicted murderer who's been in prison for 35 years. That's her top. That's the best that she's got. Great, Kerry. Great job. What a great journalist you are.
No idea when I was starting to do this documentary on Captain Mark Richards that the guy was was Kerry's top whistleblower.
I have seen a YouTube video of Captain Mark Richards. I think I saw one of the first videos that she did on him, and she would come out. She would talk about going into seeing him, that she couldn't put him on camera, and then she'd come out from memory. She would disclose the information about Captain Mark Richards by memory. And here we naive viewers are believing all of it. Do you?
Yeah. So those that don't know, I don't know if she's not allowed to take notes, which doesn't make any sense to me. I don't know why the prison officials would stop her from recording an interview with Mark Richards or taking notes. But she claims they won't let her take any notes. They won't let her record him. So she just asks him questions and remembers everything he said and then repeats it verbatim, which is problematic at best, because more than likely, considering Carrie Cassidy's ability to embellish and add fake facts, we've just seen it in this Mark McCandlish story. Nobody said that Mark McCandlish was murdered by dark magicians of the cabal. That was something she added on. So it's quite possible, even probable, that she does go there and talk to him, but then she just goes to a UFO conference and makes up a bunch of crap and says, he told me this.
Think that maybe there's a possibility that she never even saw Captain Mark Richards, and she's just like regurgitating her own fantasy or misinformation about what's going on? He's just a figurehead, a photo for people.
Yeah, it's possible, but I think she goes to see him. She's been to see him 10 times now. She's the only journalist that's been to see him. And he's been locked away for 36 years. Oh,
I'm sorry. It would be 37 years he's been in prison now then, because this is 2019, and certainly Mr. Moore is more informed of Mark Richards' prison stay than I am.
The murder of his friend Richard Alexandra Baldwin, along with his crime partner, Crossan Hoover. Now, the thing is, we as a viewing audience trust Carrie Cassidy that she's vetted these people. I never ever considered that Kerry doesn't vet, the people that she has as long-term guests on her show. I mean,
yeah, and I have to say, when I realized, I was one time very naive as well, and when I would hear a presenter interviewing someone who said they were a captain, or said they were an admiral, or said they were a physicist, or a biologist, or whatever they said they were, I naively assumed that the presenter or the interviewer had already vetted them and wouldn't be just letting them make false statements about their education or about their credentials. And I have to admit that, it was years ago when I started doing fact checking of these people, but I was shocked at how many UFO presenters, interviewers, show hosts don't vet anything about their guests. They just let their guests say that they're whatever. Carrie Cassidy famously has people on that say they're doctors that really aren't doctors. They order a doctorate degree from some degree mill and hang it on their wall. They never went to medical school, but they're calling themselves doctor, and she just lets them call themselves doctor. I think a good interviewer would look into the guests and say, hold on a minute, doctor, because I found your degree and it's not real. Why are you calling yourself a doctor? That's just me, though. I mean, everybody has their own style, but Carrie Cassidy's style is to just accept whatever garbage information people give her, as long as it fits her preconceived narrative of the way the aliens are working and the secrets space program and the reptilian aliens that are in control of the universe and all this crap that she already believes. If somebody tells her a story that fits her narrative, she runs with it. She doesn't check anything.
Like yourself and myself, maybe, you know, if someone's coming on for an hour, what vetting are we going to do? Do you know what I mean? You know, if there's some inconsistencies in the story, maybe we'll pick them up in the interview. But unless it's complete bollocks, you know, we're there to give the airspace to the people and for them to talk about their work. I tell you what the documentary has done for me. The word discernment is just beaming out at me right now, and I want the documentary to be a discerning documentary for, I want to call it our community, the community, the community that I've been a part of since 2008 when I first took up radio broadcasting at Glamorgan University in Wales. And I was shocked. I was shocked to find out that when I interviewed Carrie Cassidy in Los Angeles back in June last year, I mentioned Mark Richards because previously I had interviewed Joanne Richards in 2013. Didn't think the story was very credible, but I thought, you know, it's got a lot of traction right now, so it's kind of in fashion back.
Yeah, and just to point out, these two have a running history right now. I believe that Kevin Moore calls her Crazy Carrie Cassidy, which is a term that many have adopted when referring to her. He coined that. And Carrie Cassidy is no fan of Kevin Moore right now. I've heard her make disparaging remarks about him on her videos many, many times. So, you know, just a note, these two have no love for each other. They're sort of arch nemesises, I would say, in a way, in a weird way.
And it definitely was more when I interviewed Kerry last year. And there was a guy on there that trolled me that basically would not leave me alone, a guy called Jeff, who basically, you know, had been trying to get the attention of someone for many years that this story was bogus. So once I'd done the interview with Kerry, I left Los Angeles, went to Contacts in the Desert. I was just losing faith being at Contacts in the Desert because I'd watched David Wilcock give a speech, I'd watched Corey Good and many other secret space program whistleblowers there, and I just knew that, you know, it was just like, this is just not right. Some of this stuff is just a load of crap, right? Mm-hmm. Or I didn't resonate with it at all. Mm-hmm. And then all of a sudden, I get this guy exploded on my Facebook page saying, "How dare you interview this lady? In a sense, you know, she mentioned me on that interview. You know, it was me that tried to contact you 5 years ago, 4 years ago, whatever it was." You know, blah, blah, blah. So this guy was a guy called Jeff, and I said to him, "Well, listen."
Yeah, and some of you, I think he might be referring to Geoff. Yeah.
Let's speak man to man over the phone. And I'll what are you talking about this Mark Richards isn't true. So anyway, we had a good conversation on the phone, and I decided that it was worth my time to leave Palm Desert Springs and head up to Paradise, where the Paradise Fires happened, where Jeff was based. I was also at the time.
Yeah, it's definitely Geoff that he's talking about here.
Recording a documentary on channeling, which is yet to be released. Again, that documentary will be my journey and a lot more discerning now I've done this documentary with Mark Richards. So I get there and he shows us links. We record an interview together and I take these links away back to the UK that I'd seen, and I was like, this is just not right. There's a backstory here on this guy, Mark Richards. There's a story called Pendragon. Why isn't this on Carrie Cassidy's channel? So
it's not on Carrie's channel because she does zero actual research. She just takes people's fake stories and lets them run with it. And then she injects her own stuff. Like once in a while, she'll interrupt them and go, "Well, I have psychic powers and I'm a precog. I see things before they happen and I astral travel." Yeah. Okay, Kerry.
I called her and why don't we play back the audio recording that we did with her now, because she asked permission to record that conversation. I've not released it yet, and if you want to put it in this show, we can play it back now.
Okay.
Yes.
Let's play that.
I don't know if my video's working. I don't think it is.
Actually, I'm not going to use video because we have a very low bandwidth here, so it's better
Okay,
not to.
let's just use the audio. That's fine then. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, sorry I kept missing you and everything else. That was my fault a little bit. I just got back to the UK yesterday, last night actually, so that was a long flight. Yes, so yeah, you're over in the UK then?
I am, yes.
Okay, cool. Yeah. Well, yeah, what I've been wanting to reach you for was just to let you know about a chap that I run into when I was over in San Francisco. So I was over at Contact in the Desert, and I just released my interview with yourself, and when I was at Contact, this chap got in contact with us by audio, by the phone. Eventually, once we swapped numbers and everything else, to tell me a story about this chap Mark Richards. Now, initially, I did not want to speak to him really, because I didn't want anything to do with it. Do you know what I mean? I've put my interview with you out, and it really, it's really not my business, to be honest with you. But doing this documentary on channeling,
yeah, it's gonna get good, friends.
One thing it's shown me is that I've had to show discernment just in that channeling documentary quite a bit, right? And I thought, well, if I'm going to apply it to that, then maybe I should apply it to this other, side as well, this UFO side that I'm into. So I thought about it, and I thought, well, go on then, I'll speak to him, and I did. And it was interesting what he had to say. This guy knew the son of a guy called Baldwin, this guy that was murdered in the case of Mark Richards. That's how he knew the son, not the family much. But anyway, so he's telling me this story over the phone, and he sends me a couple of links, and it was just interesting what was in what the links had to say. I'd never come across the murder before. I thought Mark Richards was, innocent. Did you know what I mean? Like probably you do as well.
You thought he was what? I'm sorry.
No, I'm saying I thought he was innocent. I mean, when I watched it,
he is actually innocent.
Yeah.
Carrie Cassidy claims that he's totally innocent of the murder. He was framed for it because he knew too much about the aliens.
Now, I'm going to record this if you don't mind.
Oh,
and by the way,
sure.
You should turn your video off because it still looks like it's trying to put video on, which is dragging down the bandwidth.
Oh, hang on then.
So you have to actually hit your camera and turn it off, which is, when you click on your camera, it either has a slash through it, meaning it's off.
Yeah, it's got the slash through there. It's got the slash through there already. I stopped it now.
Oh, that's odd. Okay, well, it seems, I guess we're having low bandwidth. All right, well, whatever. We can't do anything about it.
Let me just make sure.
You're Kevin Moore, and you're saying you interviewed me, and then you got contacted by some guy. And could you clarify who this guy is? Because what I'd like to do is, if you don't mind, it's up to you. If you want, if you don't want me to pass it on, I won't. But I would give it to Joanne, Mark's wife, so he sees what people are doing. Because obviously they have a legal case. They're trying to get Mark out of prison. If people are calling people associated with me and giving them, wrong information or whatever kind of information they're giving.
Yeah, and just to note, Mark Richards has been trying to get out of prison for quite some time. One of the big problems, however, is you are not going to get out on parole unless you admit what you did and show remorse. And Mark Richards and his wife and Carrie Cassidy are running around saying that he was framed by the government and he didn't do anything. He didn't take part in this murder. That doesn't sit well with parole boards, and so they won't let you out. So whatever Carrie Cassidy believes about his guilt or innocence, she's doing harm to even Mark Richards, because he's never going to get out of prison while he, his wife, and Carrie Cassidy are running around saying that he didn't do anything. He got framed, because he knew too much about aliens. The parole board's going to just deny him, let him rot in prison if he won't admit what he did 35 years ago was wrong and show remorse for it.
It can be very useful for them. So do you mind that, or would you rather I don't?
No, of course you can pass it on. Absolutely.
All right.
Absolutely.
So if you could tell me again, who is this person that called you?
This is a guy called Jeff Reed.
Jeff Rees?
Reed.
Reeve. Okay.
Reed. Yeah, Jeff Reed.
Okay. And then what was the gist of what he was saying again? I don't quite understand.
Sure. Well, again, I'll say I'll answer it from this perspective, right? Before I just answer that, like I said to you, I mean, I've interviewed Joanne it was a few years ago now. Do you know what I mean? It was many moons ago. Was it 2013? It might have been. And I interviewed her because, well, I guess, I knew it was a popular subject at the time. This was like years ago. I knew it was a popular subject, but I mean, there were some things in the story that didn't sit with me. Do you know what I mean? But hey, we don't believe in everything we're told, do we? But
no,
the main thing was, that this man was, had been innocently framed, and I think anyone watching or having seen your interviews with this guy would have felt the same way. And
no, I don't think anybody would. I saw her interviews with him, and immediately thought, if he's a murderer, he's not credible. If he was convicted by a jury of his peers, chances are he is guilty. And I looked into the case somewhat and was surprised that anybody would trust him, given what he is accused of and convicted of. By the way, the Sixth Sense helping out in the live chat. Great moderation. Thank you. July 16th, 1982, Richard Alexander Baldwin, 36, was murdered by Mark Richards and Crossan David Hoover. He was beaten with a baseball bat and stabbed with a knife and screwdriver in Marin County, California. Does that sound like somebody that you should trust when he starts telling you stories about aliens, Carrie Cassidy? Is that how dumb you are? Are you that dumb or that naive? It's one or the other. Or are you just don't care because he's telling a story that you could sell stupid people? It's one of those three, Kerry.
I wasn't thinking of Mark Richards. Do you know what I mean? Much when we did the interview with yourself, but this was a chap that had contacted me before years ago when I released that first interview with Joanne. After the interview, he contacted. Well, I say contacted. We had a slight email exchange, but again, I forgot about his email exchange. Loads of other things going on. That's not my life. But when he recontacted me again while I was at Contact in the Desert, he was like, this is the guy that sent you that original email. And I was like, oh, hang on, I do know you. And then it got into a bit of a heated argument because I really didn't want to know about it. Do you know what I mean? Unless he's got some really good evidence that this man's innocent, you can't go around and just, saying that someone is guilty. I mean, that doesn't work in my book. You have to be provable. Do you know what I mean? And at the same time, I didn't want to get involved in it neither because, I'm making a documentary on channeling. I mean, this is, it's stuff I cover, this stuff, but it's not stuff I'm focused on right now.
Oh, but he would go on to focus on it plenty, interviewing everyone he could about Mark Richards, the murder case, and everything else. And I, for one, can't wait to see his documentary on it.
You know what I mean? But What was interesting was he was telling me the story that, and none of this can be backed up. None of this can be verified as such, this part of his story. But as a child, he knew the Baldwin, the son of Baldwin, the son of the chap that was murdered. So what's the guy that was murdered? What was his name? It was I haven't got it in front of me. It was, just bear with me. I'll just grab it. The guy that was murdered was Richard A. Baldwin, 36. So Richard A. Baldwin, 36, was the man that was murdered. And this guy knew that man's son. And this guy was also from that area as well. He was a kid at the time. So when that murder of Richard A. Baldwin took place, it was made very well known to him that, do you know that kid you was hanging around with? Well, that kid's father is the man that's been murdered. So, he grew up in that era, basically. Now, again, none of this is provable that he knew that child or that he was there.
Yeah, and it turns out that Geoff was bullshitting or perhaps bluffing because it turns out that gentleman that got murdered had no children.
But what was interesting, what he sent through to me.
Sorry, friends. 1 second. 1 second here. If I don't have commercials on my show, I'm not playing somebody else's. And by the way, that's a commercial for Gaia TV. And I am not a fan. So let's get back to this. 1 second, friends. You know, I always forget that when there's a monetized video that I want to share portions of, I should just download it and share it locally so it won't have those. But I always forget to do that. So my apologies. Let's get back to the interview because it's about to really start heating up.
Was the 22 links on the actual murder case. And when I started going through the links, well, it was kind of obvious to me then that this murder really did take place, right? And it's such an old case that it's not a modern case. This was July 6, 1982. So it's, you know, it may seem not that long ago for some people, but actually that is a while ago. That is a while ago. And a couple of the people who were released recently, Hoover was one of the kids associated with Richard. Sorry, not Richard. I mean Mark. That was enticed by Mark to make the murder happen. He was released recently in 2007. So on Seattle Times and ABC News, I've also got the articles for those as well, where Richard's accomplices were released. It was actually a bit of a little famous case because this guy was a complete nutcase. Mark was in some respects because he wanted to set this new camera up in the Golden Gate area.
Mark Richards was going to set up a new Camelot and was recruiting cult members. And much like Charles Manson, he sent them out to murder people. Great guy. Really trustworthy source, Kerry. Really.
I know it sounds crazy what I'm saying to you, but again, reading the court documents.
You're assuming that I know nothing about the case when I've done a lot of investigation. So
Right.
I know all about that. And actually,
Right.
he wasn't a nut. And he wasn't doing that, and the whole thing was manufactured. But it's, you know, I understand.
There are court documents stating he was doing exactly that, Carrie Cassidy. People testified under oath that he was doing exactly that, Carrie Cassidy. He wasn't doing that? Then why did people testify under oath that he indeed was doing those things? What kind of research did you do? Did you just discount or throw out everything that didn't support your pre-made hypothesis that he was framed by the deep state and the CIA? Hey, maybe it was a deep state asset like me, like you've accused me of being, Carrie Cassidy, that framed him for this murder. Sure, Carrie Cassidy.
And the perspective out there, and I understand the links and the things you've read. So what is I guess kind of wanting you to cut to the chase because I don't have a lot of time. I'm packing to go to Barcelona, etc.
Sure.
So if you could, what new information was this person trying to provide?
Well, I never knew about if you knew about these links before, I don't think you that's not like out there as these links are out there and people can just find them. Most people go along with the story that Mark Richards is telling you, and they don't know about the opposing.
Hey, Kevin Moore, I hope you don't mind me sharing this, but Terry Joyce just started a new channel, and I wanted to sort of show people some of her past amazing work. And this is one of my favorites, this interview that she did with you. And also, I think a lot of people haven't heard this tape, which I think is gold, of you confronting Carrie Cassidy about Mark Richards being a slimy murderer. I think it's gold, and thank you for doing this, and thank you for sharing it so that people can see what the quality of Carrie Cassidy's research is.
22 links or 23 links, as I'm telling you, that they won't know about.
No,
those.
it's all you have to do is do a search on the web. You can find this stuff.
I don't think most people are doing those searches. They'll just take it as absolute.
Well, that's their business.
Yeah.
I mean, that happens with everything I release.
they'll
I mean,
take
who
that as
could
that.
say what people investigate and what they take the time? I mean,
I
it's dead easy to put a search
Sure.
term into Google and start your search.
Sure. I was one of those people that wouldn't have done that. I don't think. I don't know.
And I just want to say that he's being extremely nice to her, given the proof, the absolute proof that he has in the form of all these court documents, mainstream media stories about the other people involved in them. He has got a mountain of evidence that Carrie Cassidy is full of shit, but he's just too English polite to just, like ram it down her throat. So he's going to slow feed it to her, and it just gets better from here.
Why? I just wouldn't, just not something you
Yeah,
do.
whatever. Okay, fine.
Because in interest, it's like it's so out there. The story it's so interesting. But what the interesting part about his backstory about in the court cases was he was so out there anyway. In the original court case, he had this. He wanted to be the new King Arthur and such, and put this new.
Yeah, this is not accurate, but nonetheless, whatever.
Well.
This
what?
you gotta,
Oh, yeah,
this is an
absolutely.
intelligence agency operation,
And that could be
it's
the
gonna
truth.
have
That could
whatever
be-
details they decided to
That
paint.
that could.
Oh, Kevin Moore, how do I contact you? On Twitter? Let me see. At Kevin Moore. At Kevin Moore? The Kevin Moore Show. There we go. I'm going to send you. I absolutely. Whoa! Look at this. This is an unexpected. I just joked at the beginning of the show, Kevin Moore, that you said before we'll do a show together, and I've been, but you're a very busy guy, so I am going to send you an invite right now in your Twitter DMs, and praise the last minute great guest. I would love to talk to you. So we're gonna do that. I'm going to send this to you right now. 1 second. 1 second, friends. I got to send this off to him because we don't want to miss this opportunity. I don't know when we'll get it again. There we go. The Kevin Moore Show. Okay. I'm going to DM you. Oh, it doesn't. DM me, Kevin, or how do I get this to you? Because your DMs are not open. How do I get the invitation to you? Or send me an email at. Here, 1 second. I'll put my banner up for my email address. Send me an email at truthseekershow@gmail.com. 1 second. I'm trying to find that. Truthseekershow@gmail.com. Here's my email, Kevin. I will check my email and send it right to you. Let me get into my email, or send me a DM on Twitter. It's at Stephen Cambion on Twitter, and I will get you the show invitation link. We would love to hear an update about this. We would absolutely love that, and it would be my pleasure to hear that. I'm going to continue in this conversation between you and Cassidy in the meantime, and hope that you reach out to me. Again, it's truthseekershow@gmail.com, or DM me on Twitter at Stephen Cambion. I have the link ready, copied, pasted, and ready to send to you. And I would love to hear an update on this. So yeah, I've sent the link. We're going to continue listening to this. Yes, out of mind. Thanks, everybody. I hear it, and I'm trying to get the link to him. Oh, wait a minute. Here, he's giving me the email address. I can do that. Kevin at thekevinmooreshow.com. All right, 1 second. Let me send it to you right now. Please bear with me. Is it .co.uk? I'm going to send it to both. One second. So I've sent it to, I have you in my email buffer, I guess. Kevin at themooreshow.co.uk, and I'm going to send it to the other one that you mentioned, Kevin at thekevinmooreshow.com. Boy, I really need a producer. That would be helpful, right? I got to jump through too many hoops doing this stuff by myself. Okay, 1 second. We're gonna send that over. There you go. So I've sent it, and we'll continue listening to you're confronting Carrie Cassidy in the meantime, and then hopefully, if all goes well, we'll get Kevin Moore on here to do an interview just to give us an update, not really an interview. I would really like that.
Be the truth, but what if that wasn't the truth and the opposite was true? Have you considered that?
Of course, anyone can entertain both sides of the story, but what I'm saying, Kevin, I'm trying to cut to the chase here. Are you bringing me new information? Are you just saying, go look at those links? I've already done that. So that would be the end of this conversation. If you have new information, if that guy has new information, then what is the new information?
I just want to say, listen to the arrogance of her, because Kevin Moore is talking about 23 links to information, and she's saying, I've already seen it all. How does she know she's already seen all of that information? I don't think that she's done any research on this Mark Richards at all. I don't think she's read the court documents even, let alone all the extra information that Kevin Moore has, right? Kevin Moore, if nothing else, is very thorough. And if he's convinced of something, it's based on his accumulated knowledge of the subject. And unlike Carrie Cassidy, who just, are you telling a cool story about aliens? Come on with me.
Well, I didn't know you knew about that. So you know about those links, right?
Well, for God's sake, I'm an investigative reporter. I'm interviewing some guy 8 times. I go to the trouble to go to prison. I mean, give me a little credit here. I do investigate my people and their sources, etc. So, I do as much due diligence as I find necessary. And yes, of course, I've investigated.
Yeah, she said she does investigate her sources. I want to know if she investigated the court-martialed child molester that was her source. Did she know he was a court-martialed child molester? What about Sean David Morton? She believes that Sean David Morton, every one of her criminal friends that goes to prison has gotten framed by the deep state. How come Carrie Cassidy has so many friends that are getting framed by the deep state, right? What about her former association with Bill Ryan? People can look into there's some shady stuff going on with Bill too, allegedly. But it is what it is. She associates with criminals, and then when they get busted and go to prison, or they're already in prison, she says they were framed by the deep state. Good for you, Kerry.
Get to the case.
But would you ever
actually, just so you know the background, I investigated the case before I was ever in Camelot.
Right. So you because you knew of Joanne back before then, yeah.
And I determined the guy was innocent and that I wanted to interview him before I ever knew I was going to be an interviewer.
But
strangely enough.
But what if he wasn't?
Well, of course, what if he wasn't?
Really, try it again.
I mean, that's always a possibility.
But if he wasn't,
you have to
if he
rely
wasn't,
on your own.
But if he wasn't,
inner whatever kind of thing.
Oh, I want to stop for a second just to acknowledge and thank FGraph72 with a kind and generous $2 donations. And he says, starting a producer production aid fund. Yeah, I'll take any help that I can get. I'm trying to train my 5-year-old to run this stuff, but he's not doing well. I was yelling at him today, like, you're no help at all. You're worthless. I felt like my father. Does anybody remember when you used to help your dad work on the car? Because I do. And all I learned was I'm an idiot, I'm worthless, and I can't even shine a flashlight right. But yeah, we'll take all the help we can get here. Thank you very much for your kindness, your generosity, and your support. This is a viewer-supported show. Links in the About section here of how to support us. Throw us a couple of bucks, or there's that money sign down in the live chat if you want to throw us a couple of bucks. Or the place to join us on Patreon is right down in the description box of this video. Let's keep going with this because it's going to get heated.
Sure. But
I mean, I can't tell you what to think. I don't want to tell you what to think.
But
I, making a call to me, you're claiming this guy calls you. Did the guy call you just to direct you to some investigation that you could do on your own that, any regular person can just do? Or did he give you new information?
Well, I never knew about any of it. So to me, it was new information.
She's getting pissed.
Yeah. And I was going up to the Irons Institute to do a bit of filming for the documentary I was making. So he was only a couple of hours beyond that. So I did a little interview with him just to film him. And to me, it was all.
Rodrigo, are you talking about which email? Because if you're emailing me, it should be at truthseekershow@gmail.com. Are you talking about my old midnight hour email? Because I didn't get any email from you. I would be, I could check. And people are mentioning that the Discord server link is invalid. I would try it again because I just used it today and it's working, near as I can tell. Otherwise, I'll have to look into that after the show is over because I'm about as multitasked as I could be right about now.
Well, yeah, to me, it was all new news. But obviously, as you're saying here, this is all news that you've covered before. To me, the thing was, right, well, if he wasn't innocent and he had actually done these, then him trying to create this coup would have been just as crazy as the information he's bringing out now. What if he is not telling the truth? That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, what if he wasn't? I mean, duh. This is, it's just like, that's true of any case. All I can tell you is, I've sat with the man for hours on end. I evaluated him based on my intuition and my investigation prior to every meeting with him. I've spent hours with his wife as well. I mean, a person has to make their own evaluation, as I said. Now, of course, there are going to be people who are supporting the family of the murderers. And keep in mind that Mark is supposed to be, of all things, the mastermind, which is complete absurdity, of two people who did the murder. He didn't do the murder anyway, from the point of view of the state.
No. Yeah. He is not the person who hit the guy with bats and knives and, beat him and bludgeoned him and stabbed him to death. He's the guy who sent the people to do it. And it's been proven in a court of law.
He never put the screwdriver through the heart. He never put the.
You believe that this concocted story, and it's just the whole thing is ludicrous. Fine if it doesn't matter what you can believe whatever you want, but for the purposes of this phone call, I guess what you're doing is you're letting me know that you've done an interview with some guy who knew the son of the guy that was murdered. Is that correct?
That's exactly who it was. Yeah.
Okay, fine. So he's not exactly that close to the situation.
Not at all.
And he's also somebody who's coming forward years later to suddenly try to contact you. Now, it's interesting that he's trying to contact you, and you said you interviewed Joanne, and he did the same thing then. So then you have to ask yourself, is this guy a paid informant? Is he working for the CIA? There's all kinds of reasons why a person comes forward in this way to try to bring.
Just like in my case, when I completely busted her fake stories on Mark McCandlish, I'm suddenly a deep state asset. Do you hear what she's saying? Anybody that disagrees with her must be a paid disinformation agent, or in my case, a deep state asset sent to throw people off about the truth about aliens, right? Yeah. She says this all the time. Anybody that disagrees with her must be a CIA plant, right?
Bring a journalist such as yourself into one direction or another. You can believe him, and it's fine if you did an interview. I guess thanks for letting me know. Not that it matters too terribly much to me, but
yeah, it doesn't matter to me that I'm peddling a fake story from a murderer and somebody's letting me know about that. It doesn't matter to her. And by the way, Rodrigo, I put the email address up on the screen. If you have something to email me, I'd be happy to hear from you. And I check that email many times a day. So generally, I don't miss messages from that email. There we go.
If you think I'm going to change my point of view because this guy is suddenly coming forward to say, look at these links that have been out there for 20 years or 30 years,
Absolutely.
It's not important to me.
No, absolutely. You cannot just judge a story just on one person's angle. That's absolutely what it was for me was the 23 plus websites, archived information about the case. That's what it was like. They are. So I thought to myself, well, not all of this can be implanted CIA information on these sites. This looks like a very genuine kind of backstory on this what this guy was up to.
Listen to Kevin Moore coming at her with like logic and reason, right, and discernment and like critical thinking skills that she completely and totally doesn't understand.
And his accomplices as well. Now, of course, he never committed the murder, but he was the one that egged these 17-year-olds on at the time. That's what they're saying. He was the one that brainwashed them in a sense. So
yeah, right.
Yeah.
Good luck with that. Okay, fine. Yeah.
But the thing is, I mean, most of the people that took part in this case, the superintendent and other people, are dead, right? Not dead or dying, or they're not around, or they're just they've they're now.
That's convenient.
Yeah. Well, it is and it ain't, but there are other people that could be traced into this case. If you put the homework in, you would find that you could really trace the real people involved in this case. But whether it's the 2007 release of Hoover or it's other people, you would.
Okay, let me ask you this, Kevin, because obviously this guy had nothing new to add.
No.
Have you ever investigated a false flag? No, just wait 1 second. Have you ever investigated a false flag? Do you know what I mean when I say a false flag?
I know what you mean by a false flag, yeah. I know what you mean
You
by
do.
a false flag.
Okay, have you ever tried to investigate one?
Well, let me ask you this. Would you put these links out in a new video just to say, look, guys, here's this case.
No, because I don't. No, that's not what I do. I have no interest in that.
Why?
I mean, I'm not a reporter trying to investigate his murder case.
But then, if I was covering,
she doesn't care about the murder case.
Right?
She just cares about the alien. She doesn't care about the murder case. She only cares about the alien stories that she could sell. Great, Kerry.
Came to me with you knew about the links before. You knew about the 23 plus links online anyway.
It's
right?
out in the public domain. You can investigate the case anytime you want.
Why wouldn't you just have the opposing there in the video to say, look, here's what he's saying?
No, actually, that's not what my job is. I mean, everyone does what they want to do about.
Her job is not to report to people the facts. It's just to report to people the fake alien stories that she wants to sell.
These things. My job is, and our discussions are not about a murder for which he was framed over 30 years ago. And, even at this time, he, again, as the mastermind, there's
and I would like to invite Carrie Cassidy, show us the evidence that he was framed. What evidence do you have that he was framed? Other than your own statement and his own belief, right? You know how many guys that I know that are in prison that claim that they're innocent or were framed? It doesn't make it true unless they have evidence. Carrie Cassidy has no evidence this man was framed.
The law on the books right now saying that somebody should be released from prison if they were a supposed mastermind of a murder because they were not the one who did it. And so that Mark is actually way beyond his stay in prison for any kind of involvement, if you want to call it that, in this situation.
Well,
but in my view, he's completely innocent. He was off the planet when the fucking murder happened.
Well, if that's the truth, yeah, but if that's...
Yeah, and pardon me for the language. Do you hear what you just said? He couldn't have murdered that guy because he was off the planet fighting aliens in space when this happened. That's Mark Richards' story, and he's sticking to it. And so is Carrie Cassidy.
That's the truth. If he wasn't,
but
if that's the
part
truth.
of the secret space. Look, if you don't understand, I mean, I have so much evidence of the way this works. Have you ever looked at Obama's birth certificate? I mean, you really got to get a grip.
She's on her own website.
This is a whole different way of looking at reality. The false flags, the reason I ask you about false flags is that if you investigate false flags, you begin to go down a rabbit hole, which is unbelievable, of people who are lying about people being killed. I mean, listen to my interviews with James Fetzer. Ask yourself why YouTube doesn't want those interviews out there in the public.
Because Carrie Cassidy was spreading medical disinformation with an irresponsible, stupid guest that wasn't even a real doctor. That's why YouTube wanted them off of YouTube. That's why your channel got obliterated, because you let fake people with no credentials come on your show and give fake information out. Conspiracy land nonsense.
They've deleted them off my site.
Good.
He's an ex-Marine. He's a tenured professor for zillions of years. He's written over 10 books. He's a heavy-duty investigator, a very respectable man, and he investigates in minutia every false flag that has happened in the United States. He's obsessed with it. And so what you really have to do is look at the false flags, start to see how...
See, this is her argument. Oh, I got you, Kevin Moore, you caught me selling a completely, totally fake murderer as a secret space program insider. You caught me dead to rights using a convicted murderer as a source about space alien Buck Rogers fantasy stories. well, Kevin, it's not my fault I did that. You have to learn about false flags. I mean, this is stupid. It's a stupid argument, Carrie Cassidy. One of these things is not like the other.
Evidence can be manufactured by the secret government, by law enforcement under orders from higher ups, etc., and disappeared, etc. You really have to go down that road. It's a fascinating journey, and I encourage you to take it. I don't have time right now to educate you as to all the steps.
Listen
but
to
I can
her.
encourage you to
I
watch
don't
my
have
channel.
time to educate you, Kevin Moore. Meanwhile, Kevin Moore is the guy that has the facts and the evidence, and she doesn't have time to educate him because he's just got facts and evidence, and she's got nothing.
Spetzer interview, which is no longer on YouTube. It is now on Steemit and also on what is this called? BitChute. So if you just go to BitChute, you put in Project Camelot, you should find it, no problem. You know, this is the reality. Manufactured evidence is so common. You know, look at Pearl Harbor. That was a fucking false flag.
Again, I apologize for her language.
And if you don't know this stuff, you need to get educated.
And by the way, AI algorithm gods, I'm not saying I agree with that statement. I don't know, have not thoroughly investigated. This is Carrie Cassidy making these statements, and we're kind of making fun of her lack of evidence, lack of knowledge. Please find context. AI algorithm gods. In Google's name we pray. Do not strike us down. Amen. All I can do is say a prayer to the AI algorithm.
Tompkin, this was a false flag.
All right, now that one I agree with her on. All right, for once I agree with Carrie Cassidy. Of course there's such things as false flags, but her conspiracy mind sees everything as a false flag.
The governments knew. They set it up.
Yeah.
They staged it.
I wouldn't be absolutely surprised in some of those cases that they were staged or things that happen on purpose to let things happen.
This is
that,
what goes on.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
if you don't want to believe, evidence that you see in front of you that these people think they're giving you and so, it doesn't, it's your choice. You know, you have to rely on your intuition. You have to rely on your ability to investigate. If you think that I should be putting those links on my website, I appreciate your opinion, but I'm not doing it, okay? Because I think it's bullshit.
Yeah, why should she give her viewers actual facts or actual evidence when she could just tell them fantastical stories about reptilian aliens and this guy who teleports out of his prison cell to save Earth every night? Sure, Kerry, why put the actual evidence on your website that Kevin Moore is offering you?
But then, the only thing me and you don't know, the thing that we don't know, right, is was a Richard A. Baldwin of 36, did he really exist? And was his life taken? That's what
no,
we
I
don't
mean,
know.
if I died, I mean, we're not questioning that there was a murder. It was in the news and everything, and apparently that much was true.
The murder happened, right?
listen,
So who did kill him? Who did kill him?
And claim that I masterminded it? How can I counter
this is
that?
Great.
Seriously,
but then,
it's a method of the mind. You're talking about a man who didn't come with any kind of instrument, show up on the scene or anything. He was supposed to have masterminded.
And
and it was proven in a court of law that he wound up some 17-year-old kids and sent them out with a baseball bat and a knife and other weapons to bludgeon and stab a man to death. Over what? Over money. And not very much of it either. Shows what kind of person he is. But Carrie Cassidy's going to run with this story, and her defense is he didn't stab the person. He didn't hit and bludgeon anybody to death with a baseball bat. No, but he manipulated children to do it for him, and he was found guilty of it in a court of law. Whether you like that or not, Kerry, that is the truth.
That is a mental. Did David Koresh mastermind whatever that was called? Waco. Are these people responsible? Did Jesus persuade people of things, or did he verbally did you record his voice? Did he actually write in the Bible those words?
Well, we don't know any of that, but we're talking about this particular case.
This is what we're talking about. Think about it. You're talking about, it's basically, when you reduce it all down, it's fucking word of mouth. There's nothing that can prove it.
Absolutely not. I don't.
Oh my God.
This murder victim, I can't prove a thing. I wasn't there at all. No, none of us were.
It's not about whether you were there. I'm saying what he was accused of was masterminding a murder. And I'm saying to you, you can read all the evidence you want of the murder, but you cannot prove that those 17-year-olds were brain controlled by him. Who else could brain control and who's very likely to mind control people?
Oh, she's gonna blame the CIA. I know it.
Well, hello, the Nazis. Well, hello, the people that took over mind control technology from the Nazis, which is the secret government.
But
well,
yes,
hello.
He had this idea.
Wow, she's blaming the Nazis, the secret government. They did it, not Mark Richards.
Richards an individual, or is it the state? You put your allegiance with the state in this conversation, certainly. And, all I'm saying to you is that's not my point of view. I see way beyond that. And I've got proofs for so many years, and it's just ridiculous. All I can tell you is look at Obama's birth certificate and ask yourself if that fucking guy was president of the United States.
I apologize for her language again. Yeah, it's worthy of mention that Carrie Cassidy was a huge Trump supporter and a birther, right? Shows where her mind is, right? And it is what it is. She believes that, I don't know, Obama made up his birth certificate. He was born in Kenya, not in this country, and this and that.
And the lies are just so plentiful. It's unbelievable. So, get a grip. This is the reality we live in. I didn't create it, but I can tell you that if you want to believe the evidence that this man is showing you, that's already very much in the public domain and has been for 30 God knows how many years, do so. It's all right. If you want to put it on your website, if you want to put all the links for people, you've done an interview with me, which is not very nice because it was visually horrible.
I would
but
prefer a
aside
nicer
from that,
term.
I think my information was
mentally
good and clear.
challenged.
I mean, I don't encourage people to think what I want them to think.
Horrible.
I want them to think for themselves.
Yes,
but
thank
I'm
you,
not,
Adamine.
on the other hand,
Please no
I am
cursing in
not
the live
going to
chat.
become, a worker for the state and post their bullshit. I'm not going on to mainstream news and post their lies. I mean, I'll post what I feel is the closest thing to the truth and allow people to decide for themselves.
Okay, so the closest thing she has to the truth came to her from, let's see, a convicted murderer, a court-martialed child molester, a fraudster in the form of Sean David Morton, and all these other people with fake doctorate degrees that aren't real doctors. Yeah, that's where she's getting her truth from, that she's deciding to share with people. Great,
If
Carrie.
they want to investigate further, and I always encourage people to do that, then so be it, and that's great. And if they
Yeah, Kerry, you encouraged me to investigate further when you ran a fake story about the tragic death of somebody from the UFO community recently, and I found out that you were completely and totally making up fake facts, and I got the real facts, kind of like Kevin Moore did in this case. There's a proven track record of you telling fake stories about aliens and whatever, and people showing the real evidence. And then you get pissy like you did with Kevin here and like you did with me recently, because now I'm a deep state asset, according to Carrie Cassidy.
want to make decisions one way or the other, that's great too. You want to decide whether Jesus really walked on the earth and you want to investigate it, do so. Investigate whatever you like. My point here is that the state manufactures evidence like you would not believe, and I've been doing this for 12 and a half years.
Me
and
neither,
I've only
Aaron. I
become
have no
more
idea.
certain of this rather than less.
Yeah,
So,
I
have to make your own decisions.
I don't. And
She
I know
has
you've got
no
to go now, and I
defense,
don't
that's
disagree with
why.
you that the state does manufacture bullshit. Absolutely, but I don't know. Maybe it's my intuition. Maybe that's alarming here. But he did talk about he wanted to isolate a part of Marine County or whatever and transform it into the model of Camelot. I mean,
I really
I don't know.
hope this
That
guy's
sounds kind of benign to
kidding
me.
again.
What's the model of Camelot? I mean, you know what? Kennedy and Jackie were known for return to Camelot.
Oh, now she's going to make these ridiculous claims that she's like from the bloodline of Camelot or Guinevere, and Bill Ryan is from the bloodline of King Arthur. Oh, it's priceless. Yeah.
So, what are you going to do about that?
So
accuse them of something too?
Well, they've not murdered anyone.
Camelot.
Yeah.
What do you want to accuse me of? I, as far as people could say, I'm fucking crazy. I think I'm the reincarnation of Guinevere. What are you going to do about that? I sound fucking crazy. I can tell
Yes,
you,
you do, honey.
that Bill Ryan
And I apologize for her language.
comes from the Arthurian bloodline, according to Illuminati, that we've got proof of that. Okay.
She's got proof that the Illuminati say that Bill Ryan comes from the bloodline of King Arthur. Wow.
You know, he's O negative. What do you want to do with that? You want to say we're crazy?
A lot of people are O negative. I can't stand people that use that as some kind of proof that they're alien hybrids or they're special. You're not special. You just have a rare blood type. And it's not even that rare considering the population of the planet that has that blood type, Kerry.
Crazy?
No.
Is he really a descendant of the Arthurian bloodline? He's been told by several psychics he is. You know, that's my intuitive take. He doesn't claim it.
Okay, so psychics said he was, so it must be true. That's her proof. That's her evidence. Some psychics said it. It must be true.
He doesn't even like hearing that.
But he's
you
not
know,
murdered.
what do you want
He's
to do
not-
with this stuff? It sounds outlandish. It sounds like we're all fucking crazy.
Of course.
And if you want to come to that conclusion, you're very welcome to do so.
Oh, I mean, listen, I've done a documentary on channeling. I mean, I'll be the first to say all that. Do you know what I mean? Absolutely.
Right. So,
You
I
know,
mean, you know, I'm sorry to be
but
abrupt with you or short.
I don't have a background of, you know, anything bad in my background. I haven't been arrested for anything, and nor have I ever been done for murder. That's the only difference. You know,
Hey, Kerry, I never murdered anybody, though. Okay? That's the difference. Let's see what she says now.
The only difference.
Well, I mean, you know, with unreason, people can be accused of anything and framed for anything. It's astonishing the number of people who have so-called suicided themselves, shooting themselves in the head several times. You know, that's a physical impossibility.
Agreed, Aaron. Yeah, that
I mean,
one too.
these things
Absolutely.
are in the
and
news.
I would agree with you.
Are
And
claimed.
I would agree with you with what you're saying. I would agree with you with what you're saying.
Where do you draw the line? Seriously.
Well, that's
You
the thing.
just have to look at the evidence. If it resonates with you, you know, Kevin, you know, I can't.
I'm going to check in with our analytics here because I think that I missed a super chat, and we call out every single super chat that we get here, and I don't ever want to miss one. So I apologize if I did. I'm going to check in with that just to make sure. Yeah, Rogue Status with a kind and generous super chat donation of $5. Thank you, Rogue Status. Fellow Philadelphian, someday I'm going to have you come and visit here, Rogue Status. Maybe you should come and co-host a show with me. That would be fun. Thank you for your kindness, your generosity, and your support. And one other second while I check in and see what's dinging. One second. I got to learn to shut off certain message apps during a show because I think it's something important. Yeah, and it's not. So 1 second, friends.
Can't think for
Let's
you.
get back
All I
to
can
this.
tell you is, you know, I've gone down that rabbit hole. I've made my decision and I've done my interviews. If you want to believe that this stuff is not true and you want to put out the other side, you know, go right ahead. It's fine.
But I'm go on. Okay. Well,
He's getting tongue-tied because she just keeps making excuses, and he's trying to explain his point, which is you can't use a convicted murderer as a source, but she is.
I'm not looking at creating something that's damaging or hurtful towards anyone. I'm just saying, have we considered this? That's my point. That's only my point.
I know, but you know, quite frankly, I mean, appreciate your input,
And
okay?
Shirashi
And
with a
appreciate
kind
your
and generous
sort of
donation
act of
of
conscience, if
$10.
you want to call it that, where you're calling me because you think you came across.
Thank you for your kindness, your generosity, and your support of the show. We truly do appreciate it. Thank you very much. You have my gratitude. I have an attitude of gratitude about everybody that's helping me to continue to make this show possible. Every dollar does help. There's links in the About section or in the description of the video for how you can support us. Thank you very much, Ian Shirasi, longtime supporter of the show, who is continuing to support the show, and I'm happy to see that. I'm glad that you still like me.
across something that I haven't, but as it happens, you haven't. Okay. Now, had this person had something to add to this beyond sending you to links, you know, then I would listen. But I probably, you know, he could easily be working for the state.
He's Geoff. You heard it here first, friends. Geoff from Paradise, California, is working for the deep state. That's what it is.
Easily, it's absolutely mind-boggling. On the other hand, he could just be somebody who's emotionally involved and thinks he knows the truth.
I think he's emotionally involved because he knew the young man. I think that's yeah.
Fine. You know, have you ever seen the way how emotionally involved the Ku Klux Klan gets when they go after somebody in the South? I mean, you know, seriously, all I can tell you is, you know.
Why is she even talking about the Ku Klux Klan? What does that have to do with anything? Is she trying to ascribe the, you know, I don't know.
Unbelievable, this stuff. I mean, you know.
But what can I ask you one final thing? What if in the future the family members were found, you know, and the detectives and everything, and they actually say, listen, that was my uncle, that was my ex-husband, and that really happened.
Nobody's denying that there are family members of the individuals that are alive today. Nobody's denying that those people exist.
But then what you're saying is that Richard was off planet and he had nothing to do with it, basically. Yeah.
He couldn't have taken part in a murder. He was on another planet at the time. I want to see him bring that defense in front of a judge and a jury.
Considering he didn't actually do the murder, it's perfectly in keeping for him. Maybe he was, you know, I don't know, in Antarctica for all we know. I mean, you know, really.
Yeah, he was at a secret base in Antarctica. Sure, Kerry.
Where does if he was the supposed mastermind, all of that would have taken place before they did the act.
Yes,
right?
he was off planet.
So the day of the murder, he could have been anywhere on the planet or off the planet. He could have been under the ocean. It doesn't matter. He was supposedly the mental, you know, person who put them up to it mentally.
And what if?
Right?
Okay, but what if is? I'm always a what if, right? What if he actually
welcome V
and he's fooled you? What would you feel then in the future that he's fooled you? I mean, what if? Just what if?
I'm not worried about it. Let's just put it that way.
Okay.
I made my decision. It's like a lot of decisions you make in life. You make them. You lay your bets where you will. You know, my whole career is based on people like this. He's not the only person I'm dealing with.
She just admitted that her whole career is based on people like this Mark Richards, a murderer, which is somewhat true because for some reason, a lot of Carrie Cassidy's sources, especially about alien stories, are criminals, are actual convicted criminals.
And that could be a what if. No, true.
I've got so many whistleblowers, some of, you know, in front of the camera, some who never did come in front of the camera. And, you know, I mean, you really, it's not served to you in a silver platter, the truth. It's a wall, you know.
It's definitely her. She won't dispute that it's her.
You know, there are going to be people that can convince you one way or the other. And it can all, you know, you must have seen watch movies, seen books where it's just you think you know one thing and then it completely reverses itself.
After
this is the name
of
the game.
Sure.
You must make your own decisions. And and basically I can't help you
Sean
with that.
David Morton is
another one of his what I
sources.
do.
He's a criminal.
You can evaluate the information he puts out. There has been a guy, if you want to talk to him, I don't know if you saw my interview with him. His name is Julian Salt. I believe that's his name. I met with him here in Britain. He is a Brit. He investigated a lot of Mark's claims, literally one by one, and found they were all correct. So you can go talk to that person, for example, if you are really in a state.
How do you investigate this guy claiming that he teleports out of his jail cell? Do you hear her statement? Well, I know an investigator that investigated Mark's claims and found them to be all correct. Here's a guy who's been in prison for 35 years claiming that aliens or some secret galactic council are teleporting him out of his jail cell so that he could go fight in the secret space wars against the reptilian aliens. How are you verifying that as being real, Kerry? How is any investigator supposed to verify that as being real? But she makes these statements trying to prove her point, like, I got the goods. Yeah, this is definitely true. Okay.
For this situation. There's ways to investigate, you know.
And by the way, she didn't give the investigator's name or anything. She just, saying it doesn't make it. Could be one of her imaginary friends for all we know.
Both sides of the question.
Well, that's something that I've got to consider. Yeah, I don't. I mean, I'm just like, well, you know, I think there's truth out there. This is my take on it right now, especially after being at Contact in the Desert and Alien Con. There's truth out there.
Yeah,
but
you know, Contact in the Desert is a fucking can of worms. A lot of those people are mind controlled. They're lying through their teeth. They're not being honest. And I can go right down the list of speakers and tell you.
And a hallmark of a good UFO con artist is, oh, those other guys are telling fairy tales and tall tales and fake stories, but not me. I'm a credible researcher. Yeah, sure.
Who's lying?
I was
I mean, you know, if you're using that as a reference kind of
I'm just
logical thought.
No,
I'm sorry.
And I gotta say, what a nice guy Kevin Moore is, because listen to her talk him down, say that she doesn't have time to educate him. She's talking to him like he's some, you know, petulant school child, and she's the high and mighty teacher that knows everything or something. And he is handling it very well. I wouldn't have handled this that well. I would have been screaming at her by now. But to his credit, Kevin Moore's keeping his calm and his composure, and he's being very polite to her in the face of all these insults she keeps flinging his way.
I was going to say to you that going to these places, there's about 20% of truth, if that, and 80% bollocks, if that. 20% is true.
Fine.
Yeah. I think there's so much disinformation in the UFO field. So much. It's ripped apart by disinformation.
I think he's waiting till we're done listening to this.
Yeah, I think, you know what's funny? I just did an interview, or they did an interview with me here in England with this woman who, her name is Carolyn Stevens. She was a campaigner for Brexit. She comes from a completely different walk of life than I do. We did it live with Miles. It's on my website. It's on my YouTube channel. It's the first interview, the most recent one. You know, you can watch it. You can see how our world,
yes, I would.
Completely opposite worlds come together. And what we both find is lies like you would not believe, coming from the top echelons of so-called respectability and power. And so if you want to say ufology is full of lies, I have to say, take a look at your MPs. Take a look. Do you know, she gave me a statistic. It was something like 162 MPs have all been convicted sex offenders.
Well,
yeah, listen to her. She really doesn't like sex offenders, but she's okay with using sex offenders when they're telling her alien stories that she could sell.
I don't know if that's true. I'd be careful.
It's in your press. Look it up.
I don't know if that's true.
Now look it up, because that's a statistic you can check.
Yeah,
okay,
I don't think
either they are or they aren't, and she's not lying. So, you know, she ran for office. She ran to become an MP herself.
Yeah.
She's completely lodged in the mainstream, you know, and her stuff is all out there. So all I'm saying to you is, you know, you want to accuse ufology of lies. Hollywood is full of lies. I worked in entertainment for 20 years.
Of course it is. They're all full of lies. Of course it is.
It's, you know, why target one
yeah,
area?
murderers
I'm
are
not.
fine.
Scientists lie us on a regular basis because they can't face the truth.
The only reason I'm talking,
our scientists have been lying to the public, and if we get into religion, then you're really over.
I'm not targeting ufology. It's just a field that I had a bit of an appreciation and was in with the talk show that I was doing, and that's why I'm mentioning it. And going and seeing these things in person, you realize just how much crap there is out there, and it's difficult to tell the crap from the good stuff. Very difficult for people.
Absolutely.
I'll disagree with Kevin Moore. I don't think it's that difficult. You just do some fact checking when people start talking, and it becomes very evident who's telling fairy tales and who's got some real information that's worthy of listening to.
Yeah.
And, you know, people are constantly accusing me of all kinds of things. It's unbelievable. Look, what can I tell you?
Nothing.
You know,
nothing. Our conversation is done here. No, nothing. You've got. You're happy where you're at, and I've just discovered this a few weeks ago, and it just shook my world a little bit that something as big as that Mark Richards story might not be what it seems to be on the front, and that's a difficult one to swallow when you didn't know anything about the backstory, but. And I can see why you kept the backstory out of there. So
yeah, no politician lies, Dustin.
Would come
Politicians
up
never lie or make shit
the
up.
information that he's giving out. But I guess it wobbles your world a little bit when you know that actually, you know what, this guy's got mental health issues in the past. So why are those mental health issues not there now? That's the problem. So yeah.
That's an assumption.
It is, and only based on the court cases as well, But I think some of the things he mentions and talks about, I think when I interviewed Joanna back years ago, I mean many moons ago, I just thought, God, this is so far fetched. Some of this stuff, what is true in some of this stuff? Is it? Because the one thing Contact in the Desert taught me is that when you get out of that Contact,
yeah, we've got an international audience right now. I'm happy about that.
Worlds, no one knows about these things.
Scotland, America, Portugal, Spain, community. Canada, Mexico, and Jerusalem, and probably Australia.
Such a small community.
Yeah. Well, all I can tell you is you can talk to Joanne.
Mark Richards sharing the court documents.
You can sign up to visit Mark in prison if you want to talk to the real man. If you really think you're going to investigate something, you should go to the source, right? So, and you should evaluate his personality based on that. I wish I had a camera when I was interviewing him. You really have to decide. If you think this man has mental issues, you don't know what the hell you're talking about. That's all I can tell you.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, because nobody with mental issues, murders people, right? He doesn't have any mental issues.
Well, maybe that's
so believe the court documents if you will. But what we find is courts are full of lies. Judges are lies. They're pedophiles. They're everything.
Yeah, what is her fascination with pedophiles? She is obsessed with pedophiles, pedophile rings, the mole children, right? Sex offenders. But yet she'll use sex offenders if they're telling her alien stories that she could sell.
Under the sun, the last thing they are is honest. And our legal system is rife with people that are in prison who didn't do anything wrong.
And some of those cases actually do exist.
Cool, I would like that. I'm a rocket guy. I love rockets and SpaceX and NASA.
This is, it's a can of worms. But I guess
I understand.
Enough time. I think you understand where I'm coming from.
I totally do.
I don't even feel it necessary to defend my side. I do what I do. You have to pick and choose your battles, so to speak. You have to pick and choose the things you're going to investigate. I investigate the secret space program, the Illuminati and so on. What I don't do is I don't go back into the past and spend my time investigating murder cases that people are accused of.
Why should she investigate the murder case this guy is accused of if she can spend her time selling his alien stories? That makes sense.
Masterminding at the moment. And I had to make my evaluation a long time ago, actually, because I did it actually before Camelot.
Yeah, you said that,
I came across, I investigated the case, I read about the case. It's actually a very distasteful case, but there's plenty of information out about it. And the two young men who were involved in it, who, were really demented in their heads. And, you have to deal with that.
One's free now. I think one's been freed. I think Hoover, I think Cosine, or whatever his name is.
Yeah, because he admitted what he did and showed remorse, and he got out on parole. Unlike Mark Richards, who claims that he was on another planet when the murder took place, so he couldn't have done it or had any involvement in it. Sure, Mark Richards. Sure, Carrie Cassidy.
He's been freed now, I think. I think he has.
Yeah, isn't politics lovely? It's always the way.
Yeah. So, okay, right. Well, I'll let you know what I'm going to do, and maybe I don't know. I don't know. Like I said, I never went to him. This guy came to me. It wasn't like I was even looking at this, but it was just interesting when.
Yeah, I get it. You don't have to let me know what you're going to do. Just do whatever you do. It doesn't matter to me, to be honest. It really doesn't.
Yeah, definitely projecting.
You can do what you do. You're an independent agent. And if you want to let Joanne know that, as a journalist, you're going to do something, whatever, that's fine too. You have
Trust
contact
the plan,
with her, I'm sure. If you don't, if you need her email address, I'll send it to you. But that's, it's really neither here nor there what you've said to me in this conversation, because it's not anything I'm not aware of and have dealt with, not just to do with this case, but so many others. It's unbelievable.
Could be.
Okay. All right.
So look, you take care, and
you too.
Maybe we'll talk again in the future.
Yeah, maybe we will. Okay. Thanks for your time, Kerry.
All right.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Oh, this was gold, friends. This was gold.
So you just heard there the conversation we've had with Carrie Cassidy. And as you can tell in that conversation, she doesn't care about discernment. She doesn't care that there's backlinks to the story. She believes that this man was set up and framed for the murder, and that all the court case was put in by the deep state, and that really, you know, this man is who he says he is. But of course he's not, because as soon as I started investigating the case, the next day after that phone conversation, I text Kerry and I said, "There's a documentary here. You know, we've got a murder."
Oh, too bad for Carrie Cassidy that Kevin Moore, who is an excellent researcher, is going to make an entire documentary proving what bullshit Mark Richards is, and make Carrie Cassidy look stupid for running around peddling his fake alien space soldier stories for years.
We've got ufology, and we've got, you know, the secret space program as well, all in one. I mean, that's just, you know, insane to have that. So then I turned to Jeff and I said to him, look, this interview that we did together, is it going to happen? He was a bit upset about it, but then I said, let's do a documentary. And from there, we started making I did the research. Jeff would just listen back to all the evidence that I was collecting. I recorded all my conversations with everyone. Some of them I shouldn't have done that, but it was for research. It wasn't supposed to be distributed anywhere else. It was just for this project.
Yeah, and by the way, recording calls is something that is a valuable tool, especially in one-party consent states. What does that mean? That means if I'm investigating something and I'm calling somebody in a one-party consent state, that means only I have to consent to the recording. I'm recording it so that I have it, so that I can refer back to it.
And I then went to Marin County in, I want to say, September last year, and started the first half of the taping. I got back and I realized I'd missed out quite a bit of stuff, and I've come back now to refilm that stuff. And there's so much in between that we could talk about, but none of this is true. Captain Mark Richards is not a captain. I even went down to the Smithsonian Museum in Washington, and his wife Joanne has laid a plaque there with a number of other plaques where he's got his father, the Major Ellis Richards, who was in the Air Force, and then underneath him or above him, this will be in the documentary, there's Captain Mark Richards.
Yeah, he was never a captain or in the military, apparently.
And everything that this man's doing, all the writings that he's doing, it's so cleverly set up. I mean, he's got a publishing company set up by his wife, so they've got direct access to send in all the publications he wants to make these reports. He never puts his names on the reports. It's always hands off. Kerry goes there, but he could soon turn around and say, I never said those things I said to Kerry that she's put out on that YouTube channel. I never told Joanne, my wife, to go to the UFO conferences and put my stuff out there. I asked him to come on this documentary. He said no. I asked him to come on the phone lines. He said no. It wasn't going to happen. He was too busy. Not enough time in prison. Mm-hmm. But then, of course, I then contact his crime partner, Crossan Hoover, who was the 17-year-old when the murder took place.
Yeah, Kevin Moore did a bang-up job investigating this thing.
This man did the murder on behalf of Mark Richards. He was stood
there we go.
He was so manipulated by Mark Richards, who was 29, and so was another guy called Andrew Campbell. Andrew Campbell got state testimony. He was a state's witness and placed Crossan and Andrew at the murder scene while he stayed at the murder victim's house and ransacked the house. Okay.
Yeah, it was all about a little bit of money. And I'm happy to say, boy, what a surprise. And my favorite surprise guest ever, right? 1 second, let me do it this way. There we go. We have the actual Kevin Moore. And I swear, guys, this wasn't planned, right? Kevin, we didn't plan this. You weren't going to come on today, but you saw that I was doing this. What a fantastic story. And I wanted to share it to try to help Terry, who just started a new YouTube channel, because she brought you to bring this information all out and to share this. Can you give us an update on what's been going on? Oh, we got no audio. Yeah, so give us a moment while Kevin works out his audio issue. Go over to Cam Mic and it'll let you select your microphone. There you go. Yeah. So I can't tell you that it's an honor and privilege to have Mr. Moore with us.
Okay, that's working, I think now, Steve.
There you go. Yeah, yeah.
Okay, yeah. And just watching it back, just listening back to that tape, it brings back so many memories. You know what I mean?
You got a good gotcha. And if you didn't know, I got a good gotcha on Carrie Cassidy. She ran with this fake story of Mark McCandless's death by shotgun to the head. And I did a deep dive investigation, and we uncovered the actual truth behind the case. She ran with fake facts. She said this man was murdered by the dark magician cabal and all this stuff. She's pumping up this fake story about a man's tragic suicide. We looked into it and found out that everything she was saying in her videos, in her blog, was completely made up horseshit.
Yeah, I've heard about the Mark story, and it's a tragedy that he took his own life, you know,
Certainly.
for the family as well. Yeah, God, where do we start with this, man? Well, as that video sort of goes into, when I made that original interview with Kerry, I think it was back in, I want to say maybe July, August 2019. It could have been earlier. So that was a long time ago. And, you know, having multiple trips to Marin County to go investigate the crime, you know, so much more became apparent. You know what I mean? So, yeah, where do I start with this? So, yes, Baldwin never had any children. He was a single man. And I did spend time speaking to Cross and Hoover. I probably spent, oh my God, probably, well, I saw Crossan in person in the prison that he's at in California. And probably about 6 months worth of, you know, speaking to him by phone, you know, over the prison phone lines. And at one point, I decided to re-record the interviews with him because the initial way that I first did it was just not good enough for the documentary, well, docuseries. So, you know, I spent another 3 months with him back in 2020 over the phone. No, late 2019 over the phone, and really got his whole story, which, you know, it's the normal story of a very, you know, destructive childhood that led him down the line of, you know, getting involved with someone like Mark Richards. Crossan Hoover was stood just a couple of feet away from Mark while he was, you know, stabbing and batting Richard Baldwin to death. And it was Mark that gave him the cue to, you know, commit the murder. It was Mark that planned the murder. It was Mark that brought the boat to help dispose of the body in the Pablo Bay, the area where the body was discovered by a local Coast Guard in the end. It was Mark that ransacked Baldwin's house and sold guns and other bits of stolen pieces. You know.
Yeah, and it's interesting. They murdered this man, and really for not very much money. They didn't even, you know.
Yeah, they just found some weed in the end, and I think it was about $2,000 in cash that they discovered in the end, because Baldwin actually owned a number of properties. His mum was a real estate, a realtor, and so he was working with her on property. I actually got to interview his Richard Baldwin's very close friend Tom in the end. And, you know, just to speak to Tom.
Yeah, I saw some of those interviews. Yeah.
Yeah, just to speak to him about what the funeral was like, and, you know, just the whole details of what occurred.
And I thought you really humanized him, the victim, because the victim is getting stepped all over again in this story, because here's Carrie Cassidy profiting off of the murderer's bullshit space Buck Rogers stories, you know. And I can't imagine that his friends and family are too happy about her doing that.
Well, I actually met Susan Baldwin, the sole surviving member of the family. She's based in Maine, and it was I went to go find her. She didn't want to be involved in any of it, and I just really wanted her take on it. And it's not, maybe wasn't the best idea, but I got to speak to her through her door in Maine, and you know, 38 years later, the murder is still as raw to her as it is in 1982 when her brother's life was taken. And she is disgusted that someone called Joanne Richards and Carrie Cassidy is promoting this story like they are. There's nothing legally she can do about it, and she wouldn't come on the documentary. It was just too painful for her, and she didn't, she didn't really trust my motives neither, which I understand. I mean, in the end, this became personal in the sense of trying to tell Richard Baldwin's story, and. I probably did get way too caught up in this, but it's a bit like a boxing match right now. I feel like I'm about to go prepping myself for one of the darker things that I'm about to cover, and it's taken a long time to get to this point of pre-production because of personal things that I've been going through as well. I've been through a divorce. I'm going through
I'm sorry to hear
green card
that
right now. No, everything happens for a reason, and there is good to come from everything. And I haven't really, told my story or gone public about it. And I'm probably not going to mention too much about it right now. And I know that will be used against me. Well, I've been already told by Joanne's friends that it's going to be used against me in the upcoming documentary.
Yeah, look at that terrible. He's a terrible person. He can't even stay married. Yeah, he can't even stay married. He's a terrible person. They're going to use whatever they can against you because you've got facts and evidence, and you've got interviews, and you've got the real story. They hate it when they get caught with their pants down selling fake stories, and somebody comes along and shows the real story. And you've done that. And people are asking in the live chat, and I'm curious myself. I think a lot of people want to see this documentary, and it has taken you some time to get it together, to get it to the point where you can release it. But people were wondering if a release date or when you think it might be finished.
June the 27th is when I finish my immigration. And
congratulations. Are you going to be American?
No, I got a 2-year wait for that.
Okay, well, you're on your way.
Yeah. No, I'm very grateful for everything right now. But that just, I went pro se with everything, and that just ripped all my time away. I mean, I can understand why people have lawyers, right? I just not had the money to do that. Well, I have a lawyer or lawyers helping me as limited scope lawyers, but obviously their names aren't going on the paperwork. But yeah, it's a lot of paperwork. So I didn't ever think it was going to take this long to get to post-production, but there is still some filming I may do. I'm not going to do another crowdfunder for money, but there is still some filming that I may do. And when is it going to be complete? I'm going to be working on it every day. I'm hopefully going to be vlogging about it as well, just to keep up to date with, with the progress of it. But I will not stop until it's done. I will not leave where I am until that docu-series is done. And it is going to be a docu-series. So it's kind of like, true crime meets ufology.
Conspiracy land. Yeah, ufology.
Yeah, really
great
weird.
story.
It's really weird.
It's a great story. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you mentioned I was listening back to some parts of the discussion there that you're talking about. Bill Brockbrader. We're going to look into what we say. I'm going to look into various other people that Kerry's given a platform to as well, and definitely Bill Brockbrader is there. And Bill's an interesting one. And I mean, I've got his original court audio. And where he's admitting, and this has been released before by Don Shipley. Don Shipley is actually on this docu-series as well. His interview's already been recorded, and he never gave us the original audio from the court. But I mean, I ordered it from the court, and it's incredible when the defense lawyer is asking him about Area 51. Did you make it up? Yeah, that's not true. Were you a Navy SEAL? No, I wasn't. That's not true.
Yeah. So under oath,
it's interesting.
Bill, one of Kerry's sources told all these incredible stories about being a Navy SEAL and being in the secret space program, but under oath in court, he admitted that he made it all up. It was all fake.
Yeah.
And she didn't take any of those interviews down or stop taking YouTube money for those.
No,
fake
I actually
stories.
traced his victim. Who was 12 years old at the time, and he sodomized her, and
nice guy.
Very nice guy, top bloke, and it will be up to the gods whether she comes on or not right now. there's also a number of other people that we're looking at. Bill Ryan as well. He's going to be on it. Well, he knows that I'm going to discuss him in the documentary. Obviously, he was quite a big component of Project Camelot back in the day.
Sure, he was. Yeah.
You know, I remember interviewing the lady who owns a fine art gallery in Florida, and
and you broke this story too.
Well, I didn't break it, but I was the first one to actually interview the woman that he owed the money to.
Sure.
He sold a fake Picasso, and he's never reimbursed that woman or made any attempts to offer reimbursement. And I know, look, we've all done things that are, that we've all got a past in the sense that we've done things that are wrong, but there is always, a way forward to correct some of those things. Do you know what I mean? So that's going to be included. And also Simon Parks as well, who's put a video out there to say that he had met someone in the intelligence services in London who gave him information to clarify that Mark was a person of interest that was involved in the Navy.
Yeah, this is what they do. Like one fake fairy tale salesman backs up another one, but this is the same guy who has sex with cat queen aliens. So I don't think he's very credible.
Yeah, well, what's interesting about Simon, obviously, is his rise to fame right now. And if you're listening, Simon, I am coming for you. And
oh, you heard it here first.
I am. There's a court case right now in England that's taking place where Simon is currently suing someone for putting out a video that looked into some of Simon's past. And yeah, that is interesting. And I better not say too much right now.
Yeah, I've heard about that case, but not being very familiar with the English courts or how to get the documents, I haven't gotten any further information.
Well,
I heard that he's very litigious and he sues people, like kind of like Corey Good is suing all these people that say his fake stories
put
are
it this
fake.
way, he's spent a lot of money on this case right now, and you think to yourself, well, it's up to him how he makes his money. Yeah, that's fine, but I'm talking about a lot of money, yeah, it's been great, Simon, to work with this guy and to help him with documentation and to supply affidavits and also to dig in deeper. And it's interesting, very interesting where Simon came from.
Yeah, and I mean, this guy it's so funny with his rise to fame because like he's literally like a driving instructor in England, right?
Well,
like
look,
he's not.
Yeah, I mean, look, when he brought, I was always dubious about Simon. I mean, this was back in the day, and when he went against the Mark Richards case with this BS, I was like, right, F it, you can be included, because if you're gonna show support to such a story which is not true, then it's fair play.
It's open season, yeah. If he's gonna, he's chiming in, so you can chime in too.
It's got to be done in a delicate way. I'm not here to bust balls, really, or
No, you bust a lot of balls, but I love you, bro.
Well,
I love you for it, and I love those gotcha moments, and yeah.
But we've all got, we've all of us have things that we aren't proud of in our past, right? So it's. I think though, but when you're misleading people so much from mental health issues or whatever's going on, self-delusion or whatever it is, narcissism, whatever it may be, right, that someone's suffering from, then let's just I think get together and just try to just point out that there's something not quite right here, and just I think it's so interesting how people get so attached to someone, and a bit like religion actually, and it's tell me what to do, tell me how to be, and I won't question it, but I think we should question stuff, and there should be discernment.
Yeah, and I think you mentioned in this video the same kind of weird awakening that I had. Like I was so naive when I first got into this, really when I was a child, that I just assumed that when a presenter or an interviewer was interviewing somebody who like said they were a doctor or said they were a Navy SEAL or whatever their qualifications or their education was, I just assumed that person checked and wouldn't let them, just tell fake stories. But
that's a great point. Let's say it like this, maybe, that if you're going to get a guest on for the once, right, then okay, where do we have the time to go get court records or birth certificates, right? It's not about that, right? But if you're going to give your platform and support over and over and over again, and you're not going to do your due diligence, then that's not right. That's not helping
I agree
no
with
one.
you.
That's not spiritually.
Or at the very
anybody.
least, what I would say is if I had somebody on as a one-off and I didn't have the time to research their education and their background, but then a viewer, because we're very interactive here on my show, like viewers will send me that kind of stuff like you're talking about. Somebody might send me the proof that somebody that I had on my show that was calling himself a physicist or a doctor is a fraud and his education is from a degree mill. I would share that with my audience and apologize, say, one of our viewers sent us this, and I would check it, before I shared it and say, they're correct. This person is not, his education is not what he claimed it to be. But that would be the fair and like, I think, ethical thing to do. But when you get into ethics with these people, they're looking for the next alien story that they could sell.
Yeah, it's a fine line. I mean, people are allowed to tell their story. And I think nowadays, on my more recent interviews, I'm obviously, I'm just a bit more pushy with, where do these facts come from? Well, let's just leave it on the table that, you haven't checked this out, or that's not, it's a fine line. It really is. And I think sometimes, though, when things go out of too much of the shared reality, there's alarm bells ringing there. But then, I'm the guy that's put the channeling docuseries out there, and I'm on episode.
I was going to ask.
It's a dichotomy. Yeah, go ahead, please.
I was going to ask you if you're sort of wake up to being more discerning through investigating this Mark Richards case has affected your attitude towards channelers and channeling and your previous thoughts on it.
Yeah, of course it has. I mean, look, it's a very difficult one because I try to come from the perspective of, is there teaching information that this person is going to give you that's going to help you improve your life in this present moment? Okay, a bit like a life coach. Yeah. Is there something that's coming from this information that you've never considered before that's something would make you a better person, or at least you can try to apply it at times in your life, rather than it just kind of like a mental masturbation of in one ear out the other, right? I wake up many days and it's like, shit, am I doing the right thing? And in the end, I have to come to my own thing of, am I trying to, is what I'm doing helping to bring about the world that I would like to see, in the sense of, more love towards ourselves, more love towards a fellow man, more oneness in this world, a more peaceful place to come from, because you can't change the world, right? You can't change the
right. And what I always think,
but you can change yourself.
I am pretty critical of most channelers and channeling. However, I have to acknowledge and respect the fact that there are hundreds, thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands of people whose lives have been impacted tremendously positively from things like the Urantia book or the Law of One. And it has turned their lives around and made their lives better. So to me, I go, maybe I can't be critical of all of it, because some of people are finding huge benefits to channeled information.
Yeah. I went to the Law of One. I met the people there. Yeah. And it's almost driven me away from doing this work and wanting to do a completely separate, different career path to this. But, it keeps pulling me back of, is there something in the information that comes through these people or anyone that comes on my show that is helpful towards people's present moment for issues that we're going through that we've not considered?
Absolutely.
And sometimes the same information keeps coming through because we never listened in the first place. And I think some of the shows that are out there that look into, I was watching some of CW stuff the other day, and I will be going on CW's show because when the documentary series comes out, I did promise him that I would, break that docuseries first with him, right? This was,
I think you promised me too, but yeah.
Well, I think I promised you second, right?
Oh, okay. I don't care what the order. He can have you first as long as we get you, because I can't wait to watch this thing, digest the whole thing, and then hopefully get to pick your brain behind some of the some of the process that went into it.
I'll go into a few things in just a minute. I will while you've got me here. Yeah, it's when you take this path, you're going to get a lot of criticism. And I think sometimes when I watch some of the shows that even CW's done recently, I think to myself, well, we're picking the worst of the worst here. And I've seen some of the people, before he picked them. And I would just rather get them onto, if I was going to interview them, just to, really go to town on, where is this information coming from? What is your background and everything? But he does it, he's done a good job at looking at some of these people. But yes, it's like, there's good people in any trade and there's con artists. And you've got to use the discernment yourself as an adult to look through that as well.
Yeah, I think you're right. So I know that last I checked in with you or heard about this documentary, you were doing something like getting actors to film recreations of some of the events. How did that go? And where are you with that?
I never raised the money that I wanted to, and this was at a point of crisis in my life at the time, so I didn't get to put the effort into it I wanted to, and so I've got some test footage that I did with the Mark Richards actor, and some others, and I may use that footage, or I may refilm some bits. I've still got Bill Brockbrader's part to film, and I'm using an actor in Miami just to do that, so I've got to go down there at some point. There may be some other actors come on. I think we're going to get actors to play Simon Parks. Well, I say we, I mean me. I keep saying that, to play Simon Parks and Carrie Cassidy as well. Even though she's been deplatformed, she, obviously has a central role in this as well.
Yeah, it's interesting to see her. I think this grand plan of hers to get subscribers to go to her website is going to fail terribly, because if you're not finding new people, because people lose interest after a while, so she's just going to die a slow death over there, I think. I mean, I don't know.
That's the problem. I mean, the eyes are on Google, the eyes are on YouTube, and when you move away from that platform or are forced to move away, you will soon probably wish that you could come back. And that's all through her own doing as well. She didn't stick to the terms. And what do you expect?
Yeah, but no, it's a deep state operation to stop her, because she's getting too close to the truth about aliens, Kevin. That's what it is.
Yeah.
It has nothing to do with the fact that, and listen, not only did she get her channel shut down, but she went on another well-known show, Jean-Claude from Beyond Mystic in Canada. She went on his show and said everything you're not supposed to say on YouTube in a 1-hour interview. She talked about the letter of the alphabet, the health pandemic, the shot, all this stuff, and his channel got deleted from existence the very next day. So she hasn't learned her lesson, because she's still saying the same stuff,
She'll never stop. She'll never stop. Carrie Cassidy. Well, I'm grateful for what she does, because it's made this docuseries possible. And I think whether it's a I hope to release the docuseries for free on YouTube, and then I'll find a home for it, wherever that's going to be.
I think it could fit right into Netflix and
I don't know. I think
like
it would need a lot more money spending on it. So far, it's cost $18,500. It's not enough to make a docuseries to that level of Netflix. It needs more money than that. But I'll do the best with what I've got, and hopefully it'll turn out to be something watchable. But yes, the murder's important, but it's where are we now? Why is it relevant? So I think that's the angle for it.
Yeah, and I was also curious if this guy Mark Richards is making all this money selling books and bullshit.
He's not.
Okay, well, he gives the appearance that he is. I would think that some of that money should go to his victims' families or something, right?
Yeah, it's all BS. No, there's very little money made, and
so maybe he's making like commissary money, so he can buy chips while he's in prison, or ramen noodles,
But he's still a dangerous man. You got to understand this. I met with what was Sergeant Walt Costa He retired as a detective and maybe more. I met him up with some. Well, I met him up with my researcher at the time, and he was teaching at college in Marin. And he wouldn't come on the docuseries because he felt that Richards was still influencing many younger men around him who don't spend so long in prison, and he's only got to influence the wrong one. And if he was to come on the docuseries, he just felt that it was just not the risk he wanted to take. So he did warn me as well that just to be careful. But it's too late now because it's all going ahead. Speaking to Costa, who arrested him on that day with a gun at his head, Mark was definitely on planet Earth. But also, Mark, yes, he.
Yeah, that's a great point. Carrie Cassidy keeps saying that he was off planet.
It changed. Later on one of the Mark interviews, the Total Recall interviews, it changed to Mark having tea with his parents. So
or maybe he was in space and he teleported back just in time to be arrested.
Absolutely, that's what exactly.
Because isn't he's supposed to be teleporting? Somebody asked her, like, how is he getting all these updates if he's stuck in prison? And she claims that he gets teleported out of prison to get updates from the Galactic Council. Right?
Yeah, she called it a form of channeling. She's on the original interview I did with her in Los Angeles. This was before I ever, considered doing the Mark Richards, or before that phone call that you've all just heard. Form of channeling or teleportation. It was very unclear what it was.
Some kind of woo. It was some kind of woo, and he gets updates, kind of like these other people that get briefings and intel, right? Sure, they do.
Yeah. I think with Mark, because he's never admitted to the murder or never admitted to being there, but all the evidence placed him there, and there was the state witness, the star witness, the guy that gave state testimony, and
he turned state's evidence. Then he flipped.
Lost the plot with trying to trace him down, and eventually on this crazy road trip, I found him, and we spoke, and having spoken to him, which no one else has before, that really, confirmed it for me that, this is all true, right? I mean, look, the court testimony is enough, right? But just to hear it from the guy that gave the state testimony back in the day, and his life is still not so great nowadays. When people find out that he was part of a murder back in 1982.
Yeah, you're going to have trouble finding a job. You're going to have trouble living.
Yeah,
because people aren't going to trust you, and they'll be scared of you.
He stayed at the house while Cross and Hoover and Mark drove. Was driven by Richard Baldwin to Richard's classic car garage, as the fall was, well, not the fall, but the trap was for Crossy to have a look at some of the nice sports cars and to look at the dune buggy that was parked at the inside the lockup. And I went to the lockup. I went to his original unit. I've already filmed down there, yes, the signal was given to Crossy, and I remember the first time when Crossy described the murder, just described taking Baldwin's life, from the gurgling to the last words and everything else. And I remember getting off the phone and just feeling absolutely sick. And I guess doing this docuseries has led me to want to do more of a true crime podcast in the future.
Yeah, I want to expand into some of that, because I think I could do a good job investigating some of the stuff and talking to original witnesses and telling the story,
Yeah, it's really interesting stuff. But when you hear your first murder and, sat with him as well. I mean, I thought back in the day when I did that tape recording with Carrie Cassidy that Crossy was released because, I didn't know any better, but obviously, he wasn't. And unfortunately, when I released an update video on Crossy, that's still on my channel right now, and that video will be taken down at some point. That also caused him, on top of his own misguidedness in the parole board hearing, because he hadn't sorted himself out digs to live in or a job or anything else, but they used that audio against him.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah, and so we don't talk anymore. But my focus for this docuseries is to try to tell his story, or a separate thing on him where it just talks about how he has rehabilitated, which I do believe he has. I know some people don't.
I believe in a road to redemption for all men. All men deserve one.
Absolutely. The problem is he's so used to telling the story that he's disconnected the remorse side. And I know it's there, and I'm not trying to back up someone where it's not there. I do believe it's there for him, but obviously, you know, when you're on the phone for 6 months, they are taping these conversations as well, not just the video I released, and
sure,
it was all used against him. So yes, so that wasn't so great, but his next parole board hearing is in 2023. So the docuseries will be out way before that. Yeah. Mark Richards got done for first-degree murder and a few other things on the side, robbery as well. But I don't have the quotes in front of me because this is all last minute.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. Just for the benefit of people, I don't know. Kevin heard that we were doing this or saw that we were doing this and jumped
I saw
on
you
here.
doing it. Yeah.
Yeah, and I can't tell you how happy I am. See, this is how I should get interviews with people that are too busy.
Yeah.
I should just do a show about them and then send them a link and say, in case you feel compelled, you know, to come on and give us an update. But it's a pleasure to have you. And I just wanted to mention that I've seen a lot of the material that Kevin has worked on for this, because you were kind of leaking some of the interview bits and things out for a while. And he has left no stone unturned. He tried to talk to everybody that he could involved with this case. So nobody has the story like Kevin has here.
No, we've interviewed. Me now. There was over 26 interviews so far, and a few more bits of information to come yet. And you know, I've even interviewed Mark's ex-wife, Karen Bacon, one of Mark's old school college friends, school friends, Doug. There was Doug Van Allen, and there was another Doug as well who knew Mark back in the day. Because obviously, I don't know if you know, but back in the day, Mark was arrested for car insurance fraud when he was at college.
So not only is he a murderer, he's a fraudster too. But Carrie Cassidy is going to take his word for everything about his secret space adventures.
He got let off for that. His same lawyer, Carl Shapiro, got him off for that back in the day, and also spared his life from the gas chamber when it came to his murder trial.
Oh yeah, he could have got the death penalty easily in a case that gruesome. Sure. Yeah.
I mean, they're trying to get him out. I mean, Joanne Richards, she's on my ass right now, and I don't blame her. But you know, who wins in this? You know, there's all the accusations that I'm working for the deep state and all this.
Oh, me too. By the way, Carrie Cassidy just said that the other day that I'm a deep state. I'm a deep state asset because I busted her telling fake stories.
Yeah, but who wins here? Well, the only woman that's going to win is Joanne Richards, because she's on the trust for the family. There is another young lady that's on the trust, which I've spoken to, Beth McDermott. And she even forgot that she was on the trust for the house when I traced her down in Canada. And she's staying on the trust now, so I'm glad for that. So she'll get half the house. But when that man dies, that land is going to be worth quite a bit in Marin County. The house is dilapidated. It's a shithole, right? But the land is worth a friggin' fortune. The houses around there are amazing. And she will be the one that gets that money. And I'm sure she will be stopping her BS once that's over. Well, she's actually got a new book coming out soon, Midlife Magic, the story of Joanne Richards. So I'm sure she's going to release that. Yeah, when the docuseries comes out as a weapon to, you know, kind of go against what I'm saying, which is fine.
Somebody in the live chat said, "You're a Fed, I'm a Fed, everybody's a Fed." Yeah, if you go against, I've noticed that she has a pattern. Anybody that goes against her stories is suddenly a deep state asset, a CIA disinformation agent, or something like that. It's like a stupidest form of deflection. Instead of addressing the people's, you know, evidence or claims, she just dismisses them as CIA or something.
Yeah, and I think I have no choice but to see this through right now and just to get it done, and I can't wait to get it done. But she's the one that's going to win out of all this, and you know, I think she's moving more towards becoming a mystic now, becoming a clairvoyant or psychic. Because she talks about how, you know, the father of Mark Richards comes through to her and talks about how proud he is of her and everything. And I'm like, I think you're channeling your lower self there, Joanne. I think you need to learn the difference between the higher self and the lower self. You know, it's sad. It really is. And but I think you know, just to keep that memory of Richard Baldwin, who was not a perfect human being like none of us are, but he didn't deserve to be you know, to die in the horror that he
absolutely
did.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and like I said, the thing that bothers me more than murder is absolutely awful, but the fact that these people are running around trying to profit from this murderer's fake stories, thereby victimizing the victim's family again, it's just too much for me, you know?
It's kind of crazy. Yeah, there's not many out there like this. This is probably the extreme, right? But I think it's a good lesson in discernment. You know, just because, as you said in this interview, just because someone's got a large following, it does not make them right. But it's like some people will say, well, he's got a lot of money or she's got a lot of money. He's successful. He's he's got all the answers. And no,
Sure.
no, they're on their own journey.
Yeah, I would tend to agree with you. And and again, like this kind of one of these things is not like the other with her too. Like, oh, I'm telling people the truth and love and light, and at the same time, she's profiting from a murderer's fake stories, and she's profiting from fake stories about a tragic suicide. It just kind of shows her ethics and morality.
I think that goes towards the medium psychics channel is that they also are human beings bringing this information through with their own fallacy. And I've been guilty and am guilty of putting people out there on my platform when I know better, but I will have to answer for that one day, and that'll be my journey to see maybe one or two of those interviews that I put out through, and I probably will do.
Yeah, well, I'm learning lately that you can't please all the people all the time. Like people started attacking me because I started having experiencers on, or because I had a tarot card reader on, and a bunch of people lost their minds. And it was just a girl coming here giving free tarot readings for the audience. And I wasn't but people,
well, I think
people
that
are
comes
very
from,
passionate about certain things.
No, I think that comes from the perspective of someone giving that viewpoint. I'm not saying they are. I don't know, but maybe would come from the space of there is no such thing as the continuation of anything. That we're not consciousness, or we're not whatever this is, the soul or the I am or whatever. It doesn't exist because there's no science to say it exists, and therefore anything based on that premise has to be untrue. But I do believe that we are something much more in this body that we are communicating through right now. That there's an essence of the I am, or the consciousness, or something that's having this experience as me and you, that has always been and always will be. And
that we agree on. Yeah. And people will say whatever about my relationship with some other show hosts, and like I can't. There's some people like I don't know, John Stossel, investigative reporter, or like the guy from To Catch a Predator, right? And then later they did stories that I just don't agree with some of the stories that they did, or why they did them, or like I can't agree with everything somebody does, but I can like and respect the work that they did that I do like and respect. And you and I can agree to disagree, but I think we agree on some channeling now. I'm glad to get that understanding, because I think, like there's some people that find tremendous benefit in channel material, and who am I to tell them they shouldn't? But when people start channeling interdimensional aliens and stuff, I just kind of turn off and I go, well, this is hokey.
Yeah, and I think even some of the ones that I may say are more credible, right? Then they would soon admit, if you was in front of them, that is this their higher self coming through, masquerading as what they're saying it is, because they are not able to take responsibility that that they're able to bring this information through, so they call it something else that it's not, but it's the only way that they can justify what they're doing at some
or communicate it.
Level.
Or
I don't know.
Yeah.
And
Chris Hansen, that's who I was talking about. I'm sorry, right. Chris Hansen from To Catch a Predator, because after that he's just sort of turned into a bottom feeder, in my opinion. But I still liked and respected him for some of the work that he did before. You can't, and also I lose objectivity. I like Kevin as a person. So, but here's the difference. Like some of these woo salesmen, if I say I disagree with them, I'm a CIA disinformation agent, or I'm the devil. Kevin's a good guy, and he can disagree with me, and I can disagree with him, and we can still talk like friends. That's what good people do. They can agree to disagree on some things.
Yeah, well, I'm pretty critical of myself sometimes, and I've done things that I'm not proud of. Do you know what I mean? And
Sure.
I can't take them back. It's what is done is done. And sometimes in my life, I'm definitely not practicing anything that of all the channels that I've met in my life. But I guess there's a day where you reflect and you think, okay, well, maybe next time I'll try better. I'll try to do better.
Yeah, I think it's always okay to make mistakes as long as you learn from them and you try to do better going forward. Sure.
Yeah, there's been a lot of those, and I guess anyone that's on planet Earth that's just part of the parcel, part of the picture, of learning. So yeah, it's there are no mistakes, just experiences, and there
No, that's a
sure are
good
a
way
lot
to
of
put it.
experiences.
That's a good way to put it, especially if you're in a period of your life where you feel like you're making a lot of mistakes. That could give you some comfort. Like, these are just experiences, and I got to get through this. And I'm real sorry that you were having a tough time, because I can't imagine that's got to be a lot of personal stuff to deal with. And sure, when that stuff's going on, everything else is kind of like secondary. You got to get through the personal stuff before you can get to the work stuff that you have on your plate. And one of the reasons that I like and respect you is because I see some of me in you. Like, you work real hard. You uncover every rock, stone. You don't leave any stone unturned. You go down and you follow every lead down like a bulldog, like an English bulldog. So I see some of that. I'm kind of like that. So
Well, I didn't initially do this by myself, so I'm not going to say all this was me. Do you know what I mean? There was a team, and I was working with people, which I'm no longer working with, and I don't take credit for it all at all.
Well, that's what the credits are for at the end of the credit roll.
Absolutely, they're going to be. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, and yeah, there's a lot to this story, and maybe one day I'll tell my personal story of why I've got to this point right now, but everything in its right time.
Great. Well, I can't tell you how happy I am that you jumped on here to give us a little bit of an update. Thank you for giving us some of your time. People have been asking me, but I didn't want to speak out of turn, and we haven't spoken in some time, so it was good to catch up with you. And I always love this, because this show gives me a passport to share with my audience. Instead of you and I could have just did this on the phone. We could have talked about what was going on, but I'm glad that you let me share it with the audience, because they're all curious too about the documentary, about what you've been doing. People say you look great. I hope you feel great, and I wish you the best of success going forward with this project and every one you do.
Yeah, I think I'll always have the channeling in the background and the psychics and all that kind of stuff. I don't think I'll leave it. I've got businesses that I want to set up, and to try to do from the right ethical space as well. And I know I'm always going to get a lot of shit for that, but it's my life. And when I'm dead, who's gonna care?
Yeah. A mentor of mine once told me that when you make a mistake or you're having a tough time, or anything that you think is a huge tragedy, just always bear in mind that someday you're going to die. And this little thing that just happened is not a big deal when you consider.
Well, that's a good point. I know we're supposed to be going there, but that's a good point. Is that we've all got that common thing in we're all gonna pass. We're not taking our underwear. We ain't taking our assets. We take F all with us. So if we're all going to go to that on that journey, I think that's also what drove me to want to explore the alternative as well. It's like, well, where are we going? Where have we come from? And what is in that space to, like I said before, like a broken record, to help this present moment more. But that's just my take on it. It doesn't have to be anyone else's.
Sure. And we're all just seeking and learning and finding our own path, right? That's what we're here for. Apparently. Among other things.
Yeah, and to be kind to each other as well, I think. I mean, am I being kind in making this docuseries? No, this has been boxing gloves on, YouTube fight, you know what I mean? Almost. It's going to get to that point as well. But sometimes that's just what happens when you do make these choices with free will, right? Am I preaching what I'm saying by doing a documentary like this? God, it's a fine line.
No, and I know how taxing it can be because this stuff gets emotional, especially you're dealing with this tragic murder, and it gets emotional, and it takes so much energy to follow up all these leads, and to Kevin's credit, he does a better job than me because I'm a little bit travel restricted, so I do most things by telephone, but you're actually getting on planes and flying places and driving
Back in
places.
the day.
Yeah,
back in the day. Yeah. Would there be another documentary? I don't know.
I heard from a friend
I don't know.
who made a really good documentary, and I asked him, "Are you starting on a new one?" And he said, "I don't know because the first one almost killed me."
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, that's so true.
Yeah. Well,
No,
let's hope this one is going to be a first of many. I predict it will.
I think what I'd like to do maybe after this, and I think I'm going to make a choice, but I don't know. I just see myself going through a big change, and I think I can't say this for sure, but I'm interested in like the news, and I've got this idea for a news site called the International Spiritual News Network, the ISNN, and it would combine the news, but then looking at it from a deeper karmic reason with looking at the bigger reasons under it karmically and spiritually with maybe channelers and psychics and stuff like that, just something really, really different. I don't know if that's ever going to come into fruition, but I'm thinking of it.
Yeah, well, good for you. I wish you the best of success, and thank you so much for doing
You
this.
too.
I really, really appreciate it. This was an unexpected surprise for me
Appreciate
today. Thank you very much. I'm going to throw you out of here and do a quick wrap up. I appreciate your time.
Thank you, everyone.
All right, thanks, Mr. Kevin Moore. Thank you. All right, friends. So, boy, what can I say? What a big surprise. I always wanted to get Mr. Moore on my show and talk to him a bit more about this stuff. I want to remind all of our audio listeners, if you're listening in audio podcast land, we broadcast live on Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook Live. And there's a live chat. You too can participate in the discussion like we do here every live show. I want to give some time and attention to the live chat. So if you have any questions or comments for me, please put them in all capital letters. Wow, that was great, Stephen. Thanks, AJ. You know what's funny is I kind of was like, I was thinking that this was going to be sort of a filler show before I get to something else that I'm working on for tomorrow's show. You never know when you go click live what's going to happen. It's a live show. You get the show warts and all, or you get the show great stuff and all. And tonight, boy, what a surprise. Kevin Moore just happened to hear that we were doing this and jumped on here. Rodrigo says, this turned out great. Happy for having dropped in. Kudos, Steve, Kevin, and the chatverse. See there? You never know what's going to happen. So make sure that you tune in. Jonaside, sow those slides, Stephen. I'm telling you, I'm working on it. I'm going to do, just for you, Jonaside, I'm going to do a presentation on my version of Linux operating system with slides, right? And Terry Joyce is here and says, thank you, Stephen and Kevin, for the support. Absolutely. I had no idea that Kevin was going to come on my show. I swear, Terry. I just thought Terry started this new channel. I want to see if I can signal boost her and get her a little bump. And really, everybody, make sure, if you like this story came from Terry Joyce. She got him to release the tape of talking to Carrie Cassidy, and her interview is amazing with him. Just search Carrie Cassidy, Kevin Moore, Terry Joyce in the YouTube search bar, and you will find it. Actually, it's on the Kevin Moore Show channel. I am going to copy it, and I'm going to go over to our live chat, and I'm going to put it in our live chat so you could see Terry Joyce complete interview with Kevin Moore, which was back in 2019, but it's still very relevant to the story. Jonaside says, I subbed Terry Joyce a while ago. She got a brand new channel. You might want to check again. There is a link to her new channel in the About section of this video here. And I'm going to tweet it out as well. So if you're listening in audio podcast land, you can follow me on Twitter. It's at Stephen Cambion, or you can go to our YouTube channel. Just search Truth Seekers and look for that weird looking guy with the sunglasses. And that would be your host, me, Stephen Cambion. I welcome you to come and subscribe to the YouTube channel where we do the live shows, because remember, if you're listening in audio podcast land, and I realize a lot of people have jobs that let them listen but not watch, so that's why we're doing this audio podcast now. And the audio podcast is available anywhere you get your podcast. It's available on Apple Podcasts and Spotify and Spreaker and I believe Amazon even now. It's literally available everywhere. But we'd like you to come and be a part of our community. So please do search this YouTube search box for Truth Seekers and look for the guy with the sunglasses and the weird dark hair. That would be me. And you'll find us. Please make sure that you subscribe to our show and hit that notification bell. Every time we do a live show, you'll get a notification and know that we are broadcasting live. Otherwise, be sure to follow me at Stephen Cambion on Twitter. And I post every show before we do them, so you get a little bit of notice if you follow me on Twitter. That is the best way. Following me on Twitter, sometimes these YouTube notifications don't work out, but if you follow me on Twitter, you will definitely get notice of every new show that we do here. And you too can join us in the live chat. We are a live interactive chat. When you hear me reading, I'm reading live comments from the people in our live chat while we're doing the live broadcast. Noodle Time is here. Shout out to Noodle Time and asks, what do you think of the story about the children in Zimbabwe who supposedly saw aliens? Well, I think it's very credible from the witness testimony I have heard, and then in this recent documentary, I think it's The Phenomenon, right? They interviewed those children as adults, and they all stuck by their stories 100%, saying that they saw a spacecraft and aliens. I would tend to believe those people until proven otherwise, right? Yes. Jonaside said, everyone sub to Terry Joyce's new channel. Let's get her past 100 subs. Yeah, and I am a terrible friend because I still haven't. But what I'm going to do is I'm going over to her channel right now. There's a note in the About section of our video here, and it says, please subscribe to Terry Joyce's new channel. I'm going over there right now and hitting that subscribe button and smashing that notification bell. And please do the same for me. Yeah, we've got her at 77 subscribers. So let's see. We've got 60 of you in the live chat. Come on, guys. Go over there and click that subscribe button. Let's help Terry out. She does good work, and I would really like to help her. I consider it my karmic duty, considering when I started my new channel some 11 months ago, a lot of different content creators, show hosts, podcast hosts, radio show hosts all sent me some subscribers. So my success was not my own. Somebody helped me get to the sub level that we're at right now. And I want to return the favor and be all right with karma and do the same for others. So Terry's my first attempt to do that. Please do help her out. Go over there and subscribe. Rogue Status is laughing out loud about, getting yelled at holding the flashlight. Now he's holding the flashlight. I'm still getting yelled at. Yeah. My father, Rogue Status, was he was a mechanic, but he didn't do a mechanic for a job. He just, tinkered around. My brother is an actual real diesel mechanic for SEPTA, believe it or not. He rebuilds all the engines in the buses. But my father growing up was always working on something, whether it was a boat motor or a car motor or a go-kart, a moped, a motorcycle. And my job was to hold the flashlight and get yelled at while he did that. I'm still traumatized to this day because I wanted to learn about engines, but all I learned was how to hold the flashlight and get yelled at. My father was the kind of guy that thought that cursing made everything work better, right? That's how you made progress. You're doing a home remodeling project, just start cursing profusely when things don't go well. And it was very traumatic growing up with him like that. He was very hot-headed. He had a terrible, terrible temper. I do sometimes myself, but I really try to control myself a little better than he did, right? Sometimes people are there to teach you lessons, Rogue Status, and sometimes they're there to teach you lessons of how, you can't be or how to be better at some things, right? Dustin says, pretty good story. FGraph72 says, check out Stephen Cambion on Patreon. See that? All of you haters? I don't even have to ask for money. My audience does it for me because they want me to be happy and successful. Remember, friends, every super chat donation makes a Stephen Cambion smile. Don't you want to see me smile more? So I do want to thank everybody. I'm going to check in with that right now just to make sure that I did not miss anybody. And actually what we're doing now to make absolutely certain that we never miss a super chat is that at the end of the show, and we're wrapping up right in a few minutes here, I read the day's super chats again, just to be sure that we recognize, thank those people, and recognize their kindness, their generosity, and support. So tonight we had kind and generous donation of $10 Australian from Ann Chirashi. Thank you very much for your kindness, your generosity, and support. Rogue Status with a generous donation of $5 in super chat. Thank you very much, fellow Philadelphian. Someday we're going to have you visit the studio here. Well, I call it a studio. It's really a little tiny office. Don't tell anybody when you come here, Rogue Status, though. Going to make you sign an NDA. FGraph72 with a kind and generous donation of US $2 in super chat. Sent a nice super chat of $2, said starting a producer production aid fund. Thank you very much. And Karen Roka with a kind and generous $5 Canadian super chat says happy birthday again, Stephen. So thank you all very much for your kindness, your generosity, and support. You guys give me an attitude of gratitude because basically anything I need to do around here, I've got a couple of bucks to do it. And I've got some great stuff coming up that you guys are going to love. Some new characters, some other things coming. Sixth Design, reminding everybody, thank you for coming. You all come back now. Yes, and if you have not, oh, there's All Around Arbiter with a kind and generous $1 super chat donation. Thank you, All Around Arbiter, for your kindness, your generosity, and your support of the show and continued support of the show. It is much appreciated. You too, All Around Arbiter, give me an attitude of gratitude. I can't tell you how thankful I am that people want to see this thing continue, this crazy idea that I had for a show. And, we're doing great right now. Not only are we broadcasting live on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch, we are also shooting our podcast out. As soon as the live show ends, I upload the audio and it goes out to some 14 different audio podcast networks. So we are literally everywhere now. Somebody sent me this graphic. I'm going to share it, but not today because I don't remember exactly where it is. I saved it, but it has our Truth Seeker Show logo, and it's probably bad timing for this slogan, but they put spreading like a virus. It's not good timing for that slogan, but it's true. We're now on these 3 platforms live and 14 different audio podcast distribution networks, which, by the way, somebody mentioned to me that there's commercials in them, but I listened to an entire podcast, a 2+ hour podcast, and there wasn't that many commercials, much less than other people's, and I really can't. I have very little control also. If you don't like an advertiser, I apologize. I have no control over that. There is an on and an off. I cannot exclude different advertisers, although I can somewhat in YouTube, but we don't do the ads in YouTube. There is simply, I don't think there's enough money in the YouTube ads at our level of viewership. So I've decided to keep the YouTube ads off for now. But I am working on a subscription, a YouTube subscription. You could be membership. So you could be a YouTube Truth Seekers member soon, but we're working that out. It'll be ready shortly. But I would have that done, but I'm too busy working on slides for Jonaside, so everybody could thank him, right? Everybody could thank him. Everybody could thank him for why I don't have time to get the memberships done, right? And I'm also working on a T-shirt shop so people can buy T-shirts and support the show. Lots of great things coming. A lot of great guests coming up. We've got Michael Schrack coming up. And boy, wow, what a great show tonight. I want to thank him again for Kevin Moore of the Kevin Moore Show fame jumping on as a surprise guest. That was my favorite surprise guest ever, right? So I want to thank each and every one of you for coming here. I want to remind everybody, once again, if you're in audio podcast land, please go to YouTube, go to the search box, search for Truth Seekers. Look for the guy with the sunglasses. That would be me, Stephen Cambion. Come here, subscribe, hit the notification bell. And also, just to remind everybody, please do, if you're watching on YouTube right now or you're watching a replay, please do like, comment, and share these videos. It really does help. Every bit of interaction, if you just post a nice show as a reply to the video, raises us in the search engines and helps more people find our show. And certainly that is beneficial to our show. If you're feeling generous, there are links in the About section or in the description of this video for how you can support us on Patreon or PayPal. I want to thank each and every one of you for joining us. I'm always happy, friends, always happy when there's an audience. And I got to tell you, I think tonight we had our best numbers ever. We had 70-something people in the live chat. Best numbers. And that's probably due to the Kevin Moore bump. So see, look, karma. I did this show tonight to try to get Terry Joyce a bump. And meanwhile, here comes Kevin Moore on my show to give me a bump up in numbers tonight. It's nice. I feel good karmically about tonight. It was a really good idea to try to help Terry Joyce out. And I can't thank Kevin Moore enough for coming here and helping us out, because people are going to want to hear what he had to say about the documentary and this story. So, friends, like I said, I'm always happy when there's an audience. We had a great one tonight. I'm so happy and thankful that you could be a part of mine. Until next time, friends, my name is Stephen Cambion. Good night, and God bless all of you. And we will be back tomorrow night at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Good night, friends.
Truth Seekers is a viewer-supported show. Wonderful people like you who enjoy this show send pledges in the form of super chats, super stickers, super thanks, PayPal, or Cash App. Instructions for how to help are in the description. You can also join our Patreon, and for as little as $1 a month you can get extra content. Patreon supporters get a backstage pass, early access to all our production videos before they are distributed publicly, Stephen Cambion's music, private writings, a monthly show journal, and more. You can also become a YouTube channel member for $5 a month. A YouTube membership includes all of the Patreon benefits, plus a special members badge, priority reply to video comments, and the live chat, plus a monthly members-only video. We thank you all, kind and generous benefactors, for supporting Truth Seekers. Thank you for your generosity and support. Truth Seekers is a viewer-supported show. Now there's a great way to support these broadcasts and show your support. Please be sure and check out our merchandise store. Links to our 2 merchandise online stores are in the links to this video or podcast. The Amazon storefront ships super quickly in the United States, Great Britain, and in many more places. Amazon may not ship to your country or location. If that's the case, hit our second merchandise link in the description and visit our Redbubble storefront. Merchandise from our Redbubble storefront ships worldwide, but may take longer than Amazon. We've got a great deal of super high quality merchandise for you to choose from, including t-shirts, phone cases, sweatshirts, and even pillows. The feedback from our products have been overwhelmingly great. Quality products and fast shipping. People all over the world are buying some merchandise and showing their support of the show. Praise the cash! Praise the cash! Praise the cash! We thank you all, kind and generous benefactors who are buying some merchandise and helping us to continue this journey. Thanks for being here. This is Truth Seekers with your host, Stephen Campion. Please rate, like, and comment on our videos or podcasts. If you are listening to an audio podcast, please rate us 5 stars to help us rise in the search rankings. If you are watching on YouTube, please like, comment, and subscribe to our channel. If you're listening to an audio podcast, we love and appreciate you listeners, but you are missing the live tapings. All our shows are recorded live with video feed. We'd love you to come be a part of our live broadcasts and tapings for the podcast. Head on over to YouTube, click the search tool, the little magnifying glass, put Truth Seekers, one word in the search bar, and hit enter. You'll see a strange and mysterious guy with sunglasses. That means you found the channel. Go there, smash the subscribe button, and hit the notification bell to receive up-to-date info on our YouTube channel. We welcome you to be a part of our live taping and our chat room during the live broadcasts. Seek the truth. Speak the truth. This is Truth Seekers. Truth Seekers.